Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny. Happy 16th birthday!
Mother? Ooh, star glimmers!
Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas!
What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Navaria! Mother! Hold on! Don't let it go! Break the shackles! Mother! Mother! That dream again.
What's on your mind?
Mother? Was that really just another dream?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Destiny. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. Finally, almost done.
Happy birthday, Novaria.
Mother? I will definitely rewrite what's written in the Star Atlas. But why? No, I did everything right. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, Mother! Hold on! I can unlock the secrets.
birthday, Novaria. Mother? Happy birthday. If our destiny was already written in the stars beyond our reach, why am I burdened with all this?
Why? Why can't I change anything? Can't
Anything.
Happy birthday, Novaria. Our destiny was written in the stars beyond our reach. Something always finds a way to shine in the darkness. Destiny is in our hands.
Destiny is in our hands.
the Turtles' delight. They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G well played. North America has come.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Finally!
Navaria, happy 16th birthday!
Mother? Ooh, star glimmers!
Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas!
What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Navaria! Mother! Hold on! Don't let it go! Break the shackles! Mother! Mother! Break the shackles!
Birthday!
Finally! That dream again.
What's on your mind?
Mother? Was that really just another dream?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Destiny. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. Finally, almost done.
Happy birthday, Novaria!
Mother? I will definitely rewrite what's written in the Star Atlas.
But why? No, I did everything right. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, Mother! Hold on! I can unlock the secrets. If I can unlock the secrets.
Happy birthday, Novaria!
Mother? If our destiny was already written in the stars beyond our reach, why am I burdened with all this?
Why? Why can't I change anything? Can't change anything. Happy birthday, Navaria. Our destiny was written in the stars beyond our reach. Something always finds a way to shine in the darkness. Destiny is in our hands.
Destiny is in our hands.
ស្វាគមន៍មកកាន់ការប្រកួត SEA Games លើកទី32 2023
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, warmly welcome to the sport event for 32nd SEA Games 2023, hosted in the Kingdom of Cambodia.
ចាស្វាគមន៍ម្ដងទៀតដូចគ្នាផងដែរជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួត SEA Games លើកទី32ដែលប្រទេសកម្ពុជាគឺជាម្ចាស់ផ្ទះនាងខ្ញុំស៊ីនាង
Kimbarabi.
ចាពួកខ្ញុំទាំងពីរនាក់ពិតជាមានមោទនភាពខ្លាំងមែនទែនដែលបានក្លាយទៅជា MC នៅក្នុងការប្រកួត SEA Games
This is our great pleasure and honors to be the host of this event.
ចាជំរាបសួរពុកម៉ែបងប្អូនទាំងអស់គ្នាចាដែលគាត់ទស្សនាផ្ទាល់ក៏ដូចជាតាមគេហដ្ឋាននិងការ live កុំភ្លេចធ្វើការ share comment លើកទឹកចិត្តទៅដល់ idol របស់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាចាជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺការប្រកួតវិញ្ញាសា Mobile Legends Bang Bang ទៅលើកីឡាការិនីផងដែរ
ថ្ងៃនេះគឺជាថ្ងៃពិសេសមែនទែនដែលមិនសមយើងបានប្រកួតយ៉ាងស្វិតស្វាញហើយយើងឥឡូវនេះគឺរកឃើញ4ប្រទេសដែលជាប្រទេសមួយដែលខ្លាំងៗអញ្ចឹងថ្ងៃនេះគឺជាថ្ងៃផ្ដាច់ប្រវត្តិសម្រាប់ Grand Final របស់គាត់អញ្ចឹងថាចង់នឹងថាតើប្រទេសមួយណាដែលនឹងទទួលបានជ័យលាភី
ចាទទួលបានជាមួយនឹងមេដាយមាសត្រឡប់ទៅប្រទេសរបស់ខ្លួនវិញហើយយើងក៏សូមចូលរួមសរសើរដល់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងក៏ដូចជាប្រទេសឡាវដែលគាត់បានធ្វើការប្រកួតនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះនោះទេចាដែលថ្ងៃនេះគឺយើងមានការប្រកួត Grand Final តែ4ប្រទេសតែប៉ុណ្ណោះចាដែលយើងបានឃើញថាជាមួយនឹងគូដំបូងរបស់យើងដែលប្រទេសវៀតណាមគឺគាត់ទៅប៉ះជាមួយនឹង Malaysia នៅក្នុងការដណ្ដើមជាមួយនឹងលេខ3លេខ4
So Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, for this category we will present you the strongest team representative from 2 countries in Southeast Asia for this tournament. The first one is Vietnam and the second one is Malaysia.
ចាចំណែកឯការប្រកួតរបស់យើងចុងក្រោយគឺជាមួយនឹងចាដណ្ដើមមេដាយមាសនៅក្នុងការប្រកួត SEA Games របស់យើងដែលប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីនត្រូវប៉ះជាមួយនឹងឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ី
Yes, for the medal from 2 countries is Philippines and Indonesia.
ចាអញ្ចឹងយើងបានឃើញជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងក៏ដូចជា schedule នៅក្នុងការ post នៅលើ page ចាជាមួយនឹងpage ផ្លូវការរបស់យើងដូចគ្នាផងដែរចាអញ្ចឹងអ្នកនរអគ្នាកុំភ្លេចធ្វើការចូលរួមទស្សនានៅទីនេះផ្ទាល់ដែលយើងបានឃើញជាមួយនឹងចក្រការិនីរបស់យើងគឺសិតតែស្អាតខ្ជូតឆ្លាតចាលេងខ្លាំងទៀត
គឺថាមិនសមមិញឃើញ fan ច្រើនមែនទែនគាត់និយាយថាមិនមែនមកមើល Mobile Legends ស្អីៗទេប៉ុន្តែមកមើលកីឡាការិនីតែម្ដង
អាយ៉ាចឹងមកមើល game ក៏មកមើលអូននេះមកមើលអូនដែរហ៎
បាទ
អូខេចាអញ្ចឹងអ្នកនរអគ្នាអាចមកទស្សនានេះផ្ទាល់ដើម្បីធ្វើការថតរូបជាមួយពួកគាត់បានទៀតហ្នឹងហើយនិយាយទៅពួកគាត់គឺអាចនិយាយបានថាគាត់រស់រាយមែនតើនៅខាងក្រៅចាអូខេអញ្ចឹងអ្នកនរគ្នាប្រកាសជាចង់ឃើញជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងចាអញ្ចឹងឥឡូវក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ចាការប្រកួតចាបើកឆាករបស់យើងដែលទទួលជាមួយនឹងការដណ្ដើមយកលេខ3ហើយនិងលេខ4ក៏សូមអញ្ជើញស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ប្រទេសវៀតណាម
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vietnam. Proceeding to photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Vietnam.
ចាយើងបានឃើញជាមួយនឹងវៀតណាមដូចហើយយើងក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ប្រទេសម៉ាឡេស៊ី
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Malaysia. A big round of applause to Malaysia.
ចាយើងឃើញថាជាមួយនឹងពួកគាត់ពិតជាមានរូបសម្រស់ស្រស់ស្អាតឆ្លាតថែមទាំងពួកគាត់ចាពូកែទៀតផងហើយគាត់គឺតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសរបស់គាត់ដើម្បីមកប្រកួតនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើង
បាទបើសិនជាខ្លាំងក៏មិនអាចចូលរួមជាការប្រកួតតំណាងប្រទេសផងដែរបាទ
ចឹងមុននឹងយើងឈានទៅដល់ការប្រកួតសូមធ្វើការឲ្យជាមួយនឹងពួកគាត់ដើម្បីធ្វើការចាប់ដៃគ្នា
Okay, we are going to have a fist bump from both countries.
ចា
Cheer.
ពួកយើងធ្វើការប្រកួតចាគឺដើម្បីមិត្តភាព
We play the tears.
អូខេអញ្ចឹងយើងឃើញថាជាមួយនឹងកីឡាការិនីរបស់យើងគឺបានត្រៀមខ្លួនចូលទៅដល់ការប្រកួតនេះគ្នាផងដែរឥឡូវនេះយើងក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ coach ទាំងពីរ
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the coach from both countries. Please welcome.
ចា
But a big round of applause to our coach from both countries.
ច
យើងក៏បានឃើញជាមួយនឹងពួកគាត់ដូចគ្នាទាំង coach ទាំងជាមួយនឹងកីឡាការិនីរបស់យើងរួចរាល់ហើយឥឡូវនេះយើងក៏ចង់ចូលទៅមើលជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងដែលយើងថ្ងៃនេះគឺការប្រកួតជាលក្ខណៈ best of 5 ផងដែរអូខេអញ្ចឹងតោះឥឡូវមិនចង់ឲ្យខាតពេលយូរទេក៏សូមផ្ដល់ទូទៅនេះជូនទៅដល់ caster ដ៏សស្សង្ហាទាំងពីររូប
Ladies and gentlemen, without any further delays, we would like to hand the floor back to our caster. Please welcome.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to the official English broadcast of the 32nd SEA Games Women's Division for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We're going to be your casters for the bronze match between Vietnam and Malaysia. My name is Umi. With me is Rockhart and Chanel. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling great, and I am very happy to see you guys really refreshed. Yesterday was really a challenge for sure, so I'm glad you guys are here, and welcome back from your flight.
Yeah, I came from Cambodia, by the way, but jokes aside, with the long games yesterday, a long day yesterday, I just gotta say it's exciting to know what are the teams have prepared for this game. I mean, these are the medal matches for today, right? And we get to know who is going to be called the strongest in Southeast Asia.
And yesterday was such a long day for a lot of the teams there, especially for our last match. But tonight we are, or at least for today, we're going to see who's going to win our medals already. It's Indonesia and Philippines with an ensured silver medal finish. They're going to fight for the grand finals later. It's a best of 5, but right now we're going to watch the best of 3 between Vietnam and Malaysia. Whoever wins this match will be able to secure a bronze medal for their country, and whoever loses, sadly, has to go home empty-handed.
So that was a very interesting group stage that we just had, and obviously when it came to the semifinals, it was just clear, cut, and dry. Malaysia, who looked very, very strong in the early stages of the game, really fell short to the power that is the Philippines MLBB scene. The same can be also said true. Indonesia just really sweeping Vietnam, and I think those games are relatively quick as well.
What's also interesting is that for the teams that will be playing for the bronze medal, these are the teams that was part of Group B. So it's merely a rematch between Vietnam and Malaysia. And the good thing is that this is going to be a best of 3. Yesterday it was just a best of 1, so they get to. I mean, they already have the information for the specific team, so we might see a more detailed play style for both.
Yeah, and for today's schedule, we're going to see the bronze match first, and that's going to be Vietnam and Malaysia once again. And our grand finals will happen a few hours after our first match, which will be the grand finals for the gold medal between Indonesia and Philippines. We talked about this earlier. Indonesia and Philippines has already seen each other inside the group stages in day 1. That was Group A, and Philippines did lose against Indonesia. So this is more of a grudge match for Philippines against the Indonesian powerhouse.
I think it's already been established that this specific team for Indonesia, which hails from the BTR side, has actually been very, very dominant in the women's divisions and the different women's tournaments all over since 2021. So that's something that I'm not sure if the Philippines will be ready to break as of yet, but this is going to be one of the few chances they'll have to do it, because by now, obviously, it's a tale as old as time, the Philippines versus Indonesia rivalry. It's only getting hotter and hotter every day.
Who would have thought that even on the women's category, the rivalry for Indonesia and the Philippines would be the same? So it goes to show that in terms of the prowess of a specific country, if you're good on the men's category, it is expected to reflect as well for the women's category.
A lot of regional powerhouses here in the Philippines and of course in Indonesia. But of course for our first match, it's still going to be Vietnam and Malaysia. Malaysia did show up with a lot of great plays yesterday. It was a tightly contested series against the Philippines, despite it being a sweep for the Filipino squad. If you look back, day 1, it was such a close game, and Malaysia even had, I think, a good amount of lead in the early game up until to that point where Philippines kind of out-macroed Malaysia. But now we're also looking at Vietnam. What do you guys remember about Vietnam from day 1?
Definitely for Vietnam, it's really more on that Minotaur play. Remember that Minotaur, it has been discussed even maybe the fifth and even a fourth match for that day. I mean, a Minotaur in a tournament, and it is SEA Games, for you to be able to pull off that kind of hero and be part of the banning of the other teams, it means that it was really effective. It made a statement day one. So possibly with Digi not able for this tournament, we might see those bans again for this game.
Yeah, the biggest thing about me in that were that Mentor pick, aside from obviously the ranked games yesterday were very, very chaotic if you tried it. It's interesting, they brought it out, and not only that, they won with it. So that's something that I'm looking forward to here. Maybe Vietnam will have something else to show, but definitely Malaysia has made a lot of new fans yesterday with the way that they played out.
And Malaysia, we will be introducing them first. It's still going to be the same lineup that we saw yesterday. It's going to be Hani in the mid lane, Bunny in the XP lane. Gold lane will go to the hands of Fafao, and the rest of the team will also be, I think, Anatasha, Bunny, and Aria inside the squad.
That's right, and very, very promising. Like I said earlier, you're just... I think the stats also say that, right? There you go, 37 kills in, I think, 3 games or 4 games. That is something. And their average lords definitely will favor the Malaysian squad instead of Vietnam.
Yeah, and looking at this team head-to-head statistics, particularly for Malaysia, it's really nice to see that there is a big difference in terms of the kills. Remember, for Malaysia, there is a Marty's user. For the team, having a Marty's on the hero pool goes to show that for Malaysia, they are really on those securing of kills for every team fight. But in terms of the Lord takes as well, objective taking for Malaysia is on point. Again, the last match that we saw for Malaysia was against Philippines. They were on the lead during that moment, and it's just... a bit chaotic in terms of closing the game, but we really have to focus on Daisy and Hani's performance for this game. Both played spectacularly on day one, but for the heroes of Hani, we have to remember that these are possible force of play again, or maybe another Eve, or actually for the women's category, majority of the post for players really picks those heroes.
Yeah, actually, those DPMs from Hani and the massive 88% kill participation, that just goes to show how hands-on the mid lane for Malaysia is. On the side, Vietnam, I think their focus is more of the other lanes, specifically the gold.
Yeah, gold lane right now definitely is a big focus for almost a lot or every team in the MLBB women's division. This meta right now really is centered around protecting that marksman, or possibly even making sure that that marksman farms up early, and Malaysia will be the ones getting first pick. If you look back in our games in day number 1, first pick usually will be the ones to secure the tempo of the draft. And I think the red side would always be relegated to banning either the Joy or the Wanwan. So Chanel, like, what are your thoughts about this one?
Actually, if I remember it correctly, for Tiuma's team, there was a time that specific ban against her with the Estes. So we might see utility boss 5s here for the side of Team Vietnam. Again, their prowess is really more on the sustain. Again, the Minotaur with the heals, aside from the Minoans here, of course. But for the sustain heroes, possibly a matter of contention for Team Malaysia. But yep, for both of our teams, probably there's a chance that 1-1 might be open. Remember, there was a time that 1 was open, but it wasn't really picked for that series. You just really have to pick your poison, whether it's gonna be Eve or Farsa. Sometimes there are moments wherein Farsa is a priority pick, really on the pause force or on those burst mages for both Vietnam and Malaysia. But definitely, Teresa could be one for these teams that we are seeing right now.
Interesting fun fact I heard yesterday from one of our Filipino casters, for Auntie Anara. She said, if you stack up the healing of a Rafaela versus a Minotaur, the Minotaur actually heals a lot more. Which is something that we never really think about, because, you know, Minotaur is very difficult usually to use, which is also a reason why it doesn't get used up. So I'm thinking Vietnam can actually pull one off here if they really kind of utilize that roam in terms of engagement and the sustain. Maybe something similar to how the Philippine meta does it. they can definitely pull something off here.
Well, let's see if they're going to stick with the Minotaur cheese pick that they've shown in the group stage, or maybe show something else. We don't really know their hero pools right now for the side of Vietnam. The great part about this one is that it seems like they're the type of team that would use different picks or different, I would say, like different solutions to draft problems that they might see against Malaysia. But for Malaysia, it has been quite obvious to see how strong and how good they are in the macro and micro sense of things, especially against their game, in the game against the Philippines, that they really showed up in the early game.
One thing I've noticed for Malaysia, since you've brought that up, is that I think they're a bit rattled whenever there is a moment wherein the other team is not really trying to go for an initiate or maybe a counter initiate. So they are a bit struggling whether they want to go for those objectives or not. So they just really have to start strong, finish strong, and at the same time counter the possible areas. So one reason as to why there's also struggle for Malaysia is that in terms of minion wave management, we don't really see that, and Philippines is known for that type of a play. So yeah, for Vietnam and Malaysia in this game, I really like that we see all smiles from our players. I mean, it was a long game yesterday, right? And with the smiles, I'm pretty sure that these players have talked about their strategies for today. But yeah, with the Akai, I mean, we've mentioned about the crowd control heroes, but yeah, we've mentioned Estes earlier. So it's going to be banned here for Malaysia, which is actually nice against Tuma. And I have this theory wherein if you are to ban Minotaur and even Estes for a specific team, it means that a possible other hero pool for Tuma could be maybe a Florine, maybe another hero that has a heal.
Yeah, and before we head on deeper into the draft, we have to announce that to our MLBB community, we do have a Diggy global ban until May 16. This measure was implemented to maintain tournament integrity and fairness. Rest assured, all teams have been informed ahead of their respective matches. This has to do with something with the Young Against passive ability. So while we fix that up, May 16, let's wait for Diggy's comeback. Let's go back to the draft here. Looks like Malaysia will be first picking Arlott, something that they haven't done for the entire tournament up until this point. Looks like we're seeing something new from Malaysia, but what will Vietnam respond with? They're still gonna go for that Melissa priority pick plus the Fredrin. How do you guys feel about this?
Actually, for the Melissa pick here for Vietnam, or actually in totality of this tournament, I gotta say that our women teams are just really confident having the Melissa regardless if Eve is open, because most of the time we actually see Melissa not being picked with those heroes opened. By the way, we saw with Fredrin and Melissa for Vietnam, Valentina is open. For Malaysia, could be used by Hani. And by the way, Hani uses both Eve and Farsa, so regardless, whatever hero Vietnam chooses between those two, she could use it well.
Yeah, Eve is just such a strong pick right now. Indonesia destroy teams with that pick, and I think it is a good one to take up here, but the Valentina is going to be the one to be picked up instead. And again, just to answer up these Melissa first picks.
And I like this Valentina pick coming in from Malaysia, mainly because it answers a question that's not even there yet. If Vietnam goes for the Kadita or the Eve in this case, they could still just steal the ultimates away.
Or the Kaja, right?
Or even the Kaja. Yeah. So this pick coming in from Malaysia really is, I feel the first three picks are really nice. They match the Melissa, they match whatever the position for the mid laner is from Vietnam. Now we're heading on to our second banning phase. What could we see in this second banning phase?
Possibly for Vietnam, we might see those tank heroes to be banned for this game. Again, they already have the tempo making with the Eve. Fredrin has a good crowd control, so they might want to minimize possibly a Kufra or even or maybe a Nakai against Team Malaysia. Again, remember, Anatasha uses Martis as well. So instead of limiting, I will correct myself, instead of limiting the tanks, proceed with the junglers, but yeah, it's gonna be Martis for Vietnam.
Aside from that, it's actually very interesting. This Eve pick will limit Malaysia's roam picks, because you don't want to pick up an Atlas straight into an Eve. That's a powerful thing about a pick like the Eve. is you also kind of slow down and you make your opponent think, oh my god, what am I going to pick on the roam that's not going to be punished so hard by this very strong mid lane mage?
Ooh, looks like they're going to take away the Terizla, but to answer that question, I do feel like a Grok could be an option here for the side of Malaysia. Especially, I do think that Malaysia does play that Grok.
Yep.
Going back, I think it was Aria who was actually using that Grok, knew all the flicker plays of the world, and when she felt hot with that Grok, I mean, they went play after play.
Yep, that is indeed true for Arya's hero pool. Possible aside from the Grok could be a Lolita as well, just to counter the Melissa for the side of Team Vietnam. Although it is a bit difficult knowing that there is free green for the team. Now for Vietnam, they've already banned Martis. Could be an Akai for them, and maybe a Lancelot for this game. But yep, it's gonna be a Kufra. So they went for the Kufra. Possible they might change Fredrine's role for this game, since they also use Lancelot for this one. So an XP lane Fredrine could be for Vietnam.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yep, and for Malaysia, they are still lacking on that crowd control. But for the ban, probably an Atlas for this game. Imagine Atlas and even...
Oh, yeah.
I saw that once. Atlas with a
Strong
Fatal
pick.
Links and then use the go away. It's as if you're forcing the go away to really push back the players. But it's gonna be Lolita here for wow, Malaysia. We've mentioned earlier for Malaysia that it was actually the better choice for them, but they will still ban out Lolita for this one, since Vietnam is the first to pick on the second picking pace. So Vietnam right now, Grok possible for them. Grok, yes, Grok.
They could steal away the Grok for Vietnam, but they're going to go for the possible roam Mincetar, but there's still a chance that this could be an XP lane Mincetar. Really depends on what Malaysia would show, because if we look back, the Arlet, it does use a lot of dash, especially on his Vengeance stacks, so this Mincetar really does provide a lot of value. And correct me if I'm wrong, I know you can't press BMI or the Claude dash or the Claude blink if you're inside the King's Calling.
Yep. And with the BMI, I mean, we've discussed that yesterday. Even a sprint could be an option here for the Claude. So in terms of mobility, it is a bit easier for Malaysia to just disengage with the King's Calling. So right now we see for Malaysia that Lancelot and Grok is on their hands, which was actually the better option for Malaysia, since they were the ones that banned out the Kufra and even Martis for this game. So again, for Vietnam, the last pick will dictate the specific role for this Fredrine and even Mincetar, since these are considered to be yet flexible with the current picks that they have.
I was led to the underworld.
Ooh, Franco.
Oh, it's a Franco. Man, those voice lines really catch you by surprise.
True.
That sounded like a different hero.
The custom voice lines for a lot of the newer skins in Mobile Legends are quite confusing. But you know, Franco locked in for the side of Malaysia. This is going to be harder for the, most likely the Lancelot to just go in and out, especially with the Bloody Hunt available. But as we saw the stats yesterday, I think a lot of us here believe that Malaysia will be the ones to take this away from Vietnam. But who knows? Vietnam does have that cheese in them. And if they're able to pull one off against Malaysia, they could rattle all those strategies out and perhaps even take home the bronze medal.
Yeah, honestly, Vietnam picks are really good. I was half expecting the Franco, but it really does make sense alongside the Mincetar. Even in other major leagues, Franco and Mincetar are usually an inseparable duo.
I mean, there was a time wherein we saw Mincetar and Franco yesterday, which was both on the opposite teams. But this time around, they are on the same team. So imagine the possible crowd control and disruption that Vietnam has for this game. So one good counter for Malaysia that was picked by the team is the Grok. So knowing that they have the Grok on this lineup, probably in terms of initiation, she might want to go and be the front liner, right? With the power of nature. But definitely, this is a different rotation for Malaysia. From the previous games, we usually see the XP lane together with the roamer only, not with the pos 4.
And right now we are seeing a XP lane Minsitar, and if we look at the entire composition of Vietnam, it counters a lot of mobility. We have the real-world manipulation from Daisy, the Bloody Hunt, and the Iron Hook from Juma, and also the King's Calling and another hook coming in from Ngokbe. So in terms of minimizing mobility coming in from Malaysia, they do have the kit, but they have to choose their fights because there's not a lot of access to damage up until to the point that Miku does get farmed up.
In this early stage of the game, it seems like the Eve really is making its mark. Hani's so low before these fights are happening. We're not even level 4 yet.
Again, for Vietnam, they are a bit lacking in terms of damage. Definitely with the burst, as much as possible for Daisy, the real-world manipulation has to be on point. At the early game, you will depend your damage on the mage because it is expected for Miku to just really farm on the golden. And with this type of lineup for Vietnam, even Ngoc Bay is using a tank emblem. So there's no really damage for Vietnam at the early game, but in terms of crowd control, definitely Vietnam will be on the lead. But for Malaysia, they could exploit that weakness, or maybe even that strength.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yep, it's a level 4 right now. Everyone is ready to go right now for Malaysia. But of course, the real world is down. Like Chantal mentioned, it should be used perfectly. It was good for the defense, but not enough to take the turtle.
And Malaysia does secure the first turtle of the game. Great macro and micro coming in from Bunny as well, making sure that he is in the center of everything. And that's how you play XP lane right now in the current meta. You kind of want to be in the center of all the skirmishes, all the early team fights, and just go for this orange buff steal. Phantom execution out for Anatasha. It looks like Malaysia is losing more than they wanted to.
That's going to cost Malaysia here. Nice attempt on the steal to me for the orange buff, but they cost them basically a flicker, which might have been used later on for an assassination. Now, Malaysia has to play defensive.
That is 100-second cooldown with the flicker, and that is perfect timing actually for that turtle objective. By the way, for the side of Malaysia, it was K goal lead earlier, but for this one, we've mentioned about flickers. Even the flicker of Tuma has now been used. And going back to the difference in terms of the hair composition of our players, by the way, Arya is really aware with that type of lineup from Vietnam. I mean, it was a wild charge on point earlier prior the turtle take because Vietnam was just forced to really back away before taking the position on that turtle objective.
Yeah, and now we are seeing Vietnam just asking for a bit of space here in the bottom lane. With Malaysia sending 4 people down, Miku does have access to both Inspire and the ultimate, but will it be enough to survive another day?
These are very mobile heroes right now on the bot side of the map, with a Grok close by with a flicker as well. Miku knows this and read the situation carefully, but because of that, Malaysia will get a lot of gold from his outer turret energy shield.
3 plates, and 10 seconds from now, there will be the second turtle of the game. Malaysia has established proper control around this area, and look at that. Miku, very low in HP here, and the Grok will be able to escape, just making sure that this gold laner doesn't get anything from this rotation.
A lot of pressure from Malaysia's side on that gold lane, and with this 1.5k gold lead, most probably this is majority of this is on the hands of Fafao. It is just 4 minutes and 30, but all the outer turret and the shields out of the bottom lane has already been taken by this Claude, and the Claude has the average. So imagine the gold per second that he has against Vietnam right now.
Yeah, that's a nice steal on the purple buff. Area has it.
Oh no.
And again, it's gonna slow down the progression of the jungle here for Vietnam, and that's just proper communication being used by Malaysia on that engage.
There's such an early invade as well coming in from Malaysia. They're already 2.5k gold lead, I think 5 minutes in. Stealing away that purple is crucial against Mia here. They kind of want to make sure that this Fredrin has zero chance of recovery.
Unli hooks here coming in for the Vietnam squad. Definitely worth a shot. Throw all your ultimates. Get some of that gold in your pockets.
This is actually what we have been talking about on Vietnam's hero pool. Yes, they have the control, but at the same time, on that last kill that they had, it took them 3 ultimates from Vietnam side just to secure a kill against Malaysia. So right now for Vietnam, they just have to give space for Miko. Imagine the synchronization of skills if everything is just activated on point with Miko already on the item. But Papo is already at level 7, probably 8. I mean, she's level 8 right now.
Arya.
And Arya with a conceal.
Oh, that's a concealed play. We have a wild charge available. Locks down to Hani. With a real world, will slow him down, but not enough to stop the Vietnam retreat.
Quite unfortunate that that she didn't have the Guardian's barrier. Could have been a confirmed at least 1 flicker or 1 kill if she had the Guardian's barrier inside the real world, but can't ask for everything. That was still such a great engage coming in from Malaysia.
Oh.
They're going to be able to convert not only the orange buff from the side of Vietnam, but also an inner top tier turret.
Scary thing about that, Nokbe could have actually been taken down there. You saw how he was moving.
Yeah, actually, and during those moments, actually Vietnam just wanted to go for the trade, but look at the position of Bonnie. He's just ready to defend the turret at the bottom lane, and Malaysia right now is just taking down turret after turret, and even a turtle against Vietnam. So 4.1k leads, that's really huge for a 7-minute game time.
Oh.
And we've talked about the consistency in the real-world manipulations.
These are very early. Engage is being done inside the jungle of Vietnam right now. Miko, good free hit from the back. Actually whittling down the opposition. And everyone's still alive from Vietnam with 2 going down for Malaysia.
Malaysia overstepped there inside the jungle of Vietnam. They basically disrespected the damage coming in from Miko, and they paid the price.
And that is true. Again, we've mentioned the real-world manipulation earlier that is being utilized by the Valentina, right, of Malaysia. But at that moment, there was no IMU real-world manipulation from Hani. Rather, it was Daisy that went in for that beautiful box against Malaysia. As to why the energy eruption was effective for me. Perfect setup with the cuddles on the map, even as the go away from the side of Team Vietnam. It is just Team Vietnam fully aware of the possibilities whenever there is a team fight, if they are complete. And there's a hook for Chuma.
Oh, Chuma with a beautiful hook on the bunny. Again, knocked up and slowed down, pulled back by the energy eruption means that Bunny will fall.
There's no way you're surviving that. But looks like
a
gonna go in a 3-man wild charge. Gonna go in with a puncture and the Thor Bros. And looks like Malaysia's gonna strike back. Chuma gonna go down in the real world, but Fafao on the back lane will be taking down the Malaysia with a double kill. But Hani will get a triple instead. A wipeout for the side of Malaysia. This could be it.
Just when we thought that Vietnam has the upper hand in terms of crowd control and setting up plays, Arya was aware that the majority of the ultimates of Vietnam wasn't really available during that moment. As why she used again that wild charge in the middle of the second turret, taking or having 3 players. No way.
That was a beautiful hook. 2 times the charm. Actually, no. Twice. The attempt on the escape was slowed down, and Inhibitor even actually lives.
Yep, and that Inhibitor at 1 more shot could have sealed the deal for the side of Malaysia. But Vietnam, I forgot that it was still very early on in the game. The death timers are almost non-existent, so a wipeout wouldn't even mean a GG push at this point. Well, Malaysia does have a 4k gold lead. For the first time in a long while, Vietnam does secure their own purple buff, and here comes another fight.
Beautiful hook, but will be countered immediately by the wild charge. And Ngokbe actually will have the King's Calling down, but looks like it's not going to be a problem here. Too much for the rest of the members of Vietnam to go for the kills. That's a triple.
That was close for the side of Team Vietnam, but it is fully evident that for the team, they already have the damage. All they have to do is just to stick together, be close to each other for every team fight, have Miku do those free hits, and at the same time, activate the King's Calling from Ngoc Bay. Malaysia right now, they just have to be mindful of Fafao's Blazing Duet. Remember, during this moment, Fafa was actually forced to use the Blazing Duet beside Miku, which is the Melissa of the side of Team Malaysia. And during that time, the placement of the Blazing Duet was inside the box as well of Daisy's real-world manipulation, so not really sustainable for a Claude to be up front on those type of scenarios against Vietnam.
And the thing is, both of them really excel in fighting in tight spaces, but looks like this will be the space where they fight on.
That is a lot of people jumping up and down Is it for joy? Actually, no. Malaysia just whittling down the HP of Vietnam, but again, Miku is still alive. Honey's for the chase, and the real world goes down. That's unstoppable for
Bunny for 3 and Anatasha already going for the base here. They could potentially go for the push, but the Lord will probably be safer here. They still only have one inhibitor turret down for the side of Vietnam. In Malaysia, they had a 4.5k gold lead earlier, which was cut down to 3k, but I'm expecting that to return to around 3.5 the moment they get the first Lord of the game.
Yep, probably for the side of Malaysia, because after this Lord as well, the minion wave is going to be there for the team. Now at the same time, they will secure this turret out of bottom lane, even at the top lane, inhibitor turret of Vietnam. Now looking at the item actually for the squad, she already has that Wind of Nature. So we saw the matchup earlier against the Melissa, but right now I believe for Malaysia, what they really want to do is again have that wild charge from Arya, go for the blazing, do it, and at the same time really force Miku to be not part of the team fight. Again, it was a nice setup earlier for Arya, but at the same time Miku went in for the go away, and the rest of the players of Malaysia went inside that dome. And it's as if an added protection against the danger from Malaysia. So it is a difficult thing for Malaysia to penetrate that base or that dome that we've been talking about.
And the Lord will be marching down mid lane. Vietnam, they have to defend against this. And Anatasha in the gang from Malaysia already trying to secure game number 1. The question remains, can they finish it now?
They have to
will
clear.
they go for the inhibitor turrets instead? Looks like the call is to actually go for the inhibitor turrets instead.
Yeah, Lord will fall. For the meantime, Vietnam still quite healthy. Also have a lot of wave clear with Daisy. So Malaysia's gonna have to be creative here with how they take this.
Yep, indeed. Again, with every time that this game...
Oh, the hook goes in! Arya did not expect it! And this is going to be canceled on the Bloody Hug, but will not be enough to save the Grok.
Honey.
And there it goes. These are the squares of destiny. As we do see Honey just going crazy on the Valentina.
It's a 3v3 right now, and Fafao and Hani has to go home for now. I think Anatasha does have the Sky helmet or the Guardian helmet. He could or she could just go and regen inside the jungle of Vietnam, but Malaysia, they're still ahead by almost 5k here. Does get the inhibitor turret up top, and once again, an inhibitor turret down bot will be one shot away from actually dying.
Immense macro and micro skills actually from our post fights for both teams. I mean, Arya waited for that real world manipulation from Daisy before pushing with the wild charge for the Grok, and at the same time for Vietnam, again, it's really about them with the synchronization of skills, the King's Calling, at the same time even that go away from Miku. So right now for Malaysia, they are a bit struggling again with the DPS, having a Melissa on the other team, but definitely even for Fafao with the... Wait.
Yeah, there's going to be an engaged. Shuma actually is having a hard time making a decision there. Beautiful wild charge knocks everybody out. And again, the damage from the backline of Malaysia is just too much for Vietnam to handle. Although we do see Daisy might be surviving. Anatasha has a different mission in mind here on the bot side of the map. Will it be enough? I don't think Daisy's going to make it in time. The minions are ready to go.
Oh no, I think this is it. Anatasha finds the hole in the defense of Vietnam. And Malaysia will be taking game number 1 of this best of 3. Once again, this is a bronze medal match. They are 1 win away from securing a bronze medal for Malaysia.
Honestly, there were so many moments where I thought Vietnam, you know what, this might be it. Especially with Shuma catching Arya in the second to last engage. Those are the keys, right? Don't let the Grok do anything she wants. Just go ahead and make a play of your own. And Vietnam was doing it until a point where, you know what, Malaysia activated something.
Yeah, actually, I thought that for Malaysia and Vietnam, with this game number 1, that it will be extended up until level 4 Lord, because we saw Vietnam that they really try to defend their base, and they're able to with the skill set that they have, with the hero pool that they have. But for Malaysia, we don't really expect a Grok coming out of nowhere with a wild charge. It's as if Vietnam is just mesmerized with the Grok anytime she is a part of the team fight. And for Malaysia, even the timings of the punctures from the Lancelot is just really on point. And Papa was just patient on using the Blazing Duet. Not the usual Claude plays that we see, because most of the time when we see Claude with the Blazing Duet, it is expected to be at the middle lane. But for Fafao, she adjusted her Blazing Duet since there is a go away just to be in front of the players of Vietnam.
It was relatively safe, yeah.
It was relatively safe, and honestly, Malaysia, they knew the risks that they were taking, and as they took those risks, they also took in a lot of objectives, a lot of kills, and a lot of conversions with the stuff that they've already done. It's always just one objective and another objective right after. Malaysia, game number 1 secured. One more win means a bronze medal for their country. But in that game alone, Rockhart, I do think Vietnam did have their chances. Miku on that Melissa definitely was I feel like the only hope for the side of Vietnam at that point in time.
There were a lot of moments where I was surprised that Miko was still alive, right? And I have to agree, Chantel, I see a lot of people who are guilty of just being like hypnotized. When there's a Grok with a wild charge, they don't know what's gonna happen. They don't expect it. So I understand what you're saying there.
Yeah, actually with the Grok, I mean, it is the only option as well. Not the only option, but it was the reason as to why Malaysia was really efficient on setting up plays against Vietnam. I mean, 0.2 of delay or stun against the players of Team Vietnam during that moment. It was as if a majority of the skills of the players of Team Vietnam was just used to have that line of defense against the penetration of the side of Team Malaysia.
You know, if you're Malaysia, you see a lot of people flying in the air. That means your team's in a pretty good spot, right?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of casual viewers are watching the SEA Games right now. They're quite interested to see whether or not the MLBB Women's Division is quite entertaining or something. Like, of course, esports is a spectacle, and I feel like this is the first Women's Division MLBB SEA Games. So you are witnessing history right now. You are watching the stream or the broadcast with us, or even watching live inside Cambodia. And right now, Malaysia is in the cusp of winning their bronze medal if they do secure a sweep against Vietnam. Again, this is a best of 3. Vietnam might just secure game number 2 if they're able to take out a lot of the factors that made Malaysia win in game number 1. And this could be a full-length best of 3, because as far as I looked at the bracket earlier, there has not been a game number 3 the entire day 1.
You know what, with the hero composition as well for both our teams, what if it was a different bench, I believe, for the side of Vietnam? Because for Vietnam, they were able to really extend the game. I mean, they were able to defend their pace as many times as Malaysia wanted to like really destroy their base at the moment. And yes, for the side of Vietnam, they're just really lacking on the artillery burst with the AoE. Imagine you have Valentina that has crowd control as well. So maybe that's a possible adjustment for Vietnam. But definitely, since their performance was like that for game number 1, considering that they're lacking in some of the departments, what if there is a change and we might see a game number 3? But yep.
We might see a lot of adjustments, especially in the way that they play, the way that they build things, but we have to go back in game number 1. This is a very important game in this best of 3. Malaysia securing this victory. Chanel, how did it happen?
Actually, we've been mentioning for the teams right now. We could see the hero that they had for that game number 1. Again, for Malaysia, you have Claude, you have Arlot, and you even have Valentina, even the Croc. I mean, the totality of the lineup here of Malaysia is really on point against Vietnam. Yes, Vietnam has the Mencithar, they also have the Fredrin and even Franco. But again, it is expected that if you have the Franco in your lineup, as much as possible, you want the type of marksman that has the poking ability even on the early game. Having the Franco and Melissa at the gold lane or possible rotation for the team, it means that for Vietnam, they just still have to wait for Miku to be available to have that damage as well against the players of Malaysia during that moment. Now, looking at the overall team statistics on this game, imagine Hani is at 89% with the team fight participation up against Daisy's 92%. But the difference with the hero skill set for both Valentina and even Eve. If you are the Valentina, it is expected for you to really dive in against the players of Vietnam. And when we say dive in, imagine you have Mencithar, you have Fred Green, and you even have Franco in front. And these are melee heroes expected to be in front against Malaysia. So with the consistency of Hani's crowd control skills against the players of Vietnam, it was really difficult, as to why she's also the MVP of this game. 89% kill participation. Talk about cooldown boots for this one, and even the Enchanted Talisman. So these are the usual items that is built for Valentina. Most of the time we see actually Genius Wand right after this Lightning Truncheon. But with the Divine Glaive, Hani is aware that she's on the lead in terms of the levels, and with the passive of Valentina proves that there is huge difference in terms of the possible damage that she can deal against the players of Vietnam. 12-1-5 KDA, and every time there is an initiation from Arya, Hani's just there, and even the IMU, there was a variation. Sometimes it is the King's Calling, sometimes it is Daisy's skill, and sometimes it is the Bloody Hunt. And there are moments wherein, after that dash, she went in for the bushes, as to why it is difficult for the side of Vietnam to really find the spot against Hani. And we can see right now in our highlights for Vietnam, this is time wherein we actually thought, or this is where the moments of glory of a Team Up was really visible on the game. But at the same time, Arya was there for the wall charge again. Imagine this is the moment wherein we saw Fafo again change the trajectory of her blazing duet in front of the players of Vietnam. But at the same time, there were hooks, there were moments of glory for Team Vietnam. It just so happened for the side of Team Malaysia that Han is just all over the place. Even the wild charge and even the box of the placement of the box and even the wild charge was really on point to complement each other. And there was a time wherein Tiuma was just struggling on who she will cast the Bloody Hunt, and even the players of Malaysia just went in for the man-to-man defense, targeting the other players of Vietnam. And this was the perfect call for Malaysia during that moment. There were players from Vietnam that was forced to back away, but at the same time was secured to be killed by the players of Malaysia, and Anastasia went in for the split push.
And I'm glad that you mentioned that the Valentina was all over the place, because we've seen the Valentina with a lot of options as well. If we look back at the draft in game number 1, she had all the options in the world. The King's Calling was a great ability from the Mincetar, you know, limits mobility and all. But the Bloody Hunt is actually insanely good on the Valentina. I feel like that was one of our analysts as well in the Pro League Midnight, who said that taking the Valentina and giving away the Franco is actually a good idea, because you would want that Bloody Hunt part to integrate that inside the combo of the Valentina is insanely good. Not only do you have more damage on your Bloody Hunt, but you also have more mobility than the Franco. If I were Valentina IRL, I'd double dash and bite you down, bro.
That is actually accurate in a lot of scenarios. You know what? You have a double dash, and you also have the Bloody Hunt. Imagine that. You have the double dash, and you have the King's Calling, which is, I think, a big reason why Hani just got so many triple kills in this game as well. It's 12-1 on the Valentina.
And even on the position, actually, I didn't really mention that during the highlights, but there was a time wherein Hani is just waiting for the players of Vietnam to back away, because she's just there. She's as if the guard on the entry point of the possible places of Vietnam during that moment. So she's just there casting again that skill wherein majority of the players of Vietnam are taunted.
Yeah, and now we are about to enter game number 2. I feel like we're not going to take a break anymore for this second game. We're only going to take a break if it does go to game number 3. But right now we are heading straight to game number 2. Vietnam has their final chance to possibly secure a game number 3 and even, let's let's say, a bronze medal if they do secure a Game 3 win. For Malaysia, they are literally one win away from having a medal for their country here. So let's go back to the stadium, live in Cambodia once again. First pick will go to the hands of Vietnam this time around. If you look back, game number 1, Malaysia did have first pick. And historically speaking, there's like a very, very slight increase in win rate in the blue side right now. And it's not because of, I feel like, problems inside the game. It's more so on how the drafting of the coaches work, because for some reason a lot of our professional coaches do follow certain patterns in terms of their drafting.
Now, yesterday there were a lot of moments where I was really questioning the draft, but this time around I think we saw a very concise draft from either of these teams. There was no moment where I was thinking, you know what, maybe that could have been better if X is Y, Y is Z. I think this is definitely a lot more leaning towards what their team knows how to play.
Yep.
Yes.
I love that.
It's really more on the comfort picks, right, for both of our teams. And speaking of comfort, I believe since there is a Valentina user, or we have Valentina users for both of our teams, if they are to open Valentina, why not open both? Because earlier, Eve was open, yes, but the Forza has been banned. So the other team was really forced to pick the Eve. So imagine if, again, we go back to the thought that if you are the Eve, you don't usually want to use that real-world manipulation just to clear the minion wave. As compared to the Farsa, it can be used and even to defend the turrets. So really on the prioritization in terms of the two heroes, because it is the center of the damage here for both of our teams. And we saw that earlier. Yes, there is a real-world manipulation IMU from the other team, but at the same time, she has a lot of other options.
Yeah, and let's see if the Valentina will be open once again on the hands of Hani. She kind of did hard carry Malaysia in game number 1, so I wouldn't really recommend for Vietnam to let that pick slide for game number 2. Maybe just give her something else. Give her the Farsa. At least you know what the Farsa would do time and time again. Land feathered airstrike, maybe fly away right after. But when you're fighting a good Valentina player, it always depends on the scenario. It depends on context. There's so many things to think about. And now we're going to start the draft for game number 2. Once again, Vietnam will be the first pick this time around, but they will be the ones to ban out the 1-1 themselves. And for the side of Malaysia, once again, an Estes ban.
Still the SS ban for Malaysia, particularly for Chuma as a hero. They don't really want those sustained heroes, but this time around, what's really interesting for the side of Vietnam, they are on the blue side, but they are banning out heroes that are expected to be banned on the red side. So basically the same for both of our teams, regardless of the sides in terms of the banning. So it goes to show that for Vietnam and Malaysia, what really matters when they switch sides is the open heroes and the possibility to take an open hero probably on the XP lane. Here, I mean, Glue could be banned for this one, but it's going to be Minotaur again for Malaysia. So basically the same from game number 1, even though Malaysia is now on the red side.
They're really not overthinking this. Right?
Yeah.
I love what Malaysia is doing. You know what? Let's not worry too much about the first pick. Just make sure that they don't get their hands on the Mino and the Estes. We're good, guys.
Yeah, keeping it simple.
Keep it simple, man.
And when we talk about keeping it simple for our casual viewers out here, is Malaysia is actually just targeting unknown strategies for Vietnam. Because we're talking about, if we're talking about meta picks, Estes and Minotaurs are not, all the Minotaurs in the world is not actually a meta pick, or technically not an S tier pickup right now, but it's more so of a specialty coming in from Vietnam. And Malaysia knows this, so they're starting to target a lot of the strategies that Vietnam did prepare for the SEA Games here in Cambodia. Vietnam, on the other hand, are focusing more on generally strong strategies by banning out the heroes, such as the 1-1, the Valentina, and the Glue. But looks like Malaysia will not let the Joy slide, because we all know that Joy is perhaps the single most annoying hero in the game right now.
Oh, basically the same actually for both our teams. The same bans for Malaysia, same bans as well for Vietnam. But the difference here right now is it is going to be Vietnam with the Arlot pick instead of Malaysia.
I like this because the difference maker here might be that Arlot. Because if you were watching last game, it's interesting to note Bunny wasn't the most aggressive Arlot. Bunny was I think her scoreline was 2-3, and she was using the final slash more of the defensive side.
Yeah, more in a counter engage tool.
So maybe on the hands of a team like Vietnam, maybe it'll get different results.
I do have like a slight issue with this Arlet pick from the last time that Vietnam used this.
Yeah.
Vietnam ran a very soft Arlot build with a Killing Spree and the Petrify, in which case, not really the recommended build right now for Arlet.
I think I was with you that time when
Yes,
you
it was me,
casted
you,
that.
and Wolf.
Yep, during that moment. And for Vietnam, they could change that. Again, they have Melissa on the other team, and even Eve. Imagine imagine that you are the Arlot, and you will dive in against Melissa and Eve on the Killing Spree. So, Tank Emblem could be an option here for Arlots or Vietnam's Arlot. But this time around, the early pick with Lolita, it was banned earlier on the other game number 1. So a better option. So instead of opening a Valentina, by the way, it is the classic Farsa and Eve matchup on the middle lane. So in terms of rage and even a clearing of minion wave, definitely it's going to be Farsa. Early rotation as well with the Wings by Wings. Now for Malaysia, Terizla is open. Could be an option for them. Although in terms of mobility against Arlot, it's going to be an issue. But the clearing of minion wave, definitely not. With the second skill or execution strike of this Terizla and even the passive as well. So Malaysia could also pick Martis as early as now. But yep, it's going to be Kufra, which was banned, by the way, on game number 1.
Yeah, first of all, I love that Vietnam's also just keeping it short and simple. It's the bulwark for the block, and of course, the nightmare of every Melissa player, a Farsa with a feathered airstrike.
The only missing piece here is the Lapu Lapu inside the XP lane, but they already have the Arlet anyway. Everything to just counter the Melissa, and right now they don't have the, I think, the slot to pick the Lapu Lapu for the side of Vietnam, since they do already have that Arlet, unless they're gonna flex that Arlet pick inside the jungle, in which case another not so recommended build on the Arlet. There's a very singular pattern on how to play Arlet right now. It's usually just the tenacity or unbending will that allows you to survive longer in fights, allow you to just go in and out with your vengeance dashes, and we have not seen that from Vietnam yet, because the last time that we did see that Arlet for Vietnam, they ran the Petrify and Killing Spree combo, which means that this Arlet was technically a glass cannon fighter, in which case, no longer fighter. The final bans for Malaysia, let's see what they have in store.
Actually, for the bans of Malaysia, they could go for a carry ban against, against Vietnam on this. Probably, one of the marksman could be Moskov as well. Moskov and Melissa, right? Why do we have to go to carry if you have a Moskov? But it's gonna be carry for you choose either carry or Moskov. But for the carry ban here of Malaysia, most likely they will go for the Fredrin pick as well. But the Mortis is gonna be banned by Vietnam. So Mortis is banned, Lancelot is banned. Perfect for Akai and even Fredrin, since Kari has been banned. So for Vietnam, they can go for the Beatrix and even Moskov for a nice matchup on the goal lane, having Lolita as a +5. So yeah, it's gonna be a Fredrin.
Fredrin's second rotation?
That's
Imagine.
a powerful fourth pick here for Malaysia for sure, considering how much control they will have in the big team fights. Almost all of their picks have area control.
Whoa.
This is the Barretts?
I like this. I
And
like this.
Irritel, whoa!
Yo, we've been at Wolf and I, or actually all three of us, were talking about it yesterday. The Irritel is actually a good pick against both the Melissa and the Eve. You could just jump towards the real world manipulation, just burst down the Eve while trying to just kite around. Again, the Irithel does have this mechanic where you could walk while shooting down people. What a mechanic.
This is a nice pick actually for Vietnam. Yes, it's really on the movement speed that could be an upper hand for Team Vietnam. But with the last pick of Malaysia, it's Yu Zhong. I mean, it a bit countered the Irithel is, but for this pickings of Malaysia, they have those heroes on the zoning. Again, heavily relying on the damage of Melissa in terms of late game. Definitely on the tempos with this Fredrine, Yuzhong, and even Eve. But for the side of Vietnam, they could change things up as long as they go for the double laning on the Irithel as much as possible. And as early as they could bring in Irithel on the team fights, it could be effective for them.
It's very cool because Malaysia's doubling down on what they think is their key to victory, which is to just disrupt the flow of Vietnam here. Vietnam has a lot of heroes that kind of rely on a good flow for them to be effective, and I really like that at least this time around Vietnam looks like they drafted a team fight. Oh, sorry, they drafted a team composition that can really win team fights.
Let's see if they could secure those team fights. It's going to be incredibly important for Vietnam to secure an early game lead here. Eventually snowball possibly with an Arlet. Really depends on how they're going to play this. But once again, they are going to go with a very unorthodox way to play this Arlet. Even, I would say that this is even more ballsy since it's high and dry and not even killing spree. 0 sustain on this Arlet.
Speaking of Arlet, by the way, take note that the Petrify has been used already.
Oh, wow.
As early as now. So talk about aggression again. That is high and dry. But this is indeed unorthodox for Vietnam. Definitely Arlet is going to be having a hard time up against Aratasha and even against Fao Fao. I mean, you want to be really on point on using that final slash as much as possible with the Petrify as well. But for Vietnam, with the Farsa on the Purify, still nice. Again, they have a Kufra against the other team.
Yeah, with that Purify, actually that just signals that they will play passively until a time where Chuma will have a secured engage as well as obviously the me, right? So we're going to have to wait and see who reaches level 4 first. And of course, 20 seconds to the next turtle. It's looking like Vietnam will have a bit more of a better entry.
Yeah, Vietnam does have the access to just, I feel like a front row access, actually. They're not going to dive to the back line. They have stuns, they have range with the Farsa as well. And Me does have the tankiness to just survive in the front lines. They don't have to dive way back. They could just survive in the front and go to the back. Malaysia, on the other hand, they have no option but to just find Miko immediately. Again, with Hani on this real world manipulation as well. Turtle will be started by Vietnam, but looks like Malaysia, they're 4-man strong here.
Yeah, the past few trades have been very bad for Vietnam, and Malaysia's going in for the engage. Natasha securing that turtle is massive, and now Malaysia with upper hand here in the engage. Chuma falls as well, but look at that. Ngokbe is still alive, but only for a second.
We saw the damage from Ngokbe during that moment, but again, in terms of sustainability, it's a bit difficult if she is up against 3 players of Malaysia. It all started for Malaysia with a nice Tyrant's revenge and a setup from Arya. It is a 1-0 to KDA, by the way. Flicker was used, yes, but it was really on point because the cast of the ultimate, we will see that on the highlights, is basically the same with the Numinum Blast. So the moment the Numinum Blast of Tuma was casted, Arya was already able to zone out and even set up against Vietnam. So there is a bit of a gap on those ultimates, but yeah, it matters the most.
Yeah, and now Malaysia does hold a 1.3k gold lead against Vietnam. The same pattern that we saw in game number 1, where Malaysia does have great early rotations that allow them to snowball. It's going to be up to Vietnam to slow this down or potentially even make it more of an objective war rather than an all-out war of team fights.
But I think the biggest thing in that last one was how fast Ngokbe died. Even after a good engage,
Just like that.
right?
Just like that. Just when we were talking about it.
And I think they're just not stopping here anytime soon. Malaysia not waiting for the analysis. Going straight up instead of going back. That is the right play. Natasha did it. And that's going to cost me her life with Bunny on the back. That looks like a clean one.
You know, that could have been a wipeout. The death timers for Ngokbe just came up when the 4 people died, but that's an unofficial wipeout for the side of Vietnam. Malaysia making sure that their early game, again, this shouldn't even happen. You have Fafao running the Melissa, and it takes a while before the Melissa goes online. But looks like Malaysia does have all of their checks basically signed and ready. It's all cashed out, and it's 3K for Malaysia.
So we're suffering the difficulties, right, of having a glass cannon
Yep.
as an Arlot.
Very evident, and at the same time, look at that, with the Cha essence of Bunny, it's as if Ngokbe has to wait again for the regeneration, and I mean, for their Barats as much as possible, you want that added sustain at the front lane, but with this high and dry with this Arlot, it's difficult though, top lane.
At the very least, Fao is going to be taken out here for Vietnam. But for the meantime, Miku will also suffer the same fate.
Gold lane for gold lane. I guess that's still good for Vietnam, mainly because you did shut down Fafao, who still doesn't have a kill in this game, but a very high assist rate, especially for a gold lane. Usually you want to feed the kills to your gold lane, not give assists, but you know, you take what you
Anyway, yeah. Anyway, I'll take it. I mean, for Malaysia right now, specifically for Fafao, she's just there for the backup, and at the same time, Malaysia is there to execute whenever there are players from Vietnam that will overdive against them. Now again, for Malaysia, they are fully aware that they could easily burst down Ngokbe, as to why they are not really threatened with the presence of Arlot whenever there is a team fight, and Miku is just always the target.
All right, Miku spots it out, able to dash on or walk on out to safety. And that's going to be basically Arya just, you know, flexing. You think I have a flicker? I don't really have a flicker. I'm kidding.
that actually would scare gold laners, you know, like just like that.
Just like that. That time you didn't really need that flicker, and Malaysia came out on top with those trades.
Just when we thought that Malaysia will back away after that supposedly initiation at the top lane, they went in for another one after destroying the turret at the top lane. This is a 3.2k gold lead for Malaysia, and what's really good about the team is after they take another kill against Vietnam, they go in for an objective. So they are prepared for literally minimizing the resources of Vietnam.
Again, trying to slow down the gold resource gain of Vietnam is Bunny on that dragon. Obviously, they're going to slow it down just a little bit. But again, they could threaten the kill here if they wanted to.
And this Melissa already hurts with the DHS locked in as well. That's a 2-item power spike for the side of Malaysia's gold laner. And another turtle will go down to the hands of Malaysia. Vietnam, they have to slow things down. They have to find their own opportunities. They do have the tools, but I'm honestly surprised that they haven't pulled the trigger just yet.
Yep, but they have the burst with the Parsa. And with the mention of the Demon Hunter sword, you have Barretts. For Vietnam, they have the Barretts, yes, but the Barretts is down 1-1 with this one, and with the Barretts that is expected to continuously farm. With those, it is not expected to be that sustainable. That tanky, and that is one of the main reasons as to why Vietnam is a bit struggling on countering Malaysia every now and then, because even me is
look at that, Natasha again, no problem whatsoever, even though it looked like a failed exchange or an engage. There's the rest of the Malaysian squad to back her up, and here he goes, Ngokbe trying his best to disrupt the back line. But looks like it will be alive just for a few short moments before he got taken out as well. Daisy all alone.
4 people out for Vietnam. Once again, Malaysia finds the perfect engage, or a perfect counter engage in this time around. A lot of sustain, a lot of tankiness, and I'm loving the support Melissa gameplay. 0, 1, and 8 on Fafao.
That is true.
You really want to see more kills.
Just
one more kill. Give it to the marksman? No. Malaysia takes what they can, and they're taking a lot from Vietnam.
And we can see on this instant replay, again, we've mentioned for me that in terms of the delay, in terms of the jungling, it really hurts for her with the difference in terms of the gold with Fafao and even against Natasha. on this one. So every hit from the Melissa is not really sustainable for a supposedly tanky Barrett's.
Yeah.
Again, another set.
Oh boy. Chuma again will have to flicker out. Again, using all of these battle spells just for safety. Just trying to prolong the game, maybe, until the time where Ngokbe or Miku can push back.
And this starts to be a problem for Vietnam because your main tank, in this case Chuma, only would want to check bushes, but it has to commit the flicker for safety. And usually, you do reserve that role for the position 5, this case Chuma, to check bushes and all, but looks like another engagement.
Oh, what a beautiful play from Arya. You could have slowed that down and that could have happened for eternity. Under the turret, they go. Malaysia take the mid.
All of those setup plays from Arya is really on point ever since we started this game. And with the mentioning of Chuma's possibly counter initiation with the Numinum Blast, again, we have to remind that for me, the sustain isn't there. And for Alolita, you expect someone to be in front just to be able to cast or land that Numinum Blast perfectly for the counter initiation. But yes, for Malaysia, they are fully aware of that. Arya casts again.
Again, me just going down without a fight, not even able to use her ultimate.
That is so sad for Vietnam. Two of their main tanks, Me and Chuma, just melting down under Malaysia's pressure. And there will be a Lord down bottom lane and a big wave in mid lane. This could be a big push for the side of Malaysia. Feathered Airstrike committed here to defend the mid lane. The blessing pops down bottom lane. It looks like it's not going to be enough to stop that push.
Oh, there it is. The extended Tyrant's Rage not going to be hitting their marks. Is this a chance for Miku to push back? And that might be a problem because Anastasia just doing a good job of zoning everyone out. Although Foul Foul does go down.
Oh no, look at that. Ultimate coming in from Barrett's. Anastasia spits him back to the marksman and it helps him out instead. Quite unfortunate for the side of Vietnam, but Malaysia is not going to stop the push just now. They're going to back off after the Feathered Airstrike is committed for the side of Vietnam. But look at Ngokbe looking for a kill. No damage on Aria whatsoever. Malaysia still ahead by 8K.
Although that was a nice defense, by the way, for Ngokbe during that moment. She was able to secure a kill against Fafao. So Fafao was already low on life during that time. But with Ngokbe's final slash to single out this Melissa, it was difficult for Malaysia to finish off the game. But yes, with the 8.6k goal lead for Malaysia and even the difference, the level gap. So it is fully evident on that last team fight that in terms of the damage per second, Malaysia is really on the lead. But for Vietnam, they have the kit. They have those damages.
There are ways for them to go in, but that is not one of them. Ngokbe again just going down without a fight as well as me here, which means it's a 3-man squad defense for Vietnam.
5 people pushing for the side of Malaysia. Will they be able to secure the bronze medal in this moment alone? There's only one siege minion up top side, but a massive wave down bottom lane. They could possibly finish it now.
I'm still definitely in the favor of Vietnam, at least for the next few minutes.
Yep, they could still actually defend their base. They have JC, they have the Forza. We already see the damage possibly from Ngokbe. Yes, not sustainable, but the damage is there for the Assassin Emblem. For Malaysia right now, they will secure the Lord. Possible minion wave management, a nice item by the way for Fafa with the rose gold meter, since she is the target of Daisy, and then we see Ngokbe dive in. So the combo of Daisy and Ngokbe is the finisher against the Fafa. So with the rose gold meter, there is an assurance that she will be able to survive at least as much as possible 2 of the feathered airstrike hits from this Farsa. So with the item as well, possibly for Anastasia, that is going to be an immortality. But speaking of immortality, Arya already has that. So we will be able to see that flicker setup again from this Kufra.
Now it's going to be the possible last push here for Malaysia, if they can manage the minion wave clear. Vietnam, there he goes. Arya with the perfect execution inside the base. And looks like Tower Lock is the call. Malaysia with a bronze medal.
Massive win for the Malaysians here, sweeping Vietnam in the bronze medal match, securing the bronze medal for themselves and for their country. And look at how happy Malaysia is. For Vietnam still, GG well played for reaching the semi-final, actually the bronze match. They've already survived a lot throughout the group stage, and now still representing their country, Vietnam, but Malaysia will be the ones going up to the podium finish, sharing the stage with Philippines and Indonesia, who are about to fight later on for that gold medal.
What a dominating win from Malaysia. I mean, every initiation is on point. Even on that last team fight, we saw that the jump from the Kufra, and there was a dragon in an instant just to finish off the play. And yup, it is just the synchronization of skills for Malaysia during that moment, even the placing of their skills. And man, Malaysia did an excellent job securing that bronze medal.
Man, I just have to say that Aria definitely played really well in this game number 2. A lot of her engages gave Vietnam the upper hand. I mean, the Malaysia the upper hand against Vietnam. And I think the flicker ultis or with the Grok, with the Kufra, if there's like a series MVP, gotta give it to the roamer.
Yep, Arya did, I mean, for the other team, for Team Vietnam, majority of their movements was really restricted. There is a Kufra that is really on point on landing those skills. And at the same time, knowing that there is the type of Kufra, it's as if you will always have to think that, should I stay here on this place or not, since there is a Kufra, right?
Yeah, and all of that, obviously, by Arya, definitely an MVP-worthy performance, just resulted in a relatively smooth gameplay for Malaysia for the last game. It looked like they could do no wrong, even if there was like small moments where Arya might have looked like she might have committed a mistake. It looked clean still, because the follow-up was just massive and beautiful from the teammates.
Malaysia definitely had a lot of team play, a lot of, I would say, great macro rotations as well, paired up with micro decisions with the flickers, and of course when to back off or when to go all in. Those are things that happen real time for these athletes that we watched tonight, or today rather. We are looking at Vietnam and Malaysia, and their matches just ended. This was a best of 3 matchup that didn't go all the way. For I think the entire bracket now, we are yet to see a series that went all the way to 3 games, and our last series is actually an ensured 3 games because it's a best of 5.
Yep, and speaking of longer games for the next series that we have, the grand finals match, this is the longest game so far. That was the longest game rather so far in the totality of this tournament. 19 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, between the Philippines and Indonesia. So really looking forward for that. But yep, for this game, I kind of feel like game 1 was a better, I mean, yep, in terms of the micro and macro skills of our players as compared to game 2.
For sure, it looked like a closer game, right? So I have to commend Vietnam. They put up a good fight there as well.
Yeah, Vietnam definitely showed up in this series, but again, congratulations to Malaysia for securing the bronze medal for their country. But let's go back to what happened in game number 2. Chanel, how did Malaysia secure this victory?
Again, looking at the hero composition of our team, specifically for Vietnam, prior to the draft, Umi actually mentioned that there is a possibility for the Arlot using that assassin emblem, and Vietnam did. So this is a huge factor for Vietnam, having a disadvantage on setting up plays against Malaysia with the usage of this emblem. There is a sustain for the Yushong on the skill set, I mean the passive on the Cha Essence, and at the same time for the Arlot, there is a nice initiation for them, but at the same time, during those moments of initiation, 3 players of Vietnam is already down, so she's not really able to sustain that type of a play, and you go for the assassin emblem, and at the same time, you go for the defensive item. So somewhere in between doesn't really pay off for the Arlot, but yep, for Malaysia, It was a clean performance for Hani, and at the same time, all the other players of Malaysia continues rotation. Even Arya was really on point. So we could see here on the overall team statistics, 83% for Hani and even Arya with 70%. So there are moments wherein there are surprise plays from Arya, and to secure those kills, Hani is there to slow down the players that is on the range of the bouncing ball, and we have other players from Malaysia as well to finish off the play. We will see that later on the highlights. I believe that was 3 kills straight at the early part of the game, having Bunny to be part of that team fight as well, forcing out the players of Vietnam to be delayed on the jungling. Again, total assists for Arya, the forgotten one for this game, is 13 total assists for the Kufra. And with this Kufra, even Barats had a difficult time facing and be in front of Vietnam's fortress, or trying to go up against Malaysia on those initiations. Again, Malaysia right now, or Malaysia on that game with Fafao as well at the back lane with the perfect positioning, triangular formation, if we might say, for the team. With the go away as well, there is an added protection for this Melissa, as to why even Tuma had a hard time to use that bulwark shield just to counter those damages from Fafao. And since we've mentioned the Lolita here for Team Vietnam, there was a time wherein Tuma was really just not able to give vision for the team, because again, Lolita, as much as possible, should be at the back in terms of initiation. But again, Hani is still our MVP on this game number 2 with an 8-0-11 KDA kill participation of 83%. Not the usual build that we see this time for the Eve. Usually we see the brute force breastplate, but why not? I mean, you are in the lead in terms of the gold, so why not go for the damage items, the Ice Queen wand, even the glowing wand, and Divine Glaive. So with the Enchanted Talisman, it is a lot easier for Honey to really spam those Void Crystals against the players of Team Vietnam. And for every Void Crystal that she casts against the players of Vietnam, there is always the backup damage from the players of Malaysia. Again, if I were to choose personally who the MVP is, it is Arya. I mean, the connection between those two players, regardless, it is a collective team effort for the rest of the players of Malaysia. Going back to those initiations, even the real-world manipulations, the Tyrant's revenge from the Kufra and the rest of the players of Malaysia was really on point. It's as if they know how to do that checkmate play against Team Vietnam, as to why even me wasn't really able to be in front of the players of Malaysia. So with with the performance of Hani, again, this is a performance wherein they were able to prove that today, or on this match, they are the better team against Team Vietnam. So for Team Vietnam, there were moments of glory. We will see that on the highlights, but we can conclude that for Vietnam, during that game, they're just really lacking in terms of sustain. I mean, this is a 2-minute game for this one, and with the turtle secure here, this was the perfect, the first actually setup from Arya on that time. And during that time, Ngoc Bay was the only player left, but no enough damage from the side of Vietnam.
Yeah. And wow, looking back at these highlights, you would really see that there are like windows for Vietnam to turn this around. But sadly, Malaysia saw them first and denied Vietnam of those opportunities. And look at this, that was such a good dive. That could have been, let's say, the turning point for the gold laner of Vietnam. But then again, Malaysia knew that their gold laner was in trouble, and they immediately responded to her aid. And overall, it's just great communication skills coming in from Malaysia.
And again, performances like these don't reflect on the stats, which is probably a reason why she wasn't MVP. But Arya, man, You can see the effort that Arya really is putting to make sure that these targets are within range of both Fao Fao and Hani, which definitely resulted in a very good scoreline for the mid laner of Malaysia.
And with this game number 2 win for the side of Malaysia, again, they secure a bronze medal. And it's quite interesting to point out that despite like unorthodox like picks such as the Arlet that's built this way, maybe it's one of the, I would say, a comfort pick on the side of Ngokbe, where she actually likes more damage or even the access on the Petrify as well. I mean, that's one way to play Arlet, but I do think that this could have been a different story if she adjusted the way that she played for Vietnam. But we're not saying this to put them down. We're saying this as more so as constructive criticism in a way that these players already have the talent inside of them. If they fix a few systems or a few options that they use in-game, that could mean more wins for their country in the future. But for now, Malaysia has secured their bronze medal after that best of 3, and for Vietnam, they could try again in the future.
You know what, for Vietnam, even with those possible miscommunication plays against Malaysia, what really matters is that at the end of the day, they could improve everything that they knew for this match, and yeah, still a nice play for them.
Next match is going to be Indonesia versus Philippines. This is the grand finals of the 32nd SEA Games MLBB Women's Division. These teams has already seen each other during the group stage. Indonesia already took a game away from the Philippines, but this is a reset of sorts, a best of 5. Whoever gets the win gets the gold.
And I cannot wait. To be honest, once more, we are going to be in the fold between these two major MLBB powerhouses.
Yeah, and now we are about to actually go to a short break. Once again, we have been your casters for this best of 3 bronze match. My name is Zumi. With me is Rockhart and Chanel. We're going to go to a short break.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G well played. North America has
come. Welcome to Mobile Legends. Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. Hashtag See the World. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there and see the world.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Finally!
Navaria, happy 16th birthday!
Mother?
Ooh, star glimmers! Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas!
What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Navaria! Mother! Hold on! Don't let go! Break the shackles! Mother! Break the shackles!
16th birthday!
Finally! That dream again.
What's on your mind?
Mother? Was that really just another dream?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Destiny. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. Finally, almost done.
Happy birthday, Novaria!
Mother? I will definitely rewrite what's written in the Star Atlas.
But why? No, I did everything right. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, Mother! Hold on! I can unlock the secrets. If I can unlock the secrets.
Happy birthday, Novaria!
Mother? If our destiny was already written in the stars beyond our reach, why am I burdened with all this?
Why? Why can't I change anything? Can't
Anything.
Happy birthday, Navaria. Our destiny was written in the stars beyond our reach. Something always finds a way to shine in the darkness. Destiny is in our hands.
Destiny is in our hands.
The Turkish delight, they're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played! North America has come!
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Finally!
Navaria, happy 16th birthday!
Mother?
Oh, star glimmers! Even in darkness, they shine.
The Atlas! What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Navaria! Your mother! Hold on! Don't let it go! Break the shackles! Mother! Mother! Break the shackles! Happy 16th birthday! Finally! That dream again. What's on your mind? Mother? Was that really just another dream?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Destiny. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. Finally, almost done.
Happy birthday, Novaria.
Mother? I will definitely rewrite what's written in the Star Atlas.
But why? No, I did everything right. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, Mother! Hold on! I can unlock the secrets. If I can unlock the secrets.
Happy birthday, Novaria.
Mother? If our destiny was already written in the stars beyond our reach, why am I burdened with all this?
Why? Why can't I change anything? Can't change
Anything.
Happy birthday, Navaria. Our destiny was written in the stars beyond our reach. Something always finds a way to shine in the darkness. Destiny is in our hands.
Destiny is in our hands.
They're here making another statement. They deserve this celebration. 3G, well played! North America has come!
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Starting off 2023 with a huge bang. The M4 World Championship by Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports achieved one of the highest peak concurrent viewerships of 4.2 millions, setting the tone for the year. And with the MPL seasons and official tournaments going underway in their respective regions, we know that fans across the globe wanted more. Taking place in Phnom Penh, the vibrant capital city of lovely Cambodia, for the first time in MSC history, this year's cup will include non-C representatives. And why do this and include international teams? The objective is simple: to improve MLBB esports level and ecosystem, evolving an established regional brand into an international championship, one without borders. MSC 2023 is a testament to the increasing demand and support from fans across the world. #SeeTheWorld. We will work hard to elevate the tournament level and increase our esport competitiveness. With that, do look forward to witnessing world-class MLBB esports in Phnom Penh this June. See you there, and see the world.
Every day, I have this reoccurring dream. A dream that has repeated countless times. A dream about destiny.
What's on your mind?
Mother, why must we build the Star Atlas?
We've been mapping the stars to reclaim our destiny.
Our destiny?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Finally!
Navaria, happy 16th birthday!
Mother?
Ooh, star glimmers! Even in darkness, they shine. The Atlas!
What's happening? It's pulling everything into it! Navaria! Mother! Hold on! Don't let go! Break the shackles! Mother! Mother! Break the shackles!
Happy 16th birthday!
Finally! That dream again.
What's on your mind?
Mother? Was that really just another dream?
If we can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles of destiny.
Destiny. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. If I can unlock the secrets, we can break the shackles. Finally, almost done.
Happy birthday, Novaria!
Mother? I will definitely rewrite what's written in the Star Atlas.
But why?
If our destiny was already written in the stars beyond our reach, why am I burdened with all this?
Why? Why can't I change anything? Can't change anything. Happy birthday, Navaria. Our destiny was written in the stars beyond our reach. Something always finds a way to shine in the darkness. Destiny is in our hands.
Destiny is in our hands.
ចាអបអរសាទរទៅដល់ប្រទេសម៉ាឡេស៊ី
Big congratulations to Malaysia
ចាដែលគាត់បានឈ្នះជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់យើងចាវិញ្ញាសា Mobile Legends Bang Bang កីឡាការិនីផងដែរចាយើងបានដល់ឃើញជាមួយនឹងចាមេដាយសម្រិតរបស់យើងគឺចំណុចថ្នាក់លេខ3
លេខ4គឺប្រទេសវៀតណាមហើយលេខ3នេះគឺបានទៅលើប្រទេសម៉ាឡេស៊ីចានេះគឺជាទឹកដៃដែលម៉ាឡេស៊ីបានលេងកាលពីអបាញ់បាញ់
ចាបងនិយាយទៅឃើញថាជាមួយនឹងទឹកដៃរបស់គាត់ដូចដែលបាននិយាយចឹងស្អាតឆ្លាតហើយលេងខ្លាំងទៀត
បាទរហ័សរហួនតែម្ដងនិយាយទៅលេង Mobile Legends ហ្នឹងគឺសំខាន់រហ័សរហួនហើយនឹងភាពវៃឆ្លាតនៅក្នុងការប្រើប្រាស់ technique ជាច្រើននៅក្នុងការលេងមិនមែនគ្រាន់តែចេះលេងឈ្នះទេបាទ
ព្រោះធម្មតាយើងត្រូវការ communicate គ្នាបានល្អដែរបើមិនចឹងទេគឺយើងពិបាកនៅក្នុងការលេងហើយពួកគាត់ក៏សុទ្ធតែធ្វើការ train យូរមកមែនតើអ្នកលេងអ្នកជាបើយើងនិយាយ professional player ហ្មងណាគឺគាត់តែមានជាមួយនឹងការ train រាប់ម៉ោងជារៀងរាល់ថ្ងៃទេបងចាមានតាំងខូចទៀត
គាត់មិនអាចតំណាងប្រទេសរបស់គាត់មកឈរជើងនៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជានៅក្នុងព្រឹត្តិការណ៍មួយដ៏អស្ចារ្យមួយនេះបានទេបាទ
ចាបងអូខេអញ្ចឹងបន្តិចទៀតក៏យើងមានជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតរបស់ចាប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីដែលត្រូវប៉ះជាមួយនឹងហ្វីលីពីនដើម្បីដណ្ដើមជាមួយនឹងមេដាយមាសផងដែរ
អញ្ចឹងឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីជាមួយហ្វីលីពីនសិតតែជាប្រទេសខ្លាំងបើសំបីខ្លាំងទាំងសងខាងតែម្ដងឥឡូវថ្ងៃនេះគឺប៉ះជាមួយគ្នាតែម្ដងអញ្ចឹងយើងនឹងចង់ដឹងថាតើប្រទេសទាំងពីរហ្នឹងតើប្រទេសមួយណានឹងទទួលបានមេដាយមាសជាជើងឯកនៅក្នុងការប្រកួត Mobile Legends Bang Bang ខាងកីឡាការិនីនេះតែម្ដង
បាទនិយាយទៅយើងធ្វើការស្វែងរកតាំងពីម្សិលមិញរហូតដល់ថ្ងៃនេះយើងក៏បានរកឃើញជាមួយនឹងជើងខ្លាំងទាំងពីរប្រទេសចាដូចបើយើងនិយាយចំហ្មងថាសម្រាប់ប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីក៏ដូចជាហ្វីលីពីនគឺសុទ្ធតែជាប្រទេសមួយដែលគាត់រីកដុះដាលមែនទែនទៅលើវិស័យចាកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកតែម្ដង
ប្រទេសដែលមានសក្តានុពលនៅខាងផ្នែកមិនមែនតែកីឡាតែមួយប្រភេទទេស្ទើរតែគ្រប់កីឡាទាំងអស់យើងឃើញថាប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីប្រទេសម៉ាឡេប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីនគឺដណ្ដើមគ្នាប្រកិតគ្នាមែនទែនបើស្អីយើងមើលតារាងដែលចេញមកពីខាងក្រសួងអប់រំយុវជននិងកីឡា
ចាបង
គឺប្រកិតគ្នាខ្លាំងមែនទែនបាទ
ចាអូខេអញ្ចឹងអ្នកនរគ្នាក៏ជាទៅរំចាំជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតដែលដណ្ដើមជាមួយនឹងមេដាយមាសផងដែរអញ្ចឹងយើងក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ចាប្រទេសដើម្បីធ្វើការប្រកួតតែម្ដងសូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ី
Please welcome Indonesiaបាទឃើញថា fan ច្រើនមែនតើមកពីខាងឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីសិតតែជា fan ហើយជឿថាកម្ពុជារបស់យើងក៏ចូលចិត្តទឹកដៃរបស់ប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីដូចគ្នាផងដែរ
ពួកគាត់សុទ្ធតែជាជើងឯកចាអត់និយាយបានថាបើនិយាយពីពៀនពីស្រុកគាត់វិញគឺគាត់ទទួលបានច្រើនខ្លាំងមែនតើ
បាទ
ហើយគាត់ក៏សុទ្ធតែជា idol ខ្ញុំដែរ
អ្នកលេងដូចគ្នាអញ្ចឹងមាន idol នៅក្នុងចិត្តដូចគ្នាOkay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Indonesia.
ចាអញ្ចឹងយើងបានឃើញជាមួយនឹងចារូបសម្រស់របស់ប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីរួចហើយយើងឃើញថាពួកគាត់ពិតជាស្អាតខ្លាំងមែនតើចាអញ្ចឹងយើងក៏អត់ទេឥឡូវនេះយើងក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ប្រទេសដើម្បីធ្វើការប្រកួតដូចនេះផងដែរសូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីន
Please welcome Philippinesទៅ fan របស់ Philippines
សំហមួយមកប្រទេសទាំងពីរគឺសុទ្ធតែជាប្រទេសដែលខ្លាំងជាមួយនឹងកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកណាបងតែការព្យាយាមប្រកួតដើម្បីធ្វើការដណ្ដើមជាមួយនឹងជើងឯកក៏ដូចជាមេដាយចាស់ជាច្រើនខ្លាំងមែនតើ
បាទទង់ជាតិរបស់គាត់បានលាតសន្ធឹងបាទបង្ហាញឲ្យឃើញថាភាពជឿជាក់នៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះMabuhay Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause to Philippines.
ចាអញ្ចឹងយើងបានឃើញជាមួយនឹងរូបសម្រស់របស់ពួកគាត់ដូចគ្នាផងដែរចាអញ្ចឹងយើងនឹងសង្ឃឹមថាអ្នកដែលគាត់កំពុងតែទស្សនាការ live កុំភ្លេចធ្វើការ share comment និងលើកទឹកចិត្តទៅដល់ idol របស់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាផងដែរចាអញ្ចឹងមុននឹងយើងឈានទៅដល់ការប្រកួតក៏សូមឲ្យចាកីឡាការិនីរបស់យើងធ្វើការចាប់ដៃគ្នាចាសូមក្រុមជើង
Okay Okay, before the competitions, both teams please have a fist bump.
សុំហើយខ្លាំងៗវិញមក
Ôi, bấtជាស្រាវជំនួសពិតជារំជួលរំជើងរំជួលជំនួសហ្មង
និយាយតែគឺសប្បាយចិត្តមែនតើគាត់មានទាំងអ្នកដែលគាត់គ្រប់គ្រងគឺគាត់ទស្សនានៅនឹងហ្មងចាអញ្ចឹងយើងក៏សូមធ្វើការជួបជាមួយនឹងខូចទាំងពីររបស់យើងដូចគ្នាផងដែរសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញ
Please welcome the coach from both country. Please. បាទសូមអបអរសាទរដល់ខូចរបស់គាត់ទាំងពីរនាក់ផងដែរបាទមួយជានារីមួយជាបុរសបាទ
ចាអញ្ចឹងពួកគាត់កំពុងតែធ្វើការត្រៀមខ្លួនចូលទៅកាន់ការប្រកួតរបស់យើងដែលដណ្ដើមជាមួយនឹងមេដាយមាសយើងប្រកាសជាចង់ដឹងហើយថាតើប្រទេសមួយណាដែលគាត់នឹងខ្លាចទៅជាជើងឯកឆានពៀនមេដាយមាសនៅប្រទេសចាកម្ពុជារបស់យើងដែលជាម្ចាស់ផ្ទះតែម្ដង
ឥឡូវនេះអស់លោកលោកស្រីអ្នកកញ្ញាដែលកំពុងតែមានវត្តមាននៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីរបស់យើងភាគច្រើនគឺជាជនជាតិកម្ពុជាជនជាតិខ្មែរយើងប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំជឿថាអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាពិតជាស្រឡាញ់នៅក្នុងការលេងរបស់ប្រទេសទាំងពីរអញ្ចឹងមិនមានវត្តមានរបស់កម្ពុជាមែនប៉ុន្តែពិតជាចង់ដឹងថាតើកម្ពុជារបស់យើងនឹងគ្រប់គ្រងទៅលើកីឡាករនេះមកពីប្រទេសណាជាងបើសិនជាគ្រប់គ្រងទៅដល់ឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីសូមស្នូរខ្លាំងៗជូនឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីមួយបាទចុះខាងហ្វីលីពីន
ចាពួកគាត់សុទ្ធតែមានហ្វេនចាបើយើងនិយាយទៅណាអូខេចឹងអ្នកនរគ្នាប្រកាសជាតន្ទឹងរង់ចាំទស្សនាជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតឥឡូវនេះនាងខ្ញុំក៏សូមផ្ដល់ទូរទស្សនីយ៍ជូនទៅដល់ caster ដ៏សស្សង្ហាទាំងពីរ
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go back to our caster. Please welcome.
Welcome back to the Southeast Asian Games for 2023, and we are at the Mobile Legends Bang Bang esports event, which now features the women in esports, because now that we are in the grand finals, we have the best in the business for you. This is Midnight and Chanel. Chanel, how you doing?
I'm still Chanel, even
Chanel.
on the last day of the women's tournament for SEA Games. Now I'm just really excited with this match again. It is Indonesia and Philippines again. This time around, we have female players.
Yeah, and again, this is the first time that we will be witnessing the females division, and we are witnessing the best of the best. And you know, Indonesia versus Philippines. This is not a this is not an unfamiliar territory for us. It is something that although you would say that people expected to come into the grand finals. Again, this is the gold medal match between Indo and Philippines, and I feel like coming into this series, Indonesia has the has all the bets in the Southeast Asian Games.
Actually, when this two teams or these countries faced each other, that was around January or February, if I'm not mistaken, during MWI, and on that tournament it was actually an Indonesian team who won the championship.
There you go. The bracket, the development of the stories of all of the teams that are at the MLBB award. For example, you can see Indonesia going up 2-0 against Vietnam. That was their ticket to the grand finals. While Team Philippines went up against Malaysia 2-0 as well. Although it looked like a one-sided affair, it wasn't at all. It was very, very close. Eventually, Malaysia, after losing against Team Philippines, won just a few hours ago. They have taken the bronze medal themselves. For now, it's the gold medal match. Indonesia going up against Philippines in a best-of-5 series. That will be the last series for MLBB Women's Division, and that will be the one that we are going to witness. So far, Midnight already mentioned that Indonesia is the team, or is the country that you're going to be looking for in the MLBB Women's Division. And also, Chanel kind of mentioned something about the previous successes of Team Indonesia versus Philippines. How true do you think this will also, how true do you think it will be, right? Do you think that it will be another one-sided affair? Or do you think that today Philippines will have a different, result?
Maybe the different result for Philippines. I believe the performance the other day, or yesterday rather, for day one, it was by far the longest game that Indonesia played against any other team. So the average is, you've mentioned that earlier.
It's around 13-15 for Indo, but Philippines managed to get out for 19 minutes.
You mean that in the wins that Indonesia were able to get, they were all one-sided victories. The average is 30 to 15. 30 to 15.
Yeah.
And in fact, their matchup against Vietnam, it was an 11-minute match and a 10-minute match.
Yeah.
That is how one-sided it is for Indonesia. That is how dominant they are here in the Southeast Asian Games. They hold the fastest game win in the Southeast Asian Games at 10 minutes and 29 seconds, which was previously held by Philippines, right? So Philippines, in the group stages, you saw how they were able to get an 11-minute win. This time, it was beaten by the side of Team Indonesia in the semifinal match, which kind of gives us the raw pedigree of what Indonesia can bring to the team.
Yeah, and I'd have to say that, to answer your question earlier, I think Philippines would pose a threat or a problem to Indonesia, but we have to be realistic here. With all the stats, technically this team has not lost for 2 years, and I feel like that streak is going to be a little hard to break for the Philippines because this roster has been around for quite some time. Even though PH, they do have chemistry between their players. Again, it's hard to beat a team like this coming up from Indonesia, and stats don't lie. There's a reason why this team has not lost in 2 years, and I feel like Philippines would have a hard time even getting this one game against Indonesia.
Yeah, and we could see the huge difference in terms of average KDA. This is really huge because we've mentioned the average game time for Indonesia, and for you to have 9.3 average KDA in a 13 to 15 minute game time, it means that you're activated as early as possible.
Yeah, there's two stat lines that you want to be looking at teams that are dominant. It's the KDA and, of course, the damage output of a team compared to the enemy damage output. And with Indonesia leading the charge by 9.3 KDA, that leaves a big mark against Philippines. And we saw this during their match, during their affair in the group stage. Indonesia demolished Philippines in the early game. Even though Philippines, they have wonderful defensive capabilities on their side. They have amazing players that can hold their own ground. But I feel like the aggression coming out from Indonesia really translate over their play style. And this is a very good and interesting head-to-head matchup. The goal laner on both sides, Shell and Perez, there is a glaring difference between how they approach their games. And I feel like Shell is more gelling towards Indonesia compared to Perez with their lineup, because I feel like they get farmed not by just getting resources out of the map, but Indonesia gets farmed by establishing control and dominance on the early game.
These are the important stats that you have to look for, and I think that it is just fair to say that these are the two players that you have to be looking for. Chell, known in Indonesia as, if not the top, one of the top players. And this is not only just when we were talking about the women's division. This is actually,
overall,
for all. Everybody is just looking at towards the players of MLBB Women's in Indonesia. That is how big MLBB Women's is in the region. Well, for Team Philippines, they will now be having the first pick because now they have the that choice to go as the blue side. One of the heroes that we have to be looking for when you're looking at Team Philippines. It's probably the way that they are playing their jungler, because we know that they play Fredrin and they play Akai, right?
Yep.
But they also play Lancelot.
Lancelot.
All right, so what can we expect from both junglers? Typically what we saw, rarity when it comes to the assassins, but specifically for Philippines versus Indonesia, there's a lot of assassins.
Yeah, that is true. Actually, I remember that there was a time wherein we saw a Ling for El Puerto, even Fanny for the jungler of Vival of Team Indonesia. So we might see a shift in terms of the draft here because since day one, it has really been sustained heroes. But with the best of five rather, I'm not really sure about that.
Yeah, I think team chemistry plays a lot in the in the jungle matchup because we've seen again Vival and Alpuerto pull out the same heroes in a lot of their matchups. Vival can also play the assassins like the Lings, the Fannies, but Alpuerto mostly plays individually compared to Vival because most of the time that I watch Indonesian games, especially with this roster from Indonesia, they play as 5. It's quite similar to the top teams on the Philippine side, and I feel like that's one of the few things, one of the few reasons why Indonesia has been so dominant. Like they play with each other so well, and again, early game control is gonna dictate a lot of the tempo moving forward. And Vival is excellent with playing with his team. Like maybe the shot calling or the communication coming up from the jungler, because it is really important for you to for you to dictate whatever you want in the early game, and Vival excels at that. And I feel like turtle trade is gonna be important here for both junglers, but I want to see Alpuerto pull out more resource trades on the early game, because it's hard to match up against this early aggression coming up from Indonesia.
Yeah, speaking of trades, one thing that I discovered for Team Philippines yesterday with their performance against Malaysia is that there is no really trade in the early game. Rather, they are just really forcing the other team to slow down a bit in terms of tempo, but it is not the same team that they're facing now. It is Indonesia, and they can punish those stretches that they want.
Can you remember what happened in their game versus Malaysia, where Malaysia did get the early stages to their own, to get the advantage in the early stages easily against Team Philippines, but Team Philippines had the chance to come back, and you saw how well they were fit to find those openings against their opponents.
You know what's interesting? I see Team Philippines as one of the stronger late game teams out of everybody here. But I feel like that momentum is really going to change a lot, because we've seen Indonesia in games where they're usually just dominant, especially in SEA games. But outside of this tournament, we've seen this team suffer from early game losses. But what they do best is continuously get resource out of the map that just enable the trade on your side. And I feel like that's where Philippines should challenge Indonesia. Like, get these early game heroes, stop getting the late game lineups, the late game comms. And I feel like Indonesia flexed over Team Philippines in the group stage, because the lineup that they used against PH used it a match earlier, and Indonesia pulled it off better.
Better that time.
That lineup was I think the gold laner was Carry, and Indonesia was like, no, we're gonna add some Indonesian twist here. We're gonna utilize some early game gold laners, and Beatrix came into the draft, and I feel like that's the huge component as to why Indonesia has been really, really successful. They're willing to twist certain lineups just to make sure that they're comfortable with the playstyle. Like, if you have so many stabilizers in the game, like the Fredrins, the Kajas, or even the Akais, you put an amazing gold laner on your side, and you utilize the momentum, especially with the Beatrix, and then just go from there. Establish some dominance in the mid game and not let your enemy take resources out the map.
Speaking of dominance in the middle lane, I believe for the XP laners for both of our teams, Fumi Echo and even Deodor, the Deodor for the side of the Philippines is a crucial factor for this match, and we can see the difference in terms of the hero pool. Although Fumi Echo can play those heroes that Deodor has been playing on this tournament, but one hero that I still not forget from Fumi Echo is the Terizla.
Yeah. We saw that there are interesting pickups from specific roles. Well, that is true for Philippines. For Indonesia, they play quite standard. They go for Nook Mages in the mid lane. You have your jungler utility. Sometimes you go for assassins. Typical marksman choices, and even the XP and the roamers, they're almost in the same spectrum that you would expect from typical meta heroes. But now for Philippines, that is when you can see some variations. Like I said, the Terizla, which we can probably see later on. There was Franco that we did see coming out from the roamer. And overall, from Team Philippines, they're the team that is willing to go for those unorthodox picks. Well, not as much as Team Malaysia, however. Not as much as Team Vietnam.
Yeah, that's Team Malaysia.
But between Indonesia and Philippines, that could be expected. Any sort of heroes that that we should be looking out for here in this particular matchup?
Lapu, Melissa, the Farsas. I think
Farsa Eve.
I think the support position will be heavily contested in this match. However, I would want to see Philippines prioritize more of the Amores hero pool, because a lot of these matches where Philippines find success, it usually revolves around Amores getting the momentum in the mid game, even though it's quite weird because a lot of these lineups also are meant to scale late.
Yeah.
And I feel like, again, that's where the switch is going to come from. If you put Amores in a very, very good spot in this game, and you have amazing side laners that can utilize this momentum, then you'd naturally just get the ball rolling for Philippines, which is why I want to see more of the Beatrix, the Farsas, even the Lapu Lapu, but play it in an aggressive manner, because we witnessed that matchup between Diagon, especially on the Lapu Lapu against Trizla. It did not fare well for Philippines because most of their heroes don't want to fight it in the early game.
So for the side of Philippines again, one thing that they could also do, I mean, I highly doubt though that the Joy could be open for this match. I was about to say, hold on to the Joy, because that was one of the reasons as to why they won yesterday. But this is Indonesia and Philippines, so yep, no Joy. Okay, silly me on that thought. But yeah, for Indonesia, knowing that. They already have the information that Philippines is strong in terms of a late game. It's as if Philippines is prepared to just really sustain all the damage at the early game and stretch the game as much as possible. They could actually punish a specific lane.
Okay.
Shred a specific lane, or maybe focus on Daigon in this game, knowing that Daigon is one of the reasons as to why it was effective, or it is effective with the Amores scaling type of heroes.
I did see that yesterday. I believe that when I saw the two games that Philippines have played, it was definitely Daigon that caught my attention. Well, of course, the Amores, her positioning was so pristine, and of course the mastery of the heroes that you saw with the Xavier as well as the Farsa.
Oh yeah, the Xavier.
Yeah, right, with the usage of the Dawning Light. But again, Daigon, she plays a very important role for Team Philippines, and she's part of the reason why they are indeed very successful.
Again, that's one of the few things why Philippines is able to capitalize on this type of lineup. They scale naturally towards the late game, but too much pressure is put on a single person. Like Daigon, yes, she is a great mechanical player, but when it comes to facing against this type of gameplay, like from Indonesia, super aggressive in the early game, it's hard for you to find footing in early objectives because most of your heroes are scaling. Like we witnessed Daigon on the Lapu Lapu just crumble against 5 heroes on the side of Indonesia when they were facing each other in the group stage. And I feel like that's one of the crippling factor in this type of matchup. That's why I want to see Amores more on the early aggressive heroes, especially paired up with a something like a Franco, a Kaja, or maybe utilize a Kaja as well, but put more aggression on the early game. Target that the gold laner on the side of Indonesia so that you put the exact amount of pressure, even though you are more of the oriented, late game oriented lineup. At the very least, you're not letting Indonesia just get everything what they want from the start.
Tail us all this time. It's Indonesia going up against Team Philippines in the realm of MLBB. But when it comes to the MLBB women's division, it wasn't really the case before. We know that Indonesia has been very dominant. That's one. But second is Philippines, they're not necessarily the rivals of this region. Typically, it will be Malaysia, or even just literally just Indonesian, other Indonesian teams.
Other Indonesian teams,
because they hold the power for quite a long time now. It has shifted a little bit, and Team Philippines have a straight-up chance to snag the strength or the power level when it comes to MLBB Women's Division. It will not be easy, however, because we know that this is already a very established region and also a very established team. Very, very important for Team Philippines to win this, but you think they have the chance?
Why not? I mean, this is a best of 5 in terms of the possibilities of bringing in chaos with this peaceful yet chaotic team, Indonesia team. I mean, they are in between, right? But for Team Philippines, again, I am a fan of late game teams, right? It is wherein you might see miracle sets.
Yeah.
Probably, and we saw that from the other games with the 1% possibility on winning the game, and then one miracle set, and
It's a
why
PH
not?
thing.
It's a PH
It's a PH thing.
and it is PH playing.
Yeah, you can't deny it from them. And yeah, again, it is a game of 5, best of 5, game of 5. Sorry, it is a best of 5, and adjustments will come a long way. That's why, again, they have a lot of homework to do here for PH and for Indonesia. I feel like what matters for them is getting their comfortable picks, like the Fredrins. Actually, they play the Lancelot as well, the Beatrix, the Melissas. That's why I think it's crucial for both sides to pick up very strong early game heroes. And mostly that depends on whoever dictates the draft. And it's interesting because we are now seeing Philippines finally adapt to that first pick prowess, which can dictate the draft here for both sides, because you are able to prioritize whatever hero you want. Arlott and Joy would be highly contested. If Joy is out, then Fredrin and Arlott could be a potential trade. But I want to see more of the matchup between Chini and and Amores. Maybe a battle of Faramis and Valentina.
Yeah, Faramis and Valentina, surely. There's not a lot of emphasis on those two heroes in the group stages and in the semi-final, but now in the grand final, that might just be the thing. It's going to be game number 1 between Indonesia going up against Philippines. Philippines on the blue side, taking out the Yuzhong too early, and of course the Valentina.
Okay, so Joy, Kaja, Franco, Arlott, they're all open. Philippines, they're forcing out the Joy ban, I think, for Indonesia, because you are able to prioritize Kaja and Arlott on first pick. There's still a lot of answers that can come out from Indonesia. Actually, I would say they can throw some bans here for the side of Indo, so that they are able to get 2 power picks on their side as well. Okay, they banned
I mean,
the
as
Joy.
expected, Joy ban here for Indonesia. Now for Philippines, no, I believe yesterday they went in for the Kaja as well, but Indonesia shifted into a more sustainable lineup, having 3 frontliners for the team. So it will correlate on the thought of Midnight earlier that if they want to go up against Indonesia that has sustained heroes,
Interesting.
why not take burst heroes? Wow, okay.
So they are really forcing Indonesia here to go for the Fredrin and Lancelot trade. The only heroes left that Indonesia has played, I believe, well, on the gold lane, there's still a lot, but the jungle and XP, it's quite limited. You're only limited to Glue, Lapu Lapu, although we haven't seen much of a Glue here in SEA Games. Lapu Lapu would likely be heavily contested, but for Philippines, you're going to be fine with that because you are getting either the Fredrin or Arlott on the first pick.
Oh, we do know that in Indonesia, I believe that they ban out the Glue so many times as well, because there's a lot of focus on that particular hero, and that means that the Kaja and Lancelot and as well as the Fredrin.
Faramis actually.
Faramis,
If Faramis is open, is it a nice priority for him?
Ouch. Ouch.
Oh,
I don't think so. I think you might want to go for the Lancelot first.
If Philippines does not pick Faramis here, or Glue,
They're giving.
I think Indonesia will get... okay. Okay. Faramis. Insta-pick for Indonesia, I think. You go Faramis, and then Arlott.
Yeah, definitely for Indonesia, the prowess in terms of crowd control and at the same time sustainability in the team fight, definitely. And usually for a Glue, the natural counter is Faramis, right?
Yeah. You have that insta burst down against the XP laner.
With the mini glues.
You
Not
can
going to be surprised if Indonesia actually takes the carry almost
As early
as early as possible,
Carry
because it's a hero that Philippines also likes to have.
Oh, Fredrin.
So it's Fredrin.
You should.
So they go Fredrin. Interesting. They go with the Fredrin against a Glue. Okay. So they are still going for that anti-Amores strategy. You leave out the Farsa, which I think would likely be a Lapu Lapu answer coming out from Indonesia as the 3rd pick. And Philippines, if they go for the Farsa here, they are playing under the fate of Indonesia. Oh, interesting. Martis, very good against Fredrin, especially without the Akai.
Yep.
There's no reason why you wouldn't pick the Martis here because it might be auto-banned on the second phase. And okay, they go for the Farsa. Lapu Lapu is an ideal answer for Indonesia. Grok as well is open for their side.
Indonesia, it's a team that picks up the Grok. Vivian was so amazing with it, and they can flex it onto the X-Men. Exactly. It already answers 2 heroes of Team Philippines. Naturally, you pick up the Grok so that you can answer in the laning stage. But we do know that the carry is also a prime target, low-hanging fruit for both teams. I would say that at this phase in the game, even when you're facing up against Farsa, you're gonna be okay with it since you have Eve and Fredrin anyways.
Unless you want to go Claude instantly here for Indonesia. It's a far stretch because you can still pick up the Franco Beatrix on the second phase. And I feel like Philippines would also contest for that. So they go with the Claude. So there might just ban out the Franco here.
Yeah, that is a nice option for Indonesia with the possible Franco ban. I mean, we saw Viveros Franco yesterday. They pulled out a play that really confused Malaysia whether they will defend their base or not.
And it's also one of the few heroes where Philippines can utilize to establish control. Interesting that they banned out Melissa. They have a Claude for that and Eve as well. But maybe again, just limiting those heroes that can be utilized in the early game. You don't want to give Philippines too much early game control, especially with 3 heroes already popping out that can establish some form of momentum with the Glue, the Farsa, and the Martis. Like the early game momentum swing that they could get is amazing. Again, that's true. Grok ban was also nice coming out from PH, but you're giving out the Kaja for both sides.
You can ban it out if you're Team Philippines, but now if you go back to Melissa, this is also a priority for other teams and most particularly Philippines as well. So it's probably why Indonesia just making sure that they will not give any comfort to the side of Team Philippines. The Grok, very good ban as it was a hero that we talked about earlier on.
Sniper ready.
Indonesia gonna be
Leslie. Wow.
Instead of the Beatrix.
I like it. It's the respect that the coach has for the matchup because it's hard to play Claude against Leslie. She can cancel the Blazing Duet with her second skill, and of course the ability to just move around the Blazing Duet without having to worry about the damage of the Claude. So I think Indonesia, they're happy with what they have at the moment. I feel like the tank position is going to favor them because they are able to pick either the Kacha or the Franco. And even if PH gets either one, they're not going to care because this Claude is it's hard to touch on the early game, especially without this early game marksman. Unless Philippines does go for the Beatrix, they are able to to just snowball for Indonesia.
So it's gonna be Lolita here for Philippines. Actually, when you think about it, the Claude pick of Indonesia is a really smart move on the third pick. While Faramis is still open, it's as if you're declining the opportunity already for Philippines to take this hero. It's a counter against the Faramis, right? But it's gonna be Kufra here for Indonesia. Talk about crowd control for the team. Although
they picked up the Kufra against the Martis. That's interesting.
Yep. This is one of the comfort picks as well for Team Indonesia. You know that Vivian really wants to pick up those heroes that allows her to set up. Team Philippines gonna be looking for the roam.
Kaja, Bea sounds awesome, man.
Kaja and Beatrix,
I mean, this is a complete 180 from what we've seen from these two teams. Like, Philippines now has much better early game.
Not gonna be surprised if Team Philippines will really go for the Kaja because it's great versus the.
Oh, what?
Carry and Franco.
They go back. They go back to the carry.
When there is already that Eve present, which now you're going to be looking for Indonesia. Lapu Lapu seems to be a good hero.
Or you go Arlet here. You
provide
You provide us massive setup for the Eve and the Fredrin.
Oh, interesting. Arlet is open. I thought it was. It is the last.
It's too late in the draft, right?
I'm not used to it yet.
Lapu Lapu is awesome against the Farsa and the carry. Late game, however, I don't think it's such a good hero for the XP. Like, it's not fun to play Lapu Lapu in this game.
They play Benedetta.
Oh, Mincitar.
But still, there is. I mean, Fumiakas were playing superb with this Terizla.
Okay, so if you go back to some of the drafts coming out from Indonesia, they pick up the Terizla together with the Fredrin and the Eve. Because the idea is you want a team fight all the time. You have a lot of like control, and this is what Indonesia have decided to go for. Team Philippines going with the Carry and the Kajas, their last 2 picks. We know for sure that it has worked before and many times over. The idea is you want to snag somebody, take him out easily. That is where the Terizla comes into full fruition. Oh, by the way, Midnight voted for Team Indonesia.
It's hard to beat stats, man. 2 years. 2 years in a row. And I feel like this is a very good time to talk about the Martis and Terizla matchup. Most people think that the Martis is good against Terizla. Well, it depends. But I would say Terizla loves playing against Martis because the fact of the matter is he can get the HP back. And if you don't have the Mortal Coil, you're gonna get penalty zoned. And there's no escape mechanism for the Martis without the combo. And you are playing against a lineup that can team fight against you. Like, with the real-world manipulation, this Martis is gonna get locked in a team fight.
Even with the bouncing wall, actually, if majority of the skills here of Indonesia really connect at the early stage of the initiation. But yeah, for Philippines, with the Kaja and for most likely we might expect early ganks, particularly at the gold lane.
Yeah, typical rotation for the mid lane. It's getting some vision and some XP. But I would say Philippines still has a way of establishing some control here in the mid game. It's just that, you know, the carry pick hurts. Like the chances that they have against this line of Indonesia, because Indonesia's gonna be fine with this. Like, they have the Claude. You know, if scaling is a problem from both sides, Indonesia is really happy to take fights in the early game because they also have a marksman that wants to scale.
So what we do know is that Indonesia does have big team fight tools through the Eve. You have the Fredrin naturally going for engage types of approach to the team fights. And of course, Fumi Echo can easily be activated. But when you're looking at Team Philippines, there's a lot of pick-off. Surely the Farsa Ultimate, that's an AoE damaging hero.
Wow.
But because of that glue and the Kaja, you have so much pick-off. Daigon just taking so much damage up top.
Almost goes, and for Indonesia, they're forcing Daigon actually to back away.
This is bad.
And this is a sign for Philippines that there is no help from Daigon and on this turtle objective. And this is not the usual play that we see from them because there is a delay on this glue. And we see Fumi Echo in front of the 3 players of Philippines. Forced to flicker out. There is a play. Vival will secure that turtle. Here comes the Divine Judgment. Turtle will go to the side of Indonesia as well. And Vival with a double kill for Indonesia.
Vivian on the Kufra is something else. The setup was there, and she was also able to get out. And Philippines, even though you were able to get a first blood on the Martis, not gonna be happy with that because Vival is stealing the purple buff of the Martis.
Much has been taken away from Team Philippines as Indonesia gets 2 kills, a turtle, and as well as a purple buff in the favor of Vival. That's an invasion, by the way. And the idea for Team Indonesia that you saw, aggression up top onto the XP lane, stop Daigon from getting that easy win. And a Midnight, what can we see from this replay?
Fumi Echo just, you know, having full control on the back line. This is really important for for teams when you're contesting turtle. The XP laner does a lot of heavy lifting on the turtle ticks because the amount of damage that she did against Philippines prevented PH from trying to contest back against Indonesia. Basically, what they were left with was the serving of the Terizla. Like, it was offered to them, but Indonesia took everything. The team fight was also not on their side because of the fact that the Kufra and Eve was also on the Indonesian side. And again, it was just the Terizla dealing massive damage over to PH.
Easily, Indonesia have gotten 1,000 gold lead in this game, and they will be parking 4 of their members into the bottom. Not going to be able to catch anyone just yet. And I would assume that Team Philippines will just try to get a pick-off to the gold lane, knowing that there's flicker from Vivero on this Kaja. But what else can we expect in the next coming minute? I mean, the 10 seconds is coming now. Indonesia will be trying to control the turtle pit, while Team Philippines will have 2 of their members up top.
Actually, with the position of Philippines, probably they might want to go for a play at the bottom lane or a trade, but we see 2 players from Philippines try to contest this turtle objectives as Chini and Vivian.
Oh, Vivian!
The zone out, the jungler, Alpuerto already do life. Turtle is there as well, and another turtle secure for the side of Indonesia. Daigon is forced to back away of the TPs from Vivian.
Oh wow, the team that is going to be Team Indonesia. Losing some of their gold advantage, but they will still get the turtle afterwards. You would assume that after them clearing of the waves, going to be good. Now, Chini going to be picking up the Ice Queen wand. So now the items are starting to come in, and it's the post-laning stage. Midnight, who do you think will have the advantage? Despite, of course, you know, Indonesia, we already know that they have the gold advantage. Do you think that Team Philippines should be going for plays at this rate?
Yeah, I think it's a requirement on their side to utilize this Kaja with the Divine Judgment. Main problem is they tried to trade for the turtle for the Claude kill, and it didn't work out. The Divine Judgment, I believe they used the Divine Judgment, and the parcel was there. However, they were not able to take out Shell. And that's really, really crucial as Indonesia gets the momentum from now on.
That is in the middle of the turret on the middle lane. Vivian is down. We have the Divine Judgment. Not enough damage from the side of Philippines as Chini will go for that real-world manipulation. Fumieko with that penalty zone. Diagon forced to back away, and Fumieko is just there with the passive damage on this Terizla, and Indonesia right now still on the lead.
Oh my. The spells are not connecting for the Philippine side. And Fumieko, even though she has 1 death, she's going to be happy with what she has right now because she is sitting at 100% kill participation and she already has the Bloodlust Axe.
Oh, blazing doing from Shell. Vivero low on life. Still alive on that moment, but I think Indonesia will not force that kill against the Philippines as Vivian and the rest of the players of Indonesia will secure a turret here at the bottom lane.
And still, Indonesia achieving those objective takedowns. Surely that was a turret in their favor, which gave them a lot of advantage. Now, in fact, they are leading by as much as 2,000 gold. In the middle, they are threatening for turret takedown as well. Not going to be successful as the Farsa defense was there. But that means that there's no Feather Dare Strike in this upcoming team fight. The turtle is up for the taking for both teams. Alpuerto is going to be starting the turtle take. Vival now going to be in the vicinity.
Watch out for Vivian though, the Skufra.
Again, Fumieko as well is here. I mean, a lot of threat from the crowd control heroes of Indonesia as the turtle will be reset.
Vivian, they see the Kaja.
Oh, Immortality, by the way, for Vivian. We have Perez destroying turret, but another penalty on Fumieko. Vivian is going to be the target. No retaliation here from the side of Philippines. Diagon, by the way, uses the flicker. And a turtle again for Indonesia. 4 players at the top lane. Vival, Vivian, and the rest will try to secure. Shoot into the ball. And Shell again with a blazing to it. While the players of Indonesia will secure turret at the top lane.
Just the usage of the spells coming out from Indonesia, all of them are for a single purpose. It's to take the objective, it's to take what they want. And you saw how they manage the turtle controls here. There, they were willing to reset the turtle. And Fumieko jumping on the back lines, she was able to land an amazing penalty zone against the Kaja, and that's what you do. You stop the response coming out from PH, and the only response PH has is the Divine Judgment coming out from Vivero, and especially with Vivian very aggressively positioned on the top lane. After they took out a turtle, they tried to take out Daigon, and with the Farsa using the Feathered Airstrike on the backline, Chill immediately using the BMI to cast the Blazing Duet. They are, they have full control of the spells. They have amazing, amazing ideologies when it comes to taking team fights. And this is just Indonesia showing superiority in game number 1.
Indonesia with 2.6 thousand gold lead right now. You're going to see this is the result of what they have been doing well when it comes to zoning out the members of Team Philippines and eventually just taking over this game.
Speaking of taking over, bottom lane is going to be the target here for Indonesia. Daigon is forced to back away. We see Vivian again. Those turret times is really working well for Indonesia.
There's a reason why they picked up the Kufra. Even against the Martis, And Vivian is definitely performing with the Kufra.
For Vivian, definitely, literally one step ahead.
Yeah.
In terms of positioning, I mean, little to no information for Philippines as to where she will be.
Yeah.
That's why it is really effective. But wait,
Vivero?
here comes the divine judgment from the side of Philippines. This might be the retaliation from them. And they will
That's a
secure a
jungler.
kill against Vivel, and that is the jungler. And we have the turtle now for this game.
Wow. You can see now that Indonesia 2,200 gold lead, but
Look
now
at the damage from the
Philippines.
Claws.
That hurt. That hurt. Perez
solo
is the
kill.
target. Flicker out for this carry.
Decimate.
Vivian already low on life. She has the immortality though, but still not be able to survive the damage from the Philippines. But Chell will go in for the turret destruction at the middle lane. And Philippines right now starting this Lord actually, as Fumi Echo is the only player that has information that the Philippines is trying to take this Lord, as Amores will secure the Lord. But wait, Fumi Echo comes in for that penalty zone. Wind of Nature has been used by Perez. Federer Strike is there for the counter, and we have the Divine Judgment. Alpuerto with the Mortal Coil. Fumi Echo and the rest of Indonesia is forced right away. But wait, the damage is not enough for Diamond, as a mega kill for Chini. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, Chell, with the mechanics on the Claw, the usage of the BMI. However, PH was able to get some retaliation against Indonesia. They were able to punish Vivian when she jumped in. But
They don't want to
second jump.
stop. They don't want to stop. Vivero is forced to dash away. We see some discipline from Indonesia. They're not forcing that team fight. And Amores uses the feathered airstrike.
Nevertheless, Philippines will get the Lord, so they will diminish a little bit. For a little while there, you can see that Indonesia's lead of 2,200 was cut down into 1.5, 1.7. But then again, Indonesia will try to use this Lord up top as the bait. Alpuerto, kind of lonesome.
The squad though.
Here comes Amores and Perez.
I mean, those bullets hurt from Chell.
Yeah.
And we can see right now that Indonesia is not forcing a team fight against the Philippines right now. But out of the middle lane, the Philippines will secure another turret against Indonesia.
Oh my goodness.
Vivero is down as Chini will go for that unstoppable streak. And this is the time for Indonesia to force a team fight against Philippines.
Oh, Vivero did not expect that. The retribution by Vival onto the cannon. And with the jump in coming up from Vivian, they were able to get the Kajak kill. And Indonesia again re-establishes control. This Claude is massive.
Oh my god, literally shredding the HP bars of the Filipino team, as we see the real world manipulation for Chini in between the suitors just to zone out.
Awkward RWM though.
Yep.
I would say. And I think Indonesia, they just want to establish some control here against PH, not letting the carry farm. Perez is doing a fantastic job, however, on just getting the resources onto onto her hero. But again, I have to say that this Claude is a huge problem in the team fights, and they have not fully utilized the Kaja pick as of yet.
Oh,
as I
nice
say
divine
that,
judgment for the side of Philippines. Vivian is down. And we can see right now Philippines on the space on the purple buff of Indonesia. We could see Indonesia right now slowly but surely taking the possible resources for the team.
And Team Philippines are able to achieve two things. Well, actually three things. First is that they are able to naturally push the bottom and the top lane because of the lord that they were able to get. Now they have stolen the purple buff as well. That is going to be the Farsa holding on to it. That's Amores getting a very, very important micro objective. And they even got the mid lane turret against Team Indonesia. There's a lot of map control that Team Philippines have reestablished still. Indonesia holding on to the lead. 2,400, significant in this team fight. When it comes to the EXP, you can see Alpuerto is level 15 versus Vival's level 14 of Fredrin. So I wonder if Team Philippines are inclined to team fight against Indonesia despite trailing behind when it comes to gold.
well, now that you see the Claude on the bottom lane, I think you are able to go for an aggressive play. Unfortunately, Vivero does not have the flicker on Nakaja, so there's no jump from the Divine Judgment. It is going to be a slow Lord, however, as both sides may just look to fight. Vivian, for the jump!
Vivian for the face check, catches one, and that is going to be Vivero. Vivero is done. We see Diagon to back away Amores. Retribution, by the way, has been used by Rival just to slow down the Farsa of Team Philippines, as Indonesia will wreak havoc against Philippines. We have another player down, and that is Alpuerto, the jungler of Team PH.
My goodness, Indonesia on that tear, and that is started once again by Vivian's jumps. I see the rest of Indonesia, they know for sure when their teammate will be jumping, and they jumped it all together. That was beautiful to see coming out from Team Indonesia, and now they have taken the Lord and mid lane as well.
Very amazing strategies being pulled out here by Indonesia. This is what you call a turn, especially during Lord dances. If you are able to fight, you go look for the first hero that you can see. And fortunately for Indonesia, Vivian was able to get the jump onto the Kaja. Again, this is the most important hero for Philippines, aside from the jungler, because this is the main team fighting hero that you have. This is the main ingredient if you want for PH to be able to start the fight. Without the Kaja, PH is not able to fight because they have no control. That if the Claude jumps in, who on the side on Philippines is able to fight against Shell? Yes, you might say that the carry has damage, but how about the other else? How about the others?
You really need that frontliner for Perez to do those free hits, and right now Indonesia's Lord will be defended here by Team Philippines, but Vivian again. I mean, you know, you have to be nervous when you see those stretches from the Kufra, but we can see the pedal zone from Kumi Echo. Vivero is done, but as well as Vivian for Team Indonesia, although she has the immortality. Kumi Echo with the immortality as well. Chell with a blazing duet. We have the players of Team Philippines already low on life. 2 players down for the team. By the way, Diagon has been forced to back away for the regeneration as Chell will go in for the tower lock. That is the plot of Team Indonesia. We have a minion wave
3 more waves
here at the middle lane. The pressure is on for Philippines to defend their base, but they are ready to defend this one. Diagon is forced to back away from Echo already alive, but look at Shell! Indonesia takes game number 1.
That is the first game going in favor of Team Indonesia in this best of 5. It was a big tug of war between the two teams, but eventually Indonesia, through the hands of Vivian, jumping in with the Kufra, with the rest of the gang just taking out the members of Team Philippines in a massive team fight. That was where they have found their opening and won that game. Beautifully done from Indonesia as they open up this best of 5 series.
Yeah, again, typical fashion from their squad. Early aggression is really, really key, and the amount of turns we've seen from Indonesia has been so many. Like every turtle fight, every Lord fight, they always are able to find key pickoffs that start on their in their favor, and that's where they get the full Lord control. Because PH, they were not able to fight around these objectives, although there were some form of punishments, especially when we saw the awkward reload manipulation come out from Chini. They were able to get some few kills on the side of PH, but it did not translate to any objectives as the Lord was just still spawning. Indonesia, again, the Kufra was a huge factor in this game, even though it was against the Martis. The way they used it, it technically did not even care about the Martis matchup, because all that she needs to do is jump on the Kaja. That's it.
And I believe for Vivian rather, on a Kufra play, I mean, it is really difficult even for the Martis to counter the Kufra, because most of the time she's just staying on the bushes. So how will you counter out it with the Mortal Coil if you don't know where the Kufra is coming from? And even on that last moment for Chell, she knows what the job is to be done. The tower lock.
Everybody knows what they're doing. That is the reason why Indonesia has been very, very successful in their previous runs. And this time, in the game number 1 of this best of 5 series, you saw how masterful they were. But we also saw how Philippines have fought back. They came very, very close. You really thought that they could have taken it, but unfortunately, the team fight prowess that you saw coming out from Team Indonesia was very evident. From the draft, we started from the draft where we know that the team fights were going to be favoring Indonesia because of the nature of their heroes. You saw that in action, particularly in the last Lord fight. The key word that the Midnight mentioned was turn, which means to go onto heroes instead of taking the objectives, and that is exactly what they did. That's why they were successful.
And it was very clear-cut. I would say Indonesia had all the right to win this game if they not PH did a fantastic job. PH did, however, still did a fantastic job on this game, because again, this was a late game lineup, and it's a sacrifice that you pick the carry when you have a Kaja, because we didn't see any early aggression coming out from the Philippines, and by the book, on paper, this draft from Indonesia would just naturally scale. And one thing that is also in favor of Indonesia's lineup is that they have the better team fight, which is why even during the late game, and it's already an equal matchup because you have both the carry and the Claude, Indonesia would naturally just win out. That's why they are able to take these fights wherein they just continuously push against Philippines because they have the Kufra, they also have the Eve, and they have the Claude, which acted as a pseudo backliner, I would say, because she was able to jump on the Farsa. And Amores did not have a fun time on the Farsa because the amount of crowd control that they were able to land did not result to many kills and many instant bursts for that matter. And Indonesia was able to just utilize this, this Fredrin and Terizla standing in the front line. And one thing that I want to mention also is the Terizla's commitment onto using penalty zone against the glue, which is interesting because every time she sees the glue use a split, penalty zone gets committed on skirmishes that doesn't necessarily need intense team fighting commitment, because Fumi Echo understands that if she holds the glue, then nothing else matters for the side of Philippines, because you are holding the frontliner for Philippines. El Puerto cannot stand against the Claude in the front line because she has to worry about her HP. And Daigon on the glue, yes, you do have the reset with the split, but when Fumi Echo engages with the penalty zone, it's hard for you to get out, and Fumi Echo is able to sustain for the majority of the team fight because she is dealing a lot of damage against the the mini glues, and with 10 kills. That amplifies her spell vamp from the Festival of Blood. She is very, very sustainable. And I'd have to say, Chell had a perfect game on the Claude. This was a Claude game wherein she did not have to worry about participating in fights, because naturally, after you get some few items on your side, you will be able to fight this lineup of Philippines, especially with Vivian continuously jumping on Vivero. Like, the Kaja did not really matter for Chell, and you have to give her a lot of props to the Kufra, because she did a lot of initiation for Indonesia, which resulted into Philippines just backing off on the back of the the casualties that they suffered. And again, it was just the the overall presence of the team fight here for Indonesian side, and of course the MVP of that game. Again, really hard to fight into the team fighting capabilities of Indonesia, especially with Chini's real world manipulation, the amount of slows, first item as well, Ice Queen wand on the Eve, and Genius wand and Divine Glaive. Nothing is gonna survive against this this onslaught of the team fight prowess of Indonesia. And I liked the way that she built it up as well. She was not greedy. She was not buying glowing wands after the Genius wand. She went for the Divine Glaive, which amplifies her strength, because the Radiant Armors did not matter, because the amount of magic, the magic penetration was immense. Like, Genius wand with the amount of procs that she has, especially during the real manipulation, and also the Divine Glaive, which does punish against heroes that does not have any form of magic defense. It's gonna add up, and the amount of magic damage that she dealt on these fights were also beneficial for the side of Indonesia, because they are able to poke down and shred some few heroes on the side of Philippines, which enables the Claw to just freely go in and clean up for Indonesia. And it was funny because Chell did not net a single kill in this game. She was also basically a secondary shred for Indonesia, and we're gonna see some few highlights of this game, and most of it was just Indonesia, establishing some control over Philippines. Again, the jumps coming out from Vivian was intense, and Fumi Echo standing the back line for Indonesia here in the first few minutes of the game. It was really crucial for these plays to happen, because they needed some form of early control, especially against Philippines, which also has late game possibility on the hands of Perez on the carry. But after getting the first turtle kill, they were able to land some amazing spells on the side of Philippines, and the result was no answers from PH, because the advantage that they get, again, we already talked about the advantage of this lineup from Indonesia. Team fight is just much better on their side, and even though they had some few cute kills, cute catches coming out from Vivero, these spells, I would say, were not utilized to perfection, as it was awkward for Philippines to fight. What basically the late game looked like for Philippines was the carry. It was one-dimensional on their side, and whenever you don't have the Kaja, Perez does not have a fun time, because she needs to be able to survive during these fights. And without the front line, without the Kaja, without the catch, you're basically at the mercy of the jumps coming off from Vivian, which made the game really, really hard for Philippines, even with the late game, because there's just so much jump on the side of Indonesia, like the Fredrin, the Tarizla, even the Claude was a backline jumper at the end of the game, and it was just an easy execution for Indonesia, again, because of the things that we talked about and the performance that they delivered in this game.
Thank you so much, Minute, for the analysis of game number 1. Some of the key factors that our analysts have mentioned. The draft that played perfectly well for the side of Team Indonesia, not because it was an out draft, but because of the fact that they played accordingly. That is definitely what we saw through the highlights. Team fights were really good. And there was the duel between the Farsa from Amores and Chini's Eve. Eventually, the Eve gets 6-0 and 5 with 92% kill participation versus Amores' 100% kill participation without dying. We saw the great duel between two mid laners, but it was the Eve that had a better teamfight tool, and that is why they won eventually.
And speaking of one thing I also noticed, it wasn't really clear during the game, but there was 2 times wherein Vivero was actually exposed on that brush as to why Vivian really jumped in for that push. And knowing that it happened twice, it could have been a possible change already from Vivero's positioning in terms of objective taking. Definitely heading into game number 2, it is something for her to change in terms of positioning, because speaking of prediction with the positioning of the rumors is really crucial with the Lord dances. And yeah, it's very evident the difference as well with the initiation from the Kufra and Kaja. I mean, it is expected if you're a Kaja. I mean, you are on the magic side damage to really go in for once the green is activated. I mean, the ultimate, go for it. It's a go for green.
Yeah, I think it's a fundamental error that is born with playing an awkward draft, because I believe Vivero did not have a fun time playing that that Kaja, because for Philippines they wanted to utilize the Kaja, but like the burst damage wasn't there, and the spell usage did not also connect the Predator Strike. Most of the times it's used to clear or to punish, but we never saw, well, we did see it once, but we never saw PH just being constantly in the aggressive, being the aggressor against Indonesia. And I feel like it came down to like just having a blank game. You know, you have this game plan, but it was awkward because you don't have the right tools for it.
And we don't know that their game plan. They want to go for specific pickups. They have the glue, they have the Kaja, they have the carry. They can push down heroes. And if you think about it, all of that specific composition is built to want to go for the pickups, right? And you can argue that sometimes that kind of composition will have a little bit of advantage when it is going up against a full team fight composition, because what is the weakness of a 5-man lineup? You want to separate them together, separate them away from each other, and then utilize your pickups, but that didn't happen. Maybe because of the early game that we saw, because that is what I felt. Talk to me about how strong Indonesia was in the first few stages, because there should be a reason why they were able to win that hard. And let's not just talk about the draft. I guess it's the way that they played it.
I'd have to say the first rotation that Indonesia did on the XP lane, it was detrimental to PH. Like Daigon did not have a good start. She did not get level 4 in time, and I feel like that's where the hold really came in for PH, because Indonesia was able to get the first turtle, get some few kills as well, with Fumieko on the Trizla just jumping on the back line, and she was able to land so many targets with the penalty zone. And after that, even though they were able to get a kill in retaliation for PH, they just lost so much momentum to Indonesia.
And also during that time, I believe for Daigon, she wasn't really able to go back to the base to have that full HP prior the turtle objective taking. So she struggled. Should I go home or be part of this turtle team fight? I mean, the players of Indonesia is already here, so I am needed for this team fight. But with the pressure that Indonesia did on that XP lane, that's just too much for Daigon at that moment.
And now we have to talk about game number 2. What should be the adjustments from Team Philippines? They're going to be into first pick right now, blue side for Team Philippines. We already talked about the draft. We already talked about the control in the early stages and the specific kind of heroes and players that played well, Amores and Chini. But what should Philippines change so that at least they'll force a game 4 in this matchup?
I had to go back to what I said earlier. Start getting the early game gold laners like the Beatrix, because at this point, this matchup, it boils down to whoever gets some form of control on the early game. And you are up against a team, for Philippines, you are up against a team that is crazy good when it comes to taking objectives, like the Turtles and the Lords. They have such a wonderful system placed when they are taking these major objectives, especially with their performance in game number 1. That rotation towards the XP lane dictates the outcome of that turtle fight, and you are able to bounce back. However, if you have a good early game lineup, because we did not see carry utilized for the first 6 minutes of the game here for PH, and they did try to attempt a kill on the Claude. However, it was a nice attempt, but it was misplaced, I would say, because the Kaja could have been much better utilized against the Kufra on the first, maybe the second take, because they, again, as you said, they have the capabilities of bursting down heroes on the side of PH, but they did not do that, and they opted to go for the Claude kill, which Kel fully understood. She was just standing on the behind the tower, and again, that kill failed. And these resources are important because you are on a timer. You are up against Claude. You are up against a line that naturally scales. The Eve scales, even the Fredrin scales, and the Tarizla also scales. You know, the amount of damage output that Fumi Echo did on that game was just insane.
All right, now I think the stadium is packed right now as everybody is waiting for game number 2 to start. It's between Indonesia and Philippines once again. Just like to remind everyone that the first pick will be Team Philippines blue side, Indonesia back at the red side once again. So there were important notes that both of our analysts.
I mean, we're all analysts.
We're all analysts.
So you are an analyst.
So important notes for the draft, and let's see if Team Philippines will change their approach into the game. Interesting that the glue was the first pick. Well, it was there's some pros and cons to it, and Team Philippines will have to really answer for that this time differently. If they still want to go for the glue as their first pick, they should have a different supplement to go with it.
Arlott was ignored.
Actually,
totally.
I mean,
totally
we've been mentioning Arlott time and time again, but for this matchup, no, they will not pick the hero. And I'm not sure if it's just me. If again, we have been talking a lot about the utilization of Kaja.
Yeah.
So since Indonesia didn't really pick Kaja, what if Philippines will go for the heavy tank instead? If they're not, if they will not force the early game aggression against Indonesia, what it is?
If you're gonna go with that route, I think you'd snatch up the Kufra. You ban out both Franco and Kaja, or maybe just ban out the Grok, and then you're forgiven if you want to get the late game heroes like Claude and the carry. But with that change, I think with that setup, it's much more scary for PH because Indonesia will just steamroll over you on the early game or early game aspect of this game. And Eve, okay, they might just be shooting themselves in the foot here. Because you know that these are Amores heroes, like they're still the Farsa, they're still the savior, but you're still limiting yourself in picking up these good early game heroes.
So the last time it was the Valentina that they banned out in this particular slot. Does that mean the Team Philippines will be first picking the Valentina over the glue, over the Arlott?
No,
it won't.
Okay, you go Eve here still for Chini. It's also a good matchup against Valentina.
Farsa, you mean?
I think you'd still go with a Fredrin Eve.
But
I'm sorry.
Fredrin Farsa?
Sorry, Valentina. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Better option for Indonesia since she will have a different option in terms of the IMU safest route.
Yeah.
Knowing that they are really on the faster games. So regardless of the initiation, if they are in a specific lane, why not?
Yeah. I was about to say when I was talking earlier, Eve was banned out. Valentina would have split. That's what I'm scared about. Okay, they go for the Farsa.
Farsa instead. And the Fredrin should be one of the considerations as well.
There you go.
And you see the value in Fredrin this time as the pick for the side of Indonesia.
I like this because Indonesia, they're not scared of the Lapu-Lapu threat because you already see the glue. And even though you pick, even if Philippines pick up the the Valentina here, I don't think it's such a scary pick because you still have the Kufra factor.
Need some stitches?
And they go with the Melissa. Okay, interesting.
So they really opened up Melissa for this game because it was banned earlier, right?
Yeah.
By Indonesia. And instead of securing the Martis, so this is the change here for Philippines.
Yeah.
They went in for a different marksman. This time around, instead of Martis, it is Lancelot.
I'm more scared of this matchup because you play Melissa into Farsa. And there is also the fact that Indonesia could pick up the Grok now.
Yep.
It's a possibility.
It's
a
Lapu.
An
Arlot
Arlot as well.
An Arlot as well. So okay, they still go back to the Claude. This is decent because again, having that Claude, it gives you late game, and it's also a good matchup against the Lancelot because this is a tanks a lot, and there's the early game threat is minimal for PH. So Indonesia would be fine with picking up a gold lane that scales towards a late game. Now, what matters is for the bans coming out on the side of Indonesia, because I believe Grok is still a priority pick here on second phase.
Speaking of Grok, I believe Philippines is the one that banned that earlier on,
second
game
phase.
number 1. So most likely Indonesia was still open the opportunity for this Grok pick or not ban this hero. So it's going to be Valentina. Nice.
Amoris does not have any hero again.
Here's the thing, right? The Team Philippines squad, they pick up the glue, the Melissa, and the Lancelot. 3 confirmed roles already. You know that the glue is going XP, you know the gold lane, you know the jungle. And this means that it could be an easy way out for Team Indonesia. What you do is just ban out all the heroes some more. You ban Xavier here, right?
Why do you feel like
Maybe you just ban Franco.
Lapu is the better ban instead of Terizla? Supposedly for Philippines,
Oh, yeah,
since
that's right.
you don't really, Terizla's not really that effective against Melissa, right?
Maybe because of the fact that they don't have carry potential, because again, you
yeah,
already
yeah.
have the Melissa. But I do understand where the Lapu-Lapu ban would have come from, because it's a matchup that is favorable already for the Lapu-Lapu when you are up against a glue. And also, this Melissa will just get bursted down during the combo of the Bravest Fighter. So Indonesia might be eyeing at that route, but if that's the case, I think that could be reserved towards the last pick. Roam is a priority here for Indonesia, and there's so much threats. Like the Franco, the Kaja, the Kufra is still there if you want to play it against the tanks a lot. And yeah, again, the Grok potential as well for Indonesia.
So be the answer here for Philippines.
I will protect
So
you.
it's Lolita instead.
Your team is picking.
That means that there will be some limitations for the roam role of Team Indonesia. But what's stopping them from picking up
Grok,
the Grok and the Kufra
Grok,
once again?
Kufra, Atlas. Although it's a
Oh my goodness!
Grok here for Indonesia. And imagine the combo possibly for Indonesia with the Wild Charge, Feather Airstrike. I mean, it's possible that even before the goal away is casted, Melissa has been bursted down already.
You go. It's hard.
We go Xavier maybe for
Against
Team
Grok.
Philippines.
Against
But
Grok,
they will
though.
not. They don't have much choice anyways.
Maybe play Lilia.
What if Sicilian?
I don't like Sicilian against Grok. And Claude.
Yeah. I mean, I play Sicilian
It's too
and I don't like it
passive.
too.
Maybe Lilia, maybe I don't know,
Lunox.
Julian.
They
Julian
play
Franco,
Lunox.
I think.
They play Lunox.
Yeah, they play
and-
Lunox.
And Franco seems to be a decent pick for Team Philippines.
Where is my touch?
It's Xavier and Natalia. That's the reason why they pick it up.
Oh, they played Natalia against Grok and Fredrin.
Okay, that's interesting for Philippines. I mean, for Indonesia, their rotation earlier focused on XP lane. Probably the Natalia ban is to just literally force Indonesia to go for a different rotation.
You can argue that, but that means that Indonesia will just pick up something like Lapu-Lapu
Yeah,
here,
you still go Lapu-Lapu.
which has high physical defense against Natalia. It's not Natalia cannot one-shot that hero. Melissa cannot one-shot the Lapu-Lapu as well.
You know what's crazy? I'm not gonna be surprised if they pick up Edith.
Okay.
Oh!
What a
I like,
side change
I like
of
this.
things.
I like this. They swerved the Fredrin towards the XP lane. It's a viable matchup for the Fredrin to play up against the glue. And the reason why I like Karina versus Natalia is that you can't easily burst down the Karina for the Natalia, especially with that blade dance.
Yeah, that is indeed true for Indonesia. Even on that last moment, Indonesia still has a card against that supposedly cheesy pick from Philippines.
So much tanky course on the side of Indo.
Game number 2 will be all about Natalia and Xavier. Natalia and Lancelot as well for the side of Team Philippines. They put really all of their faith in this pocket strategy. It worked before, but will it work against Grok, Karina, and the Fredrin? You can see the Fredrin from the XP lane, also a tanky hero, and with access to the taunt, the silence of the Natalia isn't long enough for you to prevent the Fredrin from locking you down. Where do you go? Surely the far side of the cloud will have some problems with this Natalia Xavier, so that should be the win condition for Team Philippines.
What's changed, however, is Philippines' early aggression. It's more powerful now with this composition, but the rotation of Vivero is important, especially in the first few minutes. I think the gold lane should be pressured for Philippines. Like the Claude should feel some form of pressure, especially against the Melissa matchup, because Perez will have a wonderful time on this Melissa. But I do like the positioning of Indonesia right now, though. They are covering up the gold lane axis against the Natalia. So, the Claude Chell will have a fantastic time in the gold lane.
Yeah, a lot of information from the Indonesian side. And talk about the fast rotation for Indonesia. They really want those pokes against Perez as early as possible, just to negate the possible threat from Vivero on this game. But we see that exclamation point just forcing Chell to back away.
Playing safe here, immediately using that BMI to get away. Once you see that exclamation point, and Chell, again, he's just gonna chill here, no pun intended.
From Chell to Chill, right?
We do know that there's a lot of control that you can get from the Melissa, right? And especially because of the models that you get. I'm interested to see if they will, how they will activate this Natalia, because what changed in the meta game is that you get level 4 with your roamers, right? Which is now happening for Vivian. This time, that will not be...
Yeah, that's not true for PH.
Yeah, that cannot be true because that's Natalia, right? You don't want to expose yourself in the mid lane.
And Xavier's not gonna rotate towards the XP lane. It's a hard task.
Ooh, speaking of hard, that was a hard call for the side of Philippines to contest that turtle, as a wild charge has been used for Vivian, and Indonesia will secure that first turtle of this game.
Again, amazing spell usage coming out from Indonesia. That flicker wild charge on the Lancelot, perfectly timed. Alberta was not able to insert any form of damage against the turtle, and Retribution was not used.
Yep. And this is already great start for Team Indonesia. Then again, it's we do know that it's very weird to look at Team Philippines in their level 4, or at least in their first turtle team fight. Surely they don't have as much. Vival still gets
She used Retri.
Yeah, that was close.
She was like, no, I'm not gonna risk it. And the sad part about Philippines' composition right now is, even though you have much more aggression with your heroes, your timing is limited. Like Indonesia with that personal take, they know that the Natalia would not pose a threat. And after that, this is just Indonesia moving around the map, because Natalia is non-existent for them now.
Yeah, just when we thought that the Philippines just there to just defend the turret on the bottom lane, we see Indonesia just trying to negate the possible rotation from Alpuerto, and that's a threat already. That is the jungler Philippines.
Now, Vivian again starting for Team Indonesia, and this is not the first time that they tried to go for a play onto the gold lane after the first turtle. This is actually a trend that we can see from Team Indonesia play around with. They want to pressure the gold lane after the first turtle of the game, and you saw that in response. Team Philippines did not have a way to check the bushes, which is weird because they have the Natalia, but of course, the fact of the matter remains, it's not an easy Natalia game.
Yeah.
Supposedly for Team Philippines.
Like how is she gonna check bushes when there's 4 heroes rotating from Indonesia? Like they'll see 4 exclamation marks, and those heroes will not back down. Like they have so much HP on their side, and I do love the fact that Vivian is not saving the Flicker's battle spell because she is rocking that the PYT.
Speaking of rocking, again, another rocking wild charge from the Rock of Indonesia. We could see another turtle objective. I mean, there's no really retaliation from the side of the Philippines. They want to go for those instant kills with the Natalia, but no signs yet from Philippines.
Oh, they're waiting for the Predator Strike cooldown here from Chini, but Morris is going to be able to recall out. And this is, again, the constant play that we keep on seeing from Indonesia. Like, they just chill, you know, when they don't have spells. But when they do, they go back to gold lane.
That means that they will go to the gold lane once again. They have found Vivero this time.
Oh, that was close, but Vivero in the hands of Vival. Still not done yet. El Puerto will come in for the side of Philippines. And look at that. The Indonesia will go in for this turret lock at the bottom lane.
Fast movements coming down from Indonesia. And Chini, seeing that, you know, those small lines, those invisible lines, those invisible lines of the Natalia, immediately using the Feather Air Strike, just make sure that the Natalia gets stunned. Even though she was able to dash away, Vival was there to secure the kill with the ultimate. And this makes Indonesia's game much better. 2k lead already for their side. And again, they have a Claude. This lineup would still scale, especially with the Farsa and the Claude. Although Vival would not hurt as much because she is a tank arena. The thing about tank arena is that she scales alongside her teammates.
Yeah.
Like the more damage her teammates does, the more damage she deals because the shred, the peel, it does matter because of the passive arena. It works with HP.
And we do know that Indonesia are very, very good at taking and converting into objectives after the kill. So you saw that after the second kill of the game, they were able to convert into a kill into the bottom lane. And now they are just waiting for the next turtle of the game. Vivero gonna be spotted out immediately.
That is a better airstrike from Chini. And Indonesia right now, they're just prepared with this Natalia pick from Philippines. Although we could see at the top lane that Daigon and the rest of the Indonesian players are fighting for this turtle, but still a clean turtle take for Indonesia. If I were Vivero personally, I mean, my head will now hurt because I want to go for those ganks, the single kills, but I can't.
Like how?
Like how?
Look at the HPs on the side of Indonesia. Oh, retro again by Vival. Look at the HPs from Vivian, from Vival. Pumego's not going to be killed by this game, honestly. The spread Rin has been 1v1ing the glue.
That's absolutely right. The thing with Fredrin is that this is a sustainable hero. I mean, doesn't win the matchup, but doesn't lose it like badly either.
Yeah.
There's some heroes that can actually win over the Fredrin. Maybe a Tams, perhaps.
Yep.
But or maybe a D-Roth. But overall, you don't die if you're the Fredrin. So
and you know
they
what's
just stabilized.
You know what's bad? Pumieko, the only way she dies is if she gets bursted down by the Melissa. One big problem with Melissa playing against Fredrin is the Fredrin is able to reach you with the Princess Rat during go away.
And there's no really crowd control for the side of Philippines. Because just look at that. The Indonesian players are just all over the place on the side of Team Philippines jungle. And it is deadly for them if Philippines is not able to stop this kind of rotation.
Wow, that was another move from Indonesia. A very classic move that they keep on doing. This is not the first time that they did it. They do it every single game. Zone out the enemy, push and convert into a turret. And now they have taken another turret.
And no battle spell, no wild charge, no feather air strike. Just chill, you know, get those bushes controlled. Vivian already has Assault Kuros, so she doesn't care if Vivero shows up. Like the Natalia would, poke the Grok, and no HP would be shredded. Like, she's not gonna care. And Vivian, she's doing a fantastic job of covering the mid lane. This is really important because you don't want to be able to give Philippines some form of control on these mid lane bushes, because this allows access to so much territory, and especially with Indonesia just moving over towards top lane. Sheldo!
Whoa! This is a matchup between Marksman, but Vivian is there to seal the deal against Perez of Team Philippines. But wait, Shell is down, by the way, by the hands of Alpuerto. And we
Vivian?
can see Vivian already now low on life. Daigan is the player from Philippines that will zone this one out.
So tanky.
So tanky.
Especially alongside the walls.
Oh, the flicker! Yeah, the conceal. That was close, but the revitalize, the regeneration is their forge. Genie, I mean,
So
the Grok.
smart. Yeah. Super smart. Did not leave the wall. She was like, I get more physical and magic damage resistance along these walls.
Physical resistance, and of course with the items that you have regeneration. You saw how quickly she was able to regenerate. Fortunately for Team Philippines, they will kind of cut down the lead to just 1.3k, but they'll need to find more openings. Now, another important objective that is going to be the first Lord of the game. When it comes to the levels, Alpuerto is just level 13. Well, she actually has a lot more levels compared, a lot more EXP, I mean, compared to Vival. So that could be one thing that Team Philippines could be riding on.
Big problem, however, is this Grok. They'll have Flicker and 45, but they're rushing this Lord, and Philippines, they're in position actually. Natalia's not here, however. They don't see all of the heroes in Indonesia. Oh, Daigon! Daigon!
Daigon is going to be the target here for Indonesia. Are they going to be successful? Daigon is still alive. Blinding Light will not take effect against the players of Indonesia. Vivar is done, Natalia is done, and Vival is here in depth on the map of Team Philippines as Alpuerto will secure a kill against Indonesia, but Fumieko is there. The battle of the XP laners. This time around, Fumieko wins. And Chini comes in for the Wings by Wings, and Indonesia still on the lead.
Massive takedown from Team Philippines as they were able to isolate and punish Vival. So what they did was to kind of bait out Daigon, although it wasn't really the best of the baits, as Fumieko and Alpuerto will be battling it out once again. You saw how Team Philippines were able to isolate Vival just by forcing Daigon out, was able to keep herself safe, and then she gets out. Now pressure is on.
Oh, look at Chell! Look at Chell!
Chell just running in front of the players of Team Philippines. I'm ready for the damage, and we can see right now Indonesia in position as Diagon will be here as well, giving information for her teammates. Vival and even Vivian is forcing the players of Team Philippines to go near this turtle pit. And still the Lord Dance that we expect from these teams.
They attempted the kill on the Lancelot. Vivian committed the flicker, and I like this choice by Vivero. She is basically acting like a gold laner now, pressuring the bottom lane, and that means split fight for Indonesia. Pars is gonna show up, however. Oh, the kill!
Oh! High surprise for Vivero. There's no Farsa for Team Indonesia for this match. This might be the time for Philippines to secure this Lord objective. We could see them actually forcing Indonesia to reset this Lord. By the way, nice wall from Vivian on that one, since they don't have the Farsa.
Yeah, that sequence was beneficial to Philippines, but it took only a Guardian's Barrier from Indonesia to just quell everything.
Chell gonna be able to get the purple buff, very important at this stage of the game. You don't really need it on the Karina anymore. Chell gonna be caught, and there's the jump. Gonna be safe for a while. Has to be careful with Dawning Light, but Dawning Light is off, not off cooldown just yet. Of all of the initiations coming out from Team Philippines that could be really good, and now they're really feeling the strength of the Amores Savior.
Yeah, that was Chell. I think she has a leg plate, so she survived the hit coming out from Vivero, and I believe Dire Hit was on cooldown. So maybe that's the factor. But she did not press execute. She has execute.
Execute is still available, or I mean, we should see that replay later.
I think she still has execute, but maybe just the fast fingers coming out from the Claude. But that was an important kill. Like if they were able to get the Claude, you go Lord instantly.
Yeah, instantly. And with the lineup of Indonesia, I believe that they might slow down in terms of aggression because Vivera is everywhere.
Yeah.
They saw the potential with the kill against Hani earlier. I mean, no, against Chini. Hani
Chini.
is from the first series today.
Different.
So
country.
to confirm, Execute was on cooldown during that
During
moment.
that
Okay.
So it's gonna be okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Um,
That would have been a crucial kill for PH. But
that is definitely
this
appreciated.
savior from Amores is becoming a problem. Like for Indonesia, they have to deal with this savior. Chill, she felt the damage with
Yep.
just the the passive and the combo of the first and second. And although Dawning Light was used as well, it was just the savior.
Yep.
For Indonesia, they cannot feel confident fighting against PH if they don't see the savior.
Yeah, for sure.
Although for the savior, since Indonesia is now aware with the damage that she already has,
Yep.
one thing to take note for Philippines, regardless if Amores is in the right position, knowing that there's a Grok, so Indonesia might change
Yeah, change
the-
target.
their target because there's no crowd control really to stop Indonesia with
Yep.
the initiations.
It's very critical to identify what your opponents have when it comes to their advantage and of course your own strengths. And when it comes to Team Philippines, it's all about the pickoffs that they have. Once again with the Natalia and the Xavier. But when it comes to the team fights, you know for sure that the big team fight will definitely come out from Team Indonesia. If
yeah.
they don't get baited into the spot where they will be out positioned, where the Karina will be super duper far away from their teammates, that could be the winning formation for the team. So that is one thing that they need to avoid heading into this game.
Yeah, basically the surprise factor. Although it's weird because the Natalia's on the side of PH. Indonesia has more surprise because of the flicker wild charge by Vivian into Blazing Duet, into Feathered Airstrike, and into the assassination by the Karina. But what PH has is vision with sacrificial heroes like Glue because of the split, and they did that earlier, although it was a scary push check because she almost got bursted down by Bibal. Unfortunately for the Karina, the damage wasn't really there, and also the threat of this Natalia split pushing.
Yeah.
Like for Indonesia, they cannot underestimate the damage coming out from Vivero because as of right now, she is an honorary gold laner.
Yep. One reason as to why Vivian is now with the Claude.
Yeah,
Just saw the potential earlier, but again,
just like stop it.
just
split
stop
pushing.
everyone here. But speak of stop, Daigon is here, and Fumi Echo to stop players of the Philippines as Indonesia would rather go for the split push here at the bottom lane.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier change target. How about change playstyle?
Oh!
Dar hit proc. Dar hit proc.
Direct proc to Vivero with a kill against Shell. 35 seconds before this Claude will be available for this team fight. So El Puerto and even Daigon is positioned for this Lord kick. This might be it for Philippines, but for Indonesia, they are ready to contest this one. A Dawning Light has been used. We see that Vivero to be a part of the mission as well. Fumi Echo now low on live, and Al Puerto with a killing spree for the side of the Philippines. And Vivero again against Chini, and 3 players down for Indonesia.
And that is definitely the swing on the side of Team Philippines. They got 3 imported kills. First onto Chell, next onto Fumieko. Now they will take the Lord so easily as Al Puerto is so much on point with this Lancelot, ever so closer to getting that Lord. And now they will have the lead. It goes amazing to it with the damage. It's not going to be enough. Amores to take out 2. The Dawning Light. The Immortality proc. Vivian is going to be running away with the wall charge. But that means the Team Philippines will be able to push the turret in the middle, and they will get more. My goodness. Philippines out of nowhere now holding on to the lead.
Oh my, so many crucial misplays coming out from Indonesia, and Philippines, they go for the punish. They make this hold even bigger. And again, Amores' problem is starting to pop off against Indonesia. The damage from the Dawning Light is insane. And as well as Vivero on the backline. Again, this honorary gold laner from Philippines is dealing so much damage, especially with the Dar hit Shell dying twice in a quick succession for Indonesia. It's really, really crucial part of their game. And look at the damage coming out from Amores.
We can see right now, Team Philippines trying to push this turret out the bottom lane. Wild Charge, by the way, has been used already.
Air strike.
By Vivian. We have the Feather Airstrike. The players of Team Indonesia
Diagon.
low on life. Al Puerto is forced to back away. Diagon, a victory against under the base of Team Indonesia. But look at those spams from Perez and even Amores. Chell will use that Wind of Nature save with the blazing
the savior.
But again, Amores is on fire
Stunning
for
life.
Philippines.
Not gonna land onto anyone as Team Philippines are able to take out the bottom lane inhibitor turret, put the top lane turret to very, very low. Look at the positioning from Vivero. But that also prompts Team Indonesia to just group up.
Oh, she might see the Barca. Is she gonna continue the recall? No, she's still here.
Yep.
She's still here.
Chell exposed.
She might see Chell. She might see Chini.
Chini does have the Winter Truncheon anyway, so that would be not a confirmed kill. And all of a sudden, Team Philippines are now in command of the game. 3.9 thousand gold, and you can assume that they will get the map control as well. It's because of the Farsa. Indonesia losing their inhibitor into the bottom lane means that naturally the waves will be against them in that particular lane.
Yeah. You have to commend Daigon's gameplay. This glue has been selfless in every single fight. Like the first time we see her being selfless was the bush check in the mid lane when she almost died, and it netted the Karina kill for Philippines. And now, well, 2 minutes ago we saw her just jump in the base of Indonesia and she died. But those are spaces that Philippines are able to capitalize, because at this point, she is a hero that needs attention for Indonesia.
Yep.
But for Indonesia, it's quite confusing because aside from the glue, you also have to worry about the Lancelot coming in. You also have to worry about the Belissa dealing damage, and then Natalia, of course. But most importantly, it alleviates the attention from Amores. This savior has been unnoticed for a lot of these skirmishes, and even though Chini attempted to go for the Feather Airstrike on the back line, it was only able to land once.
Yep, quick take on the Lord, 17 minutes in.
Again, sacrificial play from Daigon.
Daigon's immortality.
Nets them a Lord
but
kill.
Still alive, by the way. During that time, and 5.3k goal lead for Philippines, and the Lord will...
Ouch!
Whoa! Look at the damage
Ouch.
against Chell for the Dawning Light.
100% to 50% in just one spell. You don't even have to aim it that far because Amores knows and understands how Chell moves.
Yeah.
Kind of understands how the Claude moves, and now big advantage already for Team Philippines as they now have the Lord pushing onto the bottom side. Mid lane, that's going to be Xavier and the Glue. Top lane, Vivero fishing for kills. What could be the defense from Indonesia? They only have the Farsa when it comes to the defense.
Okay, so we could see Fumi Echo to be in the front line for the defense of Team Indonesia on this game, but it is a bit difficult for Philippines to initiate again. But we could see the Feather Airstrike for Chini already, and look at that. Diagon is still alive though for Philippines.
Vivian?
Comes in with the background. Vivian. We will have the Vival proc. Chell come in for that blazing duet. Vivian is down. Vival as well. 2 players down for Indonesia as a third and the middle lane is going to be the target here for Philippines. Fumi Echo already low on life. We could see a stun against Al Puerto. Blazing duet plus a Wind of Nature.
Fredrin!
With a free hit for this one. For the
Al
side of Team
Puerto.
Philippines.
They want to end.
Base lock.
Base lock. They have the minion wave, although for Team Indonesia, not enough kit to defend as we head 1-1 on this grand finals match. Woo!
Just like that, the Filipinos are dancing as they snag game number 2. There were a lot of doubts when it comes to their draft, but because of their mastery, this pocket strategy worked in the end. Xavier from Amores picking up where she left off yesterday, and you can see the strength of this Natalia pick against the comp of side of Indonesia. It wasn't one-sided. Team Indonesia already took the advantage in the first few minutes of the game. 3.5 thousand, almost 2,000 by the time that it was the second Lord, or actually literally the first Lord of the game, 30 minutes, because even when it's the first Lord, it was a level 2 Lord right at the get-go, just because of the delays that we saw from Team Philippines' side.
Yeah, and I have to say, you know, this was Indonesia's game to lose, and they did lose.
They did lose.
First time that they lose
It is.
a game in an international tournament.
Here's the thing, right? So all of the viewers out there, this squad of Team Indonesia, even when they're not under Team Indonesia, quote unquote, before we know their team that they are originally part of the players, this is the first time as a group that they will lose a game in an international tournament since MWI 2023. So that's what, January.
Yep.
So that's
January, February,
5
March,
months
April.
without any
Counting right
loss.
now.
Wow, quick maths.
Big
Quick
math.
maths.
But take note that during that MWI 2023, even the delegates from Philippines was part of that
true.
tournament. So a lot of progress from the Filipino team with this performance. And when we said that they are strong in terms of longer games, they didn't disappoint.
Yeah, and again, this is the strength of the Filipino teams. They were strong in the late game, and this late game comp worked against Indonesia. And this is something that you are not supposed to do against PH teams. If you commit a mistake, you're gonna punish for sure.
So I think that after 2 games that we saw, and of course the previous games that we saw from Philippines in the semifinals, in the group stages, and correlating that to how Indonesia operates, if there is a snowball, you can rely on Indonesia. But when it comes to the late game team fights, when you see late 18-minute, 17-minute games, Philippines does have the advantage. This is the time, or you can see the strength of the Philippines team as a squad, and going up against Team Indonesia at no matter what happens, we are going to get to a game number 4, right? So that is what really changes here. No team has ever taken out a game away from Indonesia since January of 2023, and now history has been made.
Yeah, it's crazy to see that they lose their grip in their match, and we're going to see here a lot of fun things as to why Philippines was able to win this match. Again, this comp, on paper, should not have worked against Indonesia, but they managed to bring it out towards the late game and essentially had 2 goal laners, with Natalia acting as a pseudo damage dealer as well for Philippines. Just look at the items. The Lancelot, it was a Tank-a-lot, but this Tank-a-lot is a hybrid, you know, with the War Axe. She sorts of deal damage against Indonesia's lineup, but the most important thing is how they utilized the Natalia during the hard times. When Indonesia was in full control, instead of trying to play the Indonesian game, they went with the split push on the Natalia, and it worked because Indonesia was forced to react, and they were given up space here for Philippines to work with, and Amores had a fantastic time on the Savior. She did not die at all in this game. It was because of the fact that the glue was alleviating a lot of the pressure being put by Indonesia, and she was really, really selfless when it comes to engaging Indonesia's lineup. She does not care if she dies or not, especially with the immortality being purchased. All she needs to do is come in, go in, get the vision, get all the information. If spells were burned on the side of Indonesia, that's fine, because the way you kill the glue is with a feathered airstrike or the burst down coming out from the Claw. They need to commit resources here on the side of Indonesia, and that leaves the Savior open for the majority of these fights. Again, it was all about space creation for Philippines, and it was provided by Vivero and Diagon, both on the Natalia and the glue. They were able to make so much space happen for Team Philippines. And El Puerto also, just the sheer presence of the Lancelot, and also the mindset of just farming the minion, the jungle creeps, to be able to be in a place where you are able to out damage the Karina when it comes to the Lord fights, because the higher levels, meaning higher damage on the Retribution, she was always in a place where she can fight the Lords against Vival. So in a way, Indonesia had no win conditions on their side, even though the late game factor was also present with the Claude. Again, it was limited because they had to answer the Natalia going towards the gold lane. And even though they did respond to what Philippines was doing, they committed a lot of mistakes. Chell tanked some damage against the tower, and Vival died when Daigon slipped through the front lines of Indonesia, and at the end of the day, it was Philippines that punished heavily on these mistakes. And the MVP of that match is going to be El Puerto on this Lancelot. 5-1-2 on the KDA. Very consistent performance from the jungler here of Team Philippines, and I love the way she played the Lancelot here. She was not ultra aggressive at all. She was really controlling with with the front line, the ability to just move around the clashes and not lose out on the punctures with the Lancelot. And of course, the right moment to turn on aggression was on the last clash, when Philippines, after Daigon went in, they were able to find some few targets there, and the damage came in from Alberto actually to kill off both Pumieko as well as Vival, and those were really crucial pickoffs because that provided the end game condition here for Team Philippines. But of course, it was a team effort here from from the squad, and Amores on the saber was commendable as well. But Indonesia, again, as I just want to highlight so much crucial mistakes here in this game, and they were heavily punished here by Team Philippines. This tanks a lot did work out in their favor because, again, for the things that I mentioned earlier, the ability to fight during the Lords, while also confusing Team Indonesia with the Natalia split push, they were in constant threat against Indonesia, and basically Indonesia was responding to whatever Philippines was doing on the map, and essentially they were delaying the game to a point where they can amass these massive damage items, especially both on Amores as well as El Puerto on the adjustments on the War Axe. It was crazy to see because Team Indonesia essentially had nothing to they don't have any backups. They don't have they didn't have the luxury of playing Claude towards the late game because, again, essentially there were two gold laners on the side of Team Philippines, with Vivero dealing damage as well on the Natalia. Again, it was Indonesia losing out on the grip that they had in the mid game, and we are now going to see the highlights of this game. Indonesia did have control on the early game, and Vival was on a hot streak on this Karina, but after getting 2 kills, she did not get any lead further for Team Indonesia, as the dive really was punished by Team Philippines. This was the moment where Daigon blindly went inside the bush of Team Indonesia, and even though it was a crazy play, they did find a kill on the Karina, and that led to a massive turnaround here for Team Philippines. Vivero as well having so much time on the backline, getting the pickoffs against Chini, and this was all being provided here both by Daigon and El Puerto, standing on the front line, not dying, and controlling the vision here against Indonesia. Again, there was no response from this lineup. Even with Vivian using the flicker, the initiation was not there because the mobility was also present on the side of Team Philippines. And after the initial turnaround, there were so many mistakes coming out from Team Indonesia, like with Vivian using the flicker for no reason. She did not commit even with a wild charge, and this was that moment. She did not have wild charge, and that is why it was an awkward flicker. And yeah, again, Philippines just constantly punishing these mistakes from Team Indonesia, and that led to a very convincing victory here in game number 2 for Team Philippines.
Thank you so much, Midnight, for that wonderful breakdown of what happened from the itemization, from the draft up until the highlights that you saw. It was definitely a strong game to look at if you want to support Team Philippines, just because the fact that it was Indonesia who's leading all along. And you were mentioning something about the fact that this should not be happening when it comes to just identifying the draft, but Team Philippines powered through and they have found the opening and they did not let go afterwards. Now we saw adjustments from both teams. That is why we will have 1-1 when it comes to our scoreboard. More of this best of 5 between Indonesia and Team Philippines when we come back after this break. Welcome back to the official English broadcast of the 32nd Southeast Asian Games. You are watching the grand finals for the Mobile Legends Women's Division. It's going to be Philippines going up against Indonesia 1-1 in this best of 5 series. My name is Wolf, and I'm with Midnight and Chanel for this series. Now, let's quickly recap what happened to the two games that we saw. What do you think was the reason why we got into a 1-1 situation?
Probably for Philippines, one reason is that since Indonesia knew that they were able to negate the Natalia Pica in the early game, they weren't really aware that there's a possibility for it to be the honorary gold laner for Team Philippines during that time, as to why they are forced to really group up. But at the same time, Philippines just went in for those split pushes. Superb minion wave management for Philippines as well.
For me, it's the fundamental aspect. Like in game number 1, we saw Indonesia just come out on the drafting stage with a much better lineup, and they executed well. Game number 2, however, you cannot fundamentally make mistakes against Team PH because they're going to be able to capitalize. They're going to punish Indonesia, and that they did because, you know, with the mistakes coming out from, I would say, Chell on the Claude after she died on that bottom lane, Philippines was just able to take over, and Daigon had a better experience this time around on the glue. She was really, really selfless in terms of her usage of the hero. And it resulted into, again, mistakes coming out in Indonesia as Vival dove so much deep into the the territory of Team Philippines.
All right, for those who have just tuned in, this is already game number 3, where Team Philippines just recently won game number 2. They are now going to be in blue side once again, as Team Indonesia would prefer to be on the red side. Game number 1, they were successful with that play, wherein they were able to take control of the map so easily. It was a one-sided affair where Team Indonesia managed to find the right opening in the first Lord of the game and then did not let go. It was a one-sided, a quick game for Indonesia. But game number 2, it was Team Philippines coming back from trailing behind Indonesia with their Natalia and their Xavier and their overall late game composition. Given the fact that we already saw 2 games between 2 competitors, what do you think should be the draft picture for game number 3?
For Indonesia, again, this is the 3rd time that the Philippines will be on the blue side. And Daigon played really well on the glue. Maybe they could ban out the glue this time around, although Arlot could be an option here for Daigon, but definitely glue is a big factor.
It's a big problem though, because if you're a red side and you opt to go for the glue ban, you're gonna change up your bans, and there's so many heroes that you need to ban if you're a red side, like the 1-1, the Joy. I'm actually surprised Kaja is being let go of both teams. And yeah, again, if you are eyeing at banning out the glue, many heroes will be really open for blue side. And I feel like the way you answer it is directly answer it. Like pick up heroes like Lapu Lapu, even Rizla, or maybe get Promise. You can easily shut her down when she uses split here for Daigon, and that's a tool that has been I would say underutilized here in their division. And I feel like it is also a factor of difference in playstyle. Like Indonesia would want to group up naturally on the early game, but again, it's a hero that can be utilized in the early game, especially if you have that matchup like the Promise and Glue. You'd have a better early game experience because the X lane is not going to be a problem for Indonesia.
Here we go into the draft. It is exactly that you saw Indonesia just troubleshooting, and that's what we noticed. In game number 2, they also banned out a strong hero for
time to drop the beat of the flag. Team
it was
is
the
banning
Valentina and the Faramis after the second phase of the bans. But going back to the game, it is going to be Yuzhong and Akai. The Team Philippines will be banning out. Same setup as the previous games.
If I'm not mistaken, game number 2, it was an Eve ban for
the third ban.
That's right. Third ban.
For the 3rd ban, which was actually makes perfect sense with the play earlier of Philippines on game number 2. So, but they could still change this. I mean, Glue has been banned here for
To me, your
one.
team is all that
Wait,
matters.
what?
Really on the blue side?
Do they not play 1-1 on Philippine side?
Paris plays 1-1.
First place 1-1.
Yeah, I know, but this 1-1 ban is a huge surprise, and they gave Indonesia plus a free ban.
Exactly. That means that they should be eyeing for a different first pick. Maybe East
The
was their
southern seas
priority.
are my domain.
Valentina is still open, Arlott is still open, Fredrin is still open,
Among the
Lapu Lapu is
plains
still open.
exists
So
the
that is the game plan.
equilibrium
They snatch away the
which
East.
I was made
But
for.
Fredrin, Lapu Lapu sounds crazy good.
Yeah, indeed. With the first pick already for Philippines, a lot of information already for the team. What's good for Philippines is that we might see a hard camp this time around with the Eve being picked by them.
It means that the Fredrin should be top quantity for both teams because you don't want to give that up. If you're Indonesia at the same time, Philippines want to take it up the moment that the draft opens up for you. Once again, Indonesia.
What if Melissa for
Oh, they snatch away the Lancelot. But I do still think Fredrin is good for Philippines if they pair it up with the Lapu Lapu.
Knowing Philippines, though, they might be considering Martis instead because that is how they have been picking up or answering this Lancelot.
Melissa Arlott,
Snatch away the
Fredrin
Kufra, Arlott.
Thinking Martis Melissa.
Martis Melissa.
I want to say you go Lapu Lapu Melissa then, because you are removing the Lapu Lapu factor from Indonesia, even though you still are gonna face probably the Terizla in the second phase. But if Indonesia does not pick it up, you can bat it out. So they go with the Melissa.
Your team is picking.
And they go
Or the
Arlo.
Arlo. So high damage percentage here for
The flare that's gonna light up
Your
the
team
entire
is banned.
star.
and the Beatrix.
So it's Beatrix. I think that if you are Team Philippines, you have to be concerned about the Kaja, and the Franco de Kaja, which potentially could be picked up by Indonesia. You have 2 bans for it anyway, so you're gonna be at least A-okay with that.
One big problem is Grok still open.
Again, time and time again for the Gronk. I mean, with the Vival.
And also there's that Kufra Farsa that Indonesia likes to pick up. It's a traditional combo with the Beatrix, like that trio spells doom, right?
Where is my target?
Okay, the respect. Natalia. One big problem for PH is that I think you can only ban one roam hero dedicated to Franco and Kaja. So that means just choose one. Because you aren't required to ban out Lolita as well. In this lineup. Like Indonesia, if they get Lolita Valentina, that's just gonna suck for your mid lane.
Then again, you're still also scared about the carry team stunts, right? The Kaja.
Yeah,
Welcome
So I think
Your team is banned.
understandably so.
So they will open up Franco and Kaja for this game.
I think
Franco, Kaja, Lolita.
I think that among those 4 that you just mentioned, I think that maybe Franco might be the least priority when it comes to your bans.
Yeah, because you do have that Melissa and Eve.
But that
can
puts
deal.
Kaja up top.
Yeah. So I think the highest priority here for PH is you ban out Kaja. Because against Franco, against Grok, against Franco and against Lolita, you have that reload manipulation to play with, and the go away would be of much value against those heroes. Because the thing about Kaja is that she does not care about.
I will protect you.
Your team is banned.
Well, they do have the.
They're giving up free bans for both sides.
Well, they do have the Beatrix anyway, so they wanna make sure that everything is covered. I'm pretty sure that it will be a roam pickup for Indonesia in slot number 4.
Franco still, still very, very good for Indonesia. But also talking about the XP lane, Lapu Lapu is still open for Indonesia.
Perfect pick actually for Indonesia having this Eve on the other team. So Philippines right now, maybe Franco. I'm Kaja. No,
Kaja. I think you ban Kaja.
Kaja.
Just achieves so much.
This land is our homeland.
Okay,
Oh,
you're right. You were right the first time.
It's Lapu.
Yeah. Or will they take the Kaja?
Will they take Yuzhong as well?
Here's the thing. I think no matter what, they don't care if Philippines get either like Franco or Kaja. So you go for other. Okay, that's the game plan. Because here's the thing: if you give Philippines Kaja and Franco, they will likely take it. So get the hero that will counter it. Like both the Franco and Kaja does not enjoy playing against this Kufra because you have that re-engage factor. Problem is you don't have Lapu Lapu. So Indonesia is in a position where you are required to pick up a tanky XP laner, and I like this. Philippines is already gearing up to face such XP laner in the side of Indonesia, and the only remaining option that I can think of is Stams because Lapu Lapu is already banned out.
I must break the code.
Your team is
Oh!
no!
Okay.
There is the IM.
You go Farsa, I think.
No, yeah,
Valentina's already there.
Already.
For Indonesia, Terista makes sense.
Yeah, Terista makes sense.
With the Estes, definitely for the Philippines side.
I think it's
someone that has crowd control.
Terisla, Edith. I don't see any. Mincitar actually.
Mincitar, maybe. I mean, it's difficult though for Ruby. Is the ultimate of Ruby able to catch the Melissa under the goal?
No, I don't think so. Because
when the body suffers,
What?
The spirit blooms.
Never mind crowd control. We go Benedetta Petrify.
They go damage instead of crowd control. That is the decision, and looks like our analyst here cannot believe what he just saw, but this is the decision from both teams. The Philippines are going to be rocking the classic championship caliber kind of lineup this time by the women's squad. It's going to be the Estes.
It's a little weird, you know, playing Benedetta against an Estes. The heals will is gonna come out, but I understand their thinking. Like it can force out the heal from the Estes. My big worry is the slow from Estes. Like this Benedetta is gonna walk.
I mean, I'm not sure anymore of what's gonna happen on this game. If we go back, game number 2, it was Indonesia on the lead, and then in an instant, the Philippines won the game, and they're just showing us pocket strategies time and time again. Natalia, then this time around Estes, so why not?
Yeah, if both teams chill, this is a favorable comp for PH. But again, there is still that factor of the Kufra getting the momentum for Indonesia, and they can utilize the Benedetta prior to level 4 because of the the passive with sword intent. She can move around the map rather quickly, and I think that's what they're banking on, the ability for Indonesia to just be able to move around the map prior to the first 2 turtles.
If you don't think about the Estes for a while, just remove it from the factor. Imagine if it's a different roamer. Indonesia will have the tools to deal with the other heroes. Like Benedetta didn't really make it a problem for Eve to stay in front, utilizing the real-world manipulation because of the damage. There is an argument that can be made between Benedetta and Melissa, although Melissa naturally wins that matchup, but if you time it correctly, will have the right opportunity. And you also have the threat of the Beatrix plus the Kufra, which we know that if you have a good jump, you can have the Ben's Reach. But that is, again, not taking into factor what the Estes can do. And we know for sure that the Estes will be able to just nullify all of the things that we just said about Team Indonesia's comp.
Yeah, just think about, the life of Perez here. She has Inspire. She'll naturally build up Haskell, I think, here in this game because you're required to do so much frontliners on the side of Indonesia. And you also have an Estes. So the amount of HPs that she'll get in this game is absurd. And I don't think the damage is enough on the side of Indonesia unless they burst this Melissa down. So she's going to be target priority number 1 in the mid to late game. The jumps will have to count from Vivian, and Perez is already doing a good job in laning against his Beatrix.
And you can see right now Vival and Al Puerto positioned here in the turtle objective. First turtle of the game, we can see Vivian stretching, and Al Puerto is going to be the target. The Blessing of the Moon Goddess has been procced, and Vivian is forced to flicker out as the turtle will go to the hands of Philippines Fumieko. Nope. She will back away on that team fight.
And we can already see some of the problems that Indonesia will be facing in the mid-game. Damage will not be enough. And for Team Philippines' benefit, they have found their ultimates pre the turtle fight, which was very important. It's not easy to get your ultimate up as the Estes in the early stages during the first turtle fight, but Team Philippines have found an opening, and this is already massive for their Estes-based comp.
So here's the problem. Indonesia, as much as they want to utilize this Benedetta and Kufra in the early game, but they also have to babysit Chill on the gold lane, because Melissa has been doing a fantastic job of winning this matchup against Chill, and she already has corrosion sight, meaning nobody can could stand their ground against this Melissa. I would say Indonesia has much bigger problems in terms of dealing with the Melissa, because as of now they don't have the damage yet, and she will continue to scale. And she's not even problem number one. Problem number one is, how do you fight against this massive sustain on the Estes, and how do you fight against the re-engage of the final slash and the real manipulation?
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't really have the burst. I mean, Chini will choose either it's going to be the sustain with IMU on Vivero, or will it be the real world manipulation, right? So clearing of minion wave is also an issue here for the lineup of Indonesia. And this is going to be a long game for our players, because we see right now, regardless if Indonesia, they have the Kufra, but it's very different from the Kufra on game number 1.
Look at how scared they are of the Melissa. Just one model, Beaven was like, nope.
Especially because Amores and Vivera are there. And they are doing a great job just checking out the bushes, not letting any opening from Indonesia to be happening. And it's going to be turtle number 2 with El Puerto in front. Vivera and Amores, they have their ultimates up.
Okay, we have the IMU on Chini with that real world manipulation. Turtle has been reset. So this might be a 5v5 team fight as the XP laners will be here as well. Here comes Vivian with the
nicely timed Mortal Coil.
Here comes the counter engage, but the turtle will go to the side of Indonesia. But wait, Bear is here for those
Vival?
Vival,
no puncture.
But wait, Chini is going to be the target here for Team Philippines. Vival is there as well. We see models and cuddles, but the real damage from the Philippines is right here for.
Have damage, Lancer is not going to have damage. She's a tanks a lot, so we can leave our backline with the Estes. Let's go for the backlines of Indonesia. And Chini was not in a good spot because she was fighting against crazy good early game heroes in the form of both the Arlot and the Martyr. So there's no way of surviving that. While Indonesia, they did not have damage whatsoever to try and take out Perez. Perez was able to regenerate her life twice with both the Inspire and the Blessing of the Moon Goddess.
Massive lead. Team Philippines have amassed 2,000 gold lead. This is the first time in this series that they were that they had the advantage. The early stages, and that can also be said with their semifinal matchup. For all of the 5 games that so far we have seen Team Philippines play, this is the first time that they will have the lead in the early stages.
But for Indonesia, they are trying to go for a play at the bottom lane, but Amores was there. She knows that the players of Indonesia is actually there. For Philippines, they will go straight, specifically El Puerto on the turtle objective. No contest from the side of Indonesia as the Retribution will secure that one. Chini will use the IMU again with that real world manipulation, and it's just Philippines running out of players of Indonesia.
That's a wishful attempt as well. You don't have the burst damage to take out the Arlot, especially with the tenacity on Daigon. This emblem really just provides a lot of survivability for the Arlot, and this is the downside of playing a Valentina. Like the amount of damage that she can bring towards the table is the amount of lead that you have and the momentum that you can get in the early game. But sadly for Chini, they were not able to establish that momentum, as Philippines are leading the charge this time around, and she's even she's even at the same level with Amores. Amores actually has higher gold compared to the Valentina.
But what's really nice for Indonesia is that they are fully aware that it's not advisable for them to fight against Philippines like a big team fight. So they are going for those split pushes, which is really nice, by the way.
And that allowed them to kind of...
the slow walk.
The slow walk. Fumiko going to be able to run away, but that is going to be Electro final blow committed, which means that there will be not much when it comes to like the defense into the bottom lane. Retribution, however, committed by Vival just to make sure that they defend bottom lane.
Ooh, flicker.
That was close. Flicker burn. Yes, for Chini on this game. So for both our teams, they're just really forcing each other to exert and use as much resources as possible against each other. And
okay.
Nice
deal.
More on really stretching the game for Indonesia.
Yeah, nice deal from Chell. I have to say this Martis on the front end, so such a big nuisance for Indonesia. Like 3 heroes on their side are essentially countered by the jungler of PH. Vival, Fumieko, and Vivian cannot play properly against the smartest. Oh, bottom lane, however, Diagon. Be careful, that's an Arlot!
Okay, we have the final
That's an
smash
Arlot!
for Diagon. Look at the
That's an Arlot!
sustain for the explainer of Philippines. No trade from Indonesia as set of Philippines. This is a perfect time for us to take this Lord. No
They're not giving up.
Indonesia. Space given though for the players of Philippines. All for Indonesia. They will secure a turret here at the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Somebody has to recall to say this, but Indonesia will just trade. They know that they will not have any advantage. The pickup was there from Dagon, although they threw everything, including the kitchen sink, onto that particular hero. They managed to take him out, to take her out. So after taking so much time, but they did lose the Lord.
And I have to say, it was a greedy play from Dagon to try and fight that. She was already in a much better spot. She could have lived, and Indonesia would have still taken out the bottom tower, which was a good trade for their side. Because again, realizing the threat that they cannot fight against PH as of right now, they need more. They need more tools. They need more dominance eyes. They need more necklace of Durans.
Yep.
Rare. Gone are the days where we see mages buy that item. It's a rare purchase now.
Yup, and this time around, it's a fast defense for the Indonesian squad as the Lord has been defended. We could see a shift on the rotation of Philippines. They will force this bottom lane turret to be destroyed. Look at that.
Yes, the amount of slow.
And from behind, Vivera was just there to secure the kill against Fumieko.
They cut the corners, like the slow from Eve and the slow from Estes. They didn't put it in one spot, they put it in 2 spots. And Fumieko did not have a fun time on trying to escape that. Again, the sword intent, you need to charge that. And this minute that for the longest time has been trying to walk towards her safety.
And that Lord take from Team Philippines inflated the gold lead to 3.7k, especially after the turrets that they were able to push. Typically, you want to look for all of the outer turrets, but Team Philippines are going to be settling for that one. Initiation coming from Dagon.
Vivian forced to flicker out, but Vivian is going to be down. A decimate is the answer, says Alpuerto. And Philippines right now. Just look at the sustain. Yes, there is the damage from Chell, but Vivera is just there for those heals. And Paris was with those free hits. And this around Philippines is on the aggressive side.
Here comes the Nova final slash committed by Team Philippines. They snag Akil once again, and there's the chain. Gonna be the Beatrix down for the count. Dagon is gonna keep herself safe, and the Paris just hitting onto the turret. In comes Alberto. Retribution, triple kill for Alberto. The Martis, he gets out, gets away with murder as Team Philippines will now get the turret and a 5,000 gold lead.
Somebody send the ambulance, Philippines says. They just left the murder scene in Indonesia. They had no answer. Again, the amount of sustain with the Estes, especially with the Purified Battle Spell, she's not afraid to stand in the front line against Vivian. And this Kufra cannot play in front of the Martis. Alberto has been providing so much problems in the early game because of his survivability in the front lines. And this time around, she turned as the damage dealer for Team Philippines. And again, there was no answer. There was no clapback from Team Indonesia.
And
bottom lane though.
There's a shift for Indonesia that again is
That's an Arlot. That's an Arlot.
It's the same story.
That's an Arlot.
Deja vu. And
and Shell will secure the kill against Daigon, but this time around, it's a different story for Philippines. They will go for the backup against Indonesia. Shell will TP out.
Oh, Fumieko, you're gonna walk
they
again.
They are alive. No! Fumieko is down in the hands of Team Philippines. You have the Lord of the middle lane. Yes, Chini will defend. I mean, Indonesia needs the ambulance, but they are up against an ambulance.
Yeah. And Puerto with the decimation just on time. And I think that's pixel perfect as well. Mid lane definitely will be taken out. Puerto just manning the front lines for Team Philippines. As Perez and the gang, they will be moving themselves towards the bottom lane.
Oh, the models.
Okay,
so
that
much
really
damage.
hurt. Again, reward manipulation here
Amores.
for Amores for the side of Team Philippines. Just sorting out the players of Indonesia and a lot of pressure coming in from the Filipino team. Look at that. The bottom lane is really the target. Fumieko comes in, but nope. She's still alive for this one. El Puerto again in front of the players of Indonesia. Here comes the ball of Indonesia.
Oh no, Portal Coil!
Flicker out, but we have the blessing of the Moon Goddess Indonesian version. El Puerto has the immortality though, and in front of the members of Indonesia, we have players of Team Philippines just doing those free hits.
Amazing wave clear though from Indonesian side, but for how long? Real world manipulation by Amores.
Fumieko gonna be falling low. The stun connects. He's now being controlled, taken out as well. Benedetta out. Vival wants to defend, but she's taking so much damage as well. Will keep herself alive and will be able to clear out the minion wave very close for Indonesia.
Yeah.
And Philippines, nobody died from their side. Could be round number 2 or round number 3. We don't know. The medic is here for Team Philippines.
I mean, this is
Daigon! Daigon!
Oh my God, Shella already go live. We can see right now. Team Philippines, El Puerto on the legendary. Vival forced to back away, but still Indonesia holding onto the base. A nice minion wave clearing though.
They did clear out the minion wave. And it was very close. Philippines are really feeling it. 13-2. And they have a healthy minion wave into the bottom lane.
Oh
Vivian. 16 seconds. Can they wait this out?
No battle spells, by the way, for the players of Team Indonesia. Fumieko is forced to elect to fight up
Daigon
to go back to the base, and another inhibitor turret destroyed by the Filipino squad. Still Indonesia on the defense. 20 seconds for the Lord.
It's like when Taros was asked how much it took. It took everything for Indonesia to defend their base.
And everything. And look at that. Purify is still available for Vivero. You have massive flickers coming in, and Daigon will also have her own flicker in quite a while. My goodness, this version of the ultimate bonding experience.
Yep.
The Filipino signature.
They know how to utilize it, so it seems. And what a better... You know, it's so perfect with the timing that they actually showed us this kind of composition, right? Natalia was the pocket strategy in game number 2. They took a game out of it. And then for them to get into match point, if ever they do, it's the Estes. So now you have to think about 2 different strategies from Team Philippines if you're Indonesia.
Is it Natalia, or is it going to be an Estes?
You're going to be hella confused on game number 4. And again, the brilliance with this pick, it's not even about just the heal. It's about being able to stand on the front lines this time around. Although game number 2, Natalia did not stand on the front lines, it provided enough of a problem. It added a layer of problem for Indonesia to deal with. And this time around, Vivian is not able to play her game on the Kufra. As you know, every jumps that she makes, it's accompanied by either a counter engage from the from the Arlot or the Eve. And even if she makes a great jump on the enemy roam, she has Purify. The Estes can just purify it out and heal her teammates, and again provide assistance towards the aggression that they can amass. And I love this Marcus pick coming out from Team Philippines. Again, it essentially counters 3 heroes on the side of Team Indonesia. You saw Fumieko earlier try to use the Electro Final Blow against the Eve, but Demartis was there, and she was not able to get out. Like the Sword in 10 charges was not working the way it's supposed to be because of the Mortal Coil.
And at the same time, if Indonesia forces to dive in deeper on that formation of Philippines, there is the go away. So you have the go away, you have the real world manipulations. It's as if Philippines is building their own base. in front of the base of
Literally.
Indonesia. I mean, literally, yeah.
This is why you really think like the Benedetta might not be really the good choice here.
Yeah.
This last pick for Indonesia. If they pick up something else, like maybe
Charisma.
Charisma, could be they could have had a better early game, right? And now this really is gonna be difficult for Team Indonesia. It's not impossible though, but it is very difficult. Lord gonna be in favor of Team Philippines.
So much gap between the the roles on both sides. The jungler 3,000 gold lead for Al Puerto, and also just the the gold lane. Although it's a 1k lead, it's quite small for Chell. But the main problem is this gold from the Melissa is of high value. Like they don't have anything against Perez. Even if they jump in with with Vivian, she's gonna be met with insane amount of healing from Vivero. And if they don't burst Perez down, she can just press Inspire, and alongside Haskell, she will regain those HP back.
This is now the Lord of the Team Philippines knocking on the middle lane. Indonesia will defend this one out. We have the blessing from the Moon Goddess. Vivian already going live. That is going to be legendary for El Puerto. And look at those free hits from Perez. But they're still alive. Okay, we have the regeneration for the side of Team Philippines. We have 4 players still defending their base. Look at Diagon in front.
Final slash!
With a final slash against the Indonesian team. And we have a tower lock as Philippines 1 win away on securing the gold.
Match point for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Philippines Women's Division. And everybody from the Philippines side now celebrating. And how poetic is it for the MLBB women's team to actually rock what gave the gold medal to Team Philippines
This is
a year ago.
This is a big moment, Wolf Chanel.
I agree.
Philippines 2-1 against Indonesia. Like for 2 years, Indonesia has been the pedestal of women's MLBB. And Philippines, as of right now, they are leading the series by 1 point, and they are 1 game away from winning everything.
Exactly.
And I mean, I get goosebumps on that checkmate draft. Actually, by the way, we can consider that as a checkmate pick from the side of the Filipino team. Again, it was really unexpected to have Estes in an instant out of all the information that Indonesia had with the hero pool of Vivero.
Exactly, and this means that they're ever so closer to getting the goal. 2 more chances. Well, they only need 1 more, but we know for sure that everybody did not expect Team Philippines to be leading versus Indonesia. Fun fact: the production told us that the Team Philippines actually went to Cambodia very earlier on, and they didn't have access to the training facility yet because they were far too early, and so now they had to practice in coffee shops just to make sure that they have at least a way for them to train, right? And now they're running away from bringing home the gold. And for the first time, this is Indonesia, the squad that was very, very dominant. First time that they are challenged, the first time that they lost, now they lost twice in a row, about to be taken out.
Yeah, and I like the approach here of Team Philippines. Like, you approach this problem with out-of-the-box solutions, especially with the training thing. Could have been training from the hotels, but they chose to go and train with in the coffee shops, and that's what they're doing here against Team Indonesia. The way you answer against them is. And I think this is this is something that surprised us because they didn't directly deal with the the problem that they are facing right now. Because Team Indonesia, again, they are a strong early game team, and that is for a fact. And Team PH, they are a strong late game team, and they did not adjust their playstyle. They did not adjust the battle between the gold laners. They adjusted by providing more problems to Indonesia, and they provided it with an Estes pick. And this Estes pick proved to be fatal for Team Indonesia, especially when they ran out of XP laners on their side. And again, you have
to mention the battle spell choice here for the Estes. It also was one of the big factors why Team Philippines was able to play the Indonesian game, the early aggression from their side, especially coming out from El Puerto on this Martes, which again countered 3 heroes on the side of Team Indonesia, and that is also one of the reasons why the trio was not able to do anything, especially Fumi Echo. With the problems that we mentioned earlier, she cannot really utilize the hero very, very well. She was not able to have a good access on the back line because she had to deal with a lot of slows, and the amount of controls that Team Philippines has was overwhelming as well, especially with the real world manipulations, the void crystals, and the slows coming out from the Estes. And Team Philippines had an amazing time in the mid-game with El Puerto leading the charge here, being the frontline nuisance against Team Indonesia, and Vivian did not have a game at all in this Kufra. Even though the jumps were there, the initiation could have been there, but the main problem is who do you target? Who do you jump on? Because their target priority number 1 is Melissa, and they don't have access towards that. And that's the reason why Perez was able to deal so much damage on this Melissa with a lot of backups. The amount of sustain that she had in team fights, at one point she was able to regain her HP at full back twice in a single fight, and you know she had no problems because even if Indonesia jumps in and they commit all the way, she had go away. So there is still backup on the side of Team Philippines. And again, even if the fully commit here on the side of Team Indonesia, the backline was also in a lot of problems because Daigon has always been keen on utilizing those final slashes to keep those heroes in check. And whenever they initiate here on the side of Team Indonesia, they're always met with the real world manipulation. And with those problems, if Indonesia gets their HP low, the biggest problem of all is the Decimate coming out from El Puerto, and she did just that. She wiped out Team Indonesia at some point in the late game, getting a perfect record of 904 on this Martes, 752 GPM and 87% kill participation. And I love the way that she itemized. She prioritized building up the sustain items as she knows that they have enough damage. She does not need to build up those war axes, those hunter strikes. All the things that she needs to do in this game is survive the front line and be able to use Decimate on heroes that are low on HP. Because if she does not kill them off, it's just fine. You just reset with the SS, get those HP back, and provide the frontline sustain and frontline tankability for the Melissa to be able to pop off. And there was a time when she was 1 versus 3ing the Indonesian side, all because of the fact that nobody could answer up to this Martes. And the usage of the Mortal Coil as well against the Kufra, it was always at the right timing. There was no point in the game where the Kufra was able to punish the Martes in a way. And this was one of the moments, this was a good example of the usage of the Mortal Coil, because when Vivian jumped in, she was met by the combo of El Puerto. That's why she was immediately taken down. Although Vival secured the turtle for Team Indonesia, Team Philippines secured a team fight here and has gotten the early game momentum. And again, we talked about the Benedetta having so much problems in the early game, and it did show up because Fumieko did not have a fun time playing this Benedetta. She was literally walking over so many slows. It's like playing a game of walking across lava. And there were a lot of team fights wherein she was not able to move around these targets that she wants to be able to pursue, especially Perez on the back line. Melissa was having the time of her life on the back sides of Team Philippines. And Daigon also proved to be fatal for Team Indonesia as she was able to defend a lot of lanes. She was able to land a lot of amazing final slashes. Also, the sustain coming out from the Vengeance of Daigon, providing more space for Team Philippines to work with, and the battle spell emblem of the emblem of the tenacity also providing more sustain and tankability for the All-Out. All in all, this this lineup from Team PH was just too much for Team Indonesia to deal with.
All right, thanks so much, Midnight, for telling us what happened in that wonderful game. We know for sure that it was the draft that started it all. And Chanel kind of mentioned something about it being a checkmate, which is true. We've seen a lot of Estes compositions, and we know how it should be answered. There are teams that are successful going up against it. Some teams just straight up ban it out. now there will be two problems that Indonesia will be facing heading into game number 4. First is, of course, it is match points. They have to survive all the time. Second is, you know that there could be Natalia and slash or Estes. Well, not and
slash or Estes.
Yeah,
that's a big problem, right?
It's a big problem. That's definitely a big problem. But that might not happen. But we do know that it could be either of both other compositions.
I'd say 3 big problems because
What's the other one?
pick priority also matters.
Okay.
Because if Indonesia decides to swerve this one out and get first pick, you don't know the sequence of what Philippines will get. So I think for Indonesia, you'd have to concede giving first pick to PH because you already saw the sequence. It's it's a very weird position to be in where you'd say that okay, let's get first pick this time around. The bigger question is what did he get 2 picks? So I think you're more comfortable to working with what you already saw, but you're still facing the Estes and Natalia problem. So this is a really difficult spot for Indonesia because you are put in a place wherein if you don't have any answers, you have to bring something new to the table.
There's always that discussion when you see a team that was very dominant. For example, Team Indonesia, them being part of a storied franchise when it comes to MLBB Women's Division. And we know that they have been on top for the longest time. This is going to be the first time that they are getting challenged, which means that they might not be used to it. Every single team they faced, they destroyed. This time they're facing elimination. Well, not really elimination, but the defeat of a series. And this is what they are facing right now. When it comes to the momentum, it's undeniable that the Philippines had it. You can see it on the way that they were playing. Yeah, feeling very confident, the momentum on their side. So, how do you now approach this if you are Team Indonesia? How do you mentally get back into the game so that you will have an even footing going up against the Philippines?
First, the good point is what Midnight mentioned, change the sequencing of the picks. I mean, it has been a straight 3 games for Philippines on the blue side. If they take the blue side this time around, they are the ones to dictate the pattern of the draft. I mean, this time around, it will be Philippines to ban out maybe the blue, even the other heroes that was being banned out by the side of Team Philippines. And this time around, since they are on the blue side, they get to surprise Philippines on that last pick, which was really effective, by the way. Smart move, by the way, for Philippines on that moment with the Natalia and Estes on the last pick.
Yeah, but it's such a double-edged sword, if you're Indonesia, you might be thinking of changing it up, like getting the first pick priority for a sequence that you already prepared. But you will have to work with a sequence that you haven't seen yet come out from Team Philippines. And I think it's too late now to look into past matches of PH because there's no time for you to prepare such draft variation. So it has to boil down to the confidence of playing into the things that are already presented in the series. Adjustments will have to be made, but I think those adjustments have to be minor at best, because if you tweak if you tweak too much, you might just be shooting yourself your own foot. And against Philippines, again, we've seen that on game number 2. If you make little mistakes, they're gonna be punished. You're gonna be punished really hard.
They get magnified surely. So there's one thing. There's so many things, actually, not just one thing, but so many things that Indonesia will have to look for when it comes to dealing with game number 4. But we do know that they are a championship team. We know that the winning mindset runs in very deeply into this lineup that we have from Team Indonesia. That makes it so that game number 4 is going to be very, very intense. That will be coming up real soon. And we already talked about some of the adjustments that they can do when it comes to actual draft choices. We mentioned something about sequences, but what do you think will be the adjustment? Because this time, Eve was the priority, and I like it a lot for Team Philippines. Somewhere along the way, we kind of doubted what their decisions were, but the last 2 picks were very good.
And I didn't like the Atrix pick, honestly.
Okay.
If they were thinking of getting that hero, I think it would have been better. It would have served better if you put it on second phase. Because at that point, you already saw the Melissa. Like, there was no way for Philippines to swerve that unless they play Melissa Jungle. And I think they severely lacked answer against the the lineup of Philippines, especially when you saw the Eve. You automatically think to yourselves that we need an Expelator. We need to pick it up
Which
right now.
is the Lapu.
The Lapu Lapu.
Lapu or the Grok.
Yes, that is true because with the sequence of the pickings earlier of Indonesia, they prioritized Beatrix over Lapu
That's right.
and even Grok. What if they picked either of those two heroes on the third pick rather than taking the Beatrix?
And there were so many answers as well. Like you could argue that Harith could have been picked up on second phase.
My favorite Moskov.
It does work. Yeah, the favorite Moskov, and I feel like rushing into Beatrix is kind of forgivable because it's it's a signature hero for their playstyle, like early aggression. But they did not pair it up with something of the likes of the Franco. They went with the Kufra though, which was a nice touch. But they got met with a Marta's pick from Team Philippines.
Okay, I think we are heading into the game pretty soon. Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, it's a game.
It's a game.
Indonesia is reportedly going to the blue side this time. There'll be a change up for sure.
Oh, that's a hard position to be in. Okay, Team Philippines, they get second pick, and I think Wolf Chanel, I think they are more dangerous when they get second pick. Because I've seen Omega, I've seen Team Philippines.
Team Seaball.
Yeah, Team Seaball. Because outside their, that team, I've seen this team pull off crazy third picks. And that third pick will be crucial, especially against Indonesia, because you know what? It's also treated as last pick on first phase.
Big shout outs to our boys. We know these people having more screen time than
everyone else.
Than everyone else
in the crowd.
And by the way, the MLBB men's team is also here. I can see
support.
Most likely, majority of the delegates are here right now. I mean, this is the
100%.
championship.
Gold medal.
For the gold medal. Again, for those who are new to our stream, one win away for the Seaball Women's MLBB team to secure the gold for their country.
Oh, for Indonesia, there's a lot of adjustments to be made. I'm just worried that this first pick priority for them could cause more issues than it could resolve. But you can argue the same thing for Indonesia, right? Like Philippines would also have to face against a sequence that they haven't seen before.
That's
but
right.
as of this moment, we don't know if Indonesia has something up their pockets, up their sleeves, because Philippines has been doing that for 2 games now. So it is interesting to see that Indonesia, adjusted to this slot. Joy ban, interesting. As blue side.
You usually want the Joy to be banned on the other side, but it is a free ban for the side of Indonesia. Probably will go for the Eve as well on the priority. Same with what the Philippines did on Game
So
of
we are on the same page. They are keen on picking up the Eve first pick.
Yeah.
But my problem with that is we've seen the Yuzong Akai Eve ban sequence from Team Philippines. But I do understand that you get the Arlot for Team Indonesia if that's the case. But they just open up the draft even further with the Faramis ban. More heroes would start popping out on both sides, but Philippines is second pick. So they have more room.
I think
to get
Indonesia
those
might be considering the glue as the first
yeah,
ban.
yeah.
That might be what they are eyeing for. I'd not be surprised if they ban out Arlot third pick. Third ban, I mean.
Okay, 1-1.
Understandably.
Most likely Akai as third ban for PH. Now Indonesia, what did he go for the third ban?
He ban Arlot or Valentina.
Arlot Valentina, yeah, for Indonesia. But for Philippines, Melissa will be opened again, and then the artillery mage that has been really controversial for this division.
You know what's crazy? If they don't ban Estes here, Philippines might just go for the first 2 picks Estes.
That's true. That is highly likely, right? Especially now how confident they were. Maybe even like Martis Estes. Still gonna be the Kadira.
Akai ban?
It's
What
okay.
if they pick
Here's
up the
the
Akai
thing.
and Estes?
Here's the thing. It's as if Indonesia and Philippines just switched sides, but basically the banning
Same
is
set
the
of bans,
same. So they just really want to prioritize that hero. That the Eve. I mean, it's evening, right? I mean, for some.
That's
7 out of 10.
yes. That's 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, we were talking about this.
So
Akai.
Eve,
it means
Arlott.
Wow, not really surprised if it's glue. Yeah, it's definitely glue.
Oh, okay. What if you are met with Eve Estes? What do you do?
Oh, if it's even as this, you get Martis.
Oh, Melissa? Eve?
Why not? It's
Melissa
effective for
Parsa?
Philippines.
Melissa Parsa?
I think you
Melissa
get,
Melissa Eve.
I think you get Eve, right? You don't.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Okay.
For sure. Now, Indonesia, do you get Eve for Vivian?
Farsa, I mean.
Yeah, I mean.
Sorry, do you mean...
Estes.
Yeah, Estes.
Even Valentina, actually.
Valentina Estes.
Just to, you know, negate the possibility of another blessing of the moon
Or
goddess.
Farsa Estes.
Farsa Martis, I would say, might be the better choice, or Farsa Arlott, actually. Oh, but they
Although
already have
there's
glue.
already glue.
Farsa Estes, Farsa...
Farsa Martis, I think, should
Yeah,
be
Farsa Martis.
should be the choice.
Oh,
At
that
least they have a
hurts.
way to kind of deal with the Estes if you're not that used to the Estes, right? Because I think that slot 3 is Estes for Philippines.
Oh, it's gonna be
No!
No way!
No way!
And Farsa!
No way! You give out Estes in third pick and you answered up with a Grok. Well, I mean, it's decent, but Claude's gonna be banned out in second phase, for sure.
Definitely. For Philippines, and knowing that these are the picks for Indonesia, they really want to execute this Melissa as early as possible with Farsa and
Yeah.
Grok, but with the Estes possibility on Philippines.
Not gonna be surprised if they pick up Lapu-Lapu here for Philippines. Or Martis.
I mean, I'm not surprised anymore with the whatever that has happened with Day 1 and Day 2.
Yeah, Arlott is also open. We talked about it. I think that it's still decent versus the heroes.
Choose my own path.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, Arlott.
They go Arlott. Okay.
Everything is just a breathtaking.
So, you remove Lancelot here, right? For PH, and then you get Fred.
Yeah, you get Fredrin or Martis.
Yeah, you get both.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
you don't get both. You get either. You don't get both.
Yeah. I think in Indonesia, it's much better to ban out Estes.
There you go.
Okay.
Ban.
That's a good ban.
Yeah.
I think you're okay if you face up against Natalia again. If you're Indonesia, you better ban the Estes instead.
Yeah, better option for them. I mean, it's very difficult for Indonesia earlier with the.
My friend.
There it
There
is.
you go.
There it is. Nice adjustment for Indonesia. Now for Philippines.
You ban the Beatrix, I would say. Or you ban one of the Fredrin Lancelot. Because you get
I
Martis.
think you're okay giving up the Beatrix, right?
Yeah.
In general.
Since they have the Eve and
You have
the Arlott.
Arlott.
Yep.
Yeah, you better ban Harith or Moskov.
Oh, Harith, yeah.
Harith or Moskov, I think it must be the better ban. But of course, if you're just relying on the stats, you go back to something like a Beatrix, just so that you're diligent about it. But it's Martis themselves.
So it is, it is that change.
They want to take Lance.
Yep.
do they?
Lance or Fredrin, because Martis is out.
But that means Minsitar might be open. But you don't have a slot for it anyways from Indonesia, unless you put the
Minsitar roam, Minsitar jungle.
What if Philippines will take Fredrin and Matilda instead?
Oh, Matilda. Oh, that's an interesting choice, considering that it's a Matilda Eve. Fairly similar to a very strong team here in PH.
Okay, well. And wait, how about a Florin for Philippines? Last pick Florin.
Why not?
Why not?
You pick up. Oh,
Okay.
that's a better
You go
friend.
Lance. You go Lance here. You go Lance.
I mean, the hero pool for the jungler role has been limited
Yeah.
to only Lancelot. That is a very nice in
Lancelot,
terms
Akai,
of
Fredrin.
objective taking.
There you go. So
But for Indonesia, they could convert this Grok
I don't.
into a jungle.
I don't
but
think
but
that
I
works.
don't think so.
I don't think that works against Eve.
So without the Martis and the Fredrin
And the Akai.
and the Akai, what do you pick up against the Lancelot? Hayabusa, if you're very confident with it. There's the Fanny that we know that they also pick up.
Yeah.
But I think that the best one should be somewhere along the lines of of Karina.
What if Hans? So
Of Helkert.
I'm not sure with the Hans.
Helkert, yeah,
I take
it
it
works.
back.
Helkert works,
And
and
they
it's
are fond of it.
yeah, it's a hero that they have played in the past.
Yeah.
So I think it could work. One big problem with Helkert is that it's momentum based. Okay, Beatrix and Baksha. That's a nice choice. Okay.
Very nice choice.
Ooh.
But you can still go Florin here.
Ooh, wait.
I swear.
Wait. What if you go something the likes of Cho?
What?
Lolita's good though.
What if even
Atlas.
Atlas? Oh
Atlas.
my God, Atlas.
Atlas.
Where is my target?
What? Okay,
Oh, no,
they
it's
go back
still
to
It's
Natalie.
Natalie.
Okay, it's Natalie Portman.
Well, consider this fact. Okay, here's the thing. It's a Grok room, right? It's a Grok room. There's no mobility in this Grok in the early moments of the game. You've already played this matchup. The Grok and Varsa, they always rotate towards the gold lane. Main problem is, the jungler would also likely be going towards whatever the Grok and the Varsa is. What about the XP? You leave the XP susceptible to this Arlet and Natalia combo.
Again, this is another surprise pick from Philippines. All along we thought that it's gonna be a sustained hero, but nope, still this Natalia pick for them.
Yeah.
We have 3 sustained heroes for Indonesia. Hence, the high prioritization with the Haskell's and even that Demon Hunter sword for the Melissa. Once you have that, it's showtime for the Filipino.
Yeah. Again, there's two gold laners on the side of Team
Yeah,
Philippines.
the honorary one
The
and
honorary
the
gold
legit
laner.
one.
Okay, we know for sure that the Baksha will have a little bit of advantage when it comes to clearing out the minion waves, as she is quickly transferring from one camp to another. And Vivero will have to run away.
Possible
Will she
first
get
blood.
hit? I think she gets hit. Oh!
Okay, so a little too late, or there's a distance, there's a gap between those heroes.
Because she didn't stick to the wall. Like, super duper stick to the wall.
Yep.
Yeah,
No,
as a Grok
added
user,
movement
I
speed.
know that she'll reach that.
It's an 8G Grok.
So really calculation is going to be a big
So-
factor here for Indonesia with the usage of skills. But
What?
top lane, Alpuerto is going to be the target. Wait, what?
That-
Vival
Alpuerto
is
still
level
at
4?
Level 2?
That-
Vival is at level 4? How?
Okay, she stole one green camp on the side of El Puerto, and she was able to finish up her purple and orange buff much faster compared to the Lancelot.
And straight off the Baksha, you can invade so easily. Well, you can get to the Rock Orsa, right? And of course, the Lancelot's a fast jungler, but when it comes to comparing it with the Baksha, right? That's a main benefit. And always, when there was a broadcast that we did like just last weekend, and they always repeated what I wanted to say about the Baksha, which is it's dependent on snowballing, right? Literally. So Indonesia needs to snowball off of this, and they do have the tools. I think that they have a lot of damage in the early stages. And Philippines, despite the people, being excited about this Natalia pick, it's not exactly an easy Natalia game.
Yeah, and
A lot of skills, by the way, used by the Philippines, even the
Alpuerto.
manipulation, and Vival will secure the turtle objective, and the Philippines right now will go for the safer route against Indonesia.
yeah, she had no retribution on the Lancelot, so it's kind of a free win for Indonesia. But yeah, as you've said, Wolf, I think this is a much harder game for both Vivero and Perez, because this time around, Indonesia does have the ability to snipe backlines. They don't have, although they also have bypass in the form of the Baksha and the Grok, with both the Flicker Wild Charge and just the mobility of the Baksha. This time around, the Beatrix and Parsa could potentially take out the Melissa from miles away.
Wait, okay, there's a steal from Vival, but Perez is low life. Go away, but the first blood will go to the hands of Shell. Vival is already low life. Amores will take a kill for the Philippines, but it is 1.43k gold lead for Indonesia. Vivera is there for the pokes. But again, look at the damage from Shell. We have the real world manipulation. Dash away is the answer of Shell from Indo.
Vivero does have ultimate.
Oh! Wrong target.
She missed.
Wrong target. Oh.
Okay.
That's hurt.
No execute meant that Shell will be able to run away. But yeah,
That was close though.
Was very close.
But yeah, for Indonesia, better rotation, and I mean they're just really capitalizing the potential of their lineup in the early game, the fast plays. They have strong frontliners against Team Philippines.
1.5k gold already in the lead for Indonesia, and Vival is just leading the XP over El Puerto. This just means that they have a better time in terms of contesting the turtle, and they will also have early game momentum all over their side. And Philippines, however, they have fighting capabilities to deal with the heroes of Indonesia. It's just gonna, it will boil down to whoever casts their spell better in terms of team
Okay,
fight. Oh, Vivian!
There's another play. Paris again is going to be the casualty for Team Philippines. Vivero against 4 players of Indonesia. Amars is there as well. We have Vivian, the Rock,
the
on
barrier.
the Guardians barrier.
Bottom lane though, Turtle.
Okay, so we might have a trade though for Philippines, and that is going to be the Turtle. Pumieko is low on life, but the Philippines just finding a way to even things out against Indonesia.
Yeah, but then again, that was Indonesia taking the turret up top with 2 kills to go with it. And even when you take the turtle at this point, the fact that you don't have your gold lane turret on a Melissa that is required to have an early game farm be massive, and they took away another important micro objective away from El Puerto. That's a purple buff.
Okay, a lot has been happening here in our
Vivian!
map, but Vivian again with that one charge shell again with another kill. That is gonna be Vivero, and 3.1k gold lead for Indonesia.
Yep.
El Puerto low.
Oop, that was close.
If you ever ask what momentum looks like, this is it. Indonesia continuously moving around the map. And even though El Puerto was able to take the turtle, it took the retribution for him to do that. And Indonesia called the shots, you know. They were like, okay, she has no retribution, let's go and steal some resources.
Yeah. And now Philippines will have to get back to what won them game number 2, which was a comeback. But comparably to that game, this will be difficult. Vivero fighting openly. Shell is alone. They have the damage this time. Or do they? Yes, they do. Vivian threatening for a kill. Will get it.
Okay, that was an intense
perfectly.
Power of nature again. We have 2 casualties in trade of 1 for Philippines.
I think if you're Philippines, you're fine with that because Melissa is still farming while the Beatrix is waiting from the graveyard. And yeah, you did just lose the Lancelot, but she was able to catch up in terms of level over Vival. And that's what you need to do with this type of lineup. You know, you need to be able to make trades on the map because if you don't, this Beatrix will just be able to capitalize on the momentum that Indonesia has right now.
And speaking of trades, that is going to be a turret for Indonesia at the bottom lane.
Yep, surely Philippines would be okay if their Natalia keeps on dying, but if she gets kills, right? So that could be a trade-off for Shell. But losing El Puerto is not that good for their squad. I think that they will not have any condition turtle, but
that is a solo kill though for Diagon, and we have Indonesia for the retaliation. Vivian is now on a killing spree. An answer for an answer here for both of our teams.
Top lane. Okay, that's a push. Again, the honorary gold laner for Team
saw
Philippines.
that earlier.
So Perez is like, okay, I gave up that lane. That lane is unlaneable for me because there will always rotations towards that lane. So she takes over mid lane, and this is good because you get the same amount of farm while Indonesia has to answer this Natalia split push.
Yeah, and by the way, Vival has been doing a great job just taking over the map once again. Diagon, ever so courageous.
Okay,
so
we have the final slash though. That is outside the real manipulation. We have the wild charge against Amores. Flicker out for her, and the players of Team Philippines will be on the back. But we also have another flicker damage from Shell, and the players of Philippines is slowly dying on this team fight. 2 casualties after that clash.
Well done, coming out from the Beatrix. Now they get more. Daigon will have to defend. Great
the final slash.
The connection from the Vengeance puts a low, but the flicker from Shell. It's gonna be enough. In comes the Eve. Not gonna be able to reach anyone as Paris goes down as well. Indonesia, they take another objective, and they take the purple buff as well.
In the middle of the first tier turret and the second tier turret, talk about the calculation on the dive for Indonesia.
This is just the gold difference between Indonesia and Team Philippines. The damage
it's there from Shell. When you group up like that, you expect already that you will be you will be slaughtered by the Imperious Passion, and it was a very good positioning from the Beatrix, and the punish was with the flicker as well coming out from Shell, and Daigon was taken out in a quick succession. And Philippines, as of right now, they need to find trades, they need to find pickoffs with Vivero and Natalia, but also you have to make sure that these side lanes are pushed. You cannot play against Indonesia when these side lanes are not pushed, because Indonesia would just group up. They don't have the task of clearing the minion waves, and they could just snowball with grouping up as 5, taking your resource, taking your jungle resources, and this just means that the Lancelot is put in a position where she has to find levels to just be able to get on the same level of threat damage as Vival.
Now we do know that Indonesia, they're very good at snowballing. That's the reason why they keep on winning. Look at Shell just leading the pack. Actually, 4 members of Indonesia are topping the charts when it comes to the overall player gold, leading overall by 7,000. And when it comes to the damage, Shell, forced to be reckoned with. You know that she was able to position herself specifically in that bush where Vivian is staying right now. Was definitely the juggler against Team of Philippines.
And we can see right now, Indonesia's Lord will march in at the top lane. So for Philippines, they have the ultimates to defend this one out. But when we say aggression, it's just Indonesia all over the place. They have the Grok. They even have Fumi Echo to just dive in against them.
They have Flicker again, by the way, on Vivian. So this might be an initiation wherein they can just wipe out Philippines, especially with the feathered airstrike coming from Genie. Genie's done a fantastic job of taking down these zeros on the backline.
Daigon is done, but we can see again Ferris with the spray hits. Al Puerto will be in front of the Filipino squad. The turret is still there for Philippines, and they are defending whatever turret that they still have against the 9K lead of Indonesia. Wow, 9K. Wow. Another minion wave out of the middle lane. We have the Guardian's Barrier, but still Philippines, they can extend this game. But look at that. Just one shot from Chell.
That was enough. And onto the bottom lane, Alberto will be able to defend for now. Entirety of Indonesia will be very happy of the results of their first Lord push, able to take out 1 inhibitor turret and then, of course, take over the jungle. Now they will take away the orange buff that should be belonging to Team Philippines. So many economic advantage that Indonesia have amassed right now. 9.8k means that they are definitely in control of this game.
Yeah, but it's not as easy as as fighting inside the base of Philippines. You also have to worry about the presence of Natalia. That's why Chell has been really conservative with with her positioning. Because if she gets spotted out on a weird and awkward position, she might just be taken out by Vivero. Yeah. So it's still a hard game for Indonesia to break, because going inside the base of Philippines is also dangerous because of the re-engage factor, the final slash, and the reload manipulation coming out from Amore, especially with the damage being built up on Philippines. Even though you have a 9.8k gold lead, you also have to respect the damage that Philippines can bring into the table, because you don't have tanky, you have tanky cores, but the tanky cores that you have, they don't deal damage. Your main damage dealer is both the Farsa and the Beatrix.
Look at this, Ginny and Chell never leaving each other's side, knowing that there could be that potential for the Natalia. Very quickly, can they take this Lord? Vivian gonna be spawning out Alberto. That means that Philippines will not have any contention whatsoever of this.
Vivero's not here.
Especially because Vivero already showed herself down the bottom lane.
Yep, she cleared the minion wave out of the bottom lane, and Indonesia right now, look at that, 10k gold lead at this 12-minute game. And what's really nice for Indonesia is for Vival, right? She saw that Vivero was there at the bottom lane. It was easy just to...
So many Viv.
So many Viv, right?
That's right.
I'm just grasping for whichever Viv is the right Viv.
The right Viv. All right, you can see Vivero acting really like a gold laner right now, going deeply.
Yeah.
Understandably so, because she wants to... It's not even just about the farm. It's more about the fact that they want to take away the minions from their own base so that they will last longer.
DHS being built up by Natalia. It's still far away from being a big problem for Team Indonesia. And I believe Shell, she does have enough HP to survive the initial burst of Vivero. But
with the dire hit? I don't think so.
Okay, we saw that Chini has already used her
Vivero.
feathered airstrike. Vivero already has the information about this. So Fumieko is
Ouch!
attacking. But look at that. Bear is already half on life. Fumieko, though, that's a bit deep on the base
now
of the side of Team Philippines.
Oh, they see the Natalia.
They saw that.
They saw the Natalia, yes. So we have Chini to defend that one.
Oh, Vivian!
We have that one charge, and Diagon is forced to be out on this game, and we could see a double kill for Chell. We have the minion wave though for the side of Team Philippines, but we only have 2 players to defend this one out. Chell on those free hits, and we are heading on a game number 5.
Wow, amazing response coming out from Team Indonesia. Again, they met Team Philippines. The solution for Philippines was bring out the game-winning Natalia pick, but again, the early game momentum was just too much to deal.
This is because of the fact that members of Team Indonesia have just found the right amount of heat, right amount of steam. You can see Grok from Vivian just looking for the better targets, right? You can see the Beatrix as well being activated. Baksha as the last pick coming out from Team Indonesia gave them so much of an early game. Well, we know for sure that Indonesia relies heavily on those early game snowballs, and this is a classic Indonesian game that we saw.
And again, with the performance of Indonesia, it's the same outcome with the prior game to this. It was as if Philippines was also not prepared with the Baksha. I mean, it was really fast. There was a time that the Lancelot was just level 2 and everyone was turning level 4 for Indonesia during that moment. So it was really hard for the Philippines to really be near in terms of the levels and even the gold.
Yeah, so I said earlier, if you want to see what momentum looks like, this is what momentum looks like. You know, it's the jungle going to the side lanes, showing up level 4 while your jungler is still level 2.
Exactly. That is the reason why you pick up the Baksha. You clear the lanes, the minion, the jungle creeps so very quickly. You go to the orange buff first because that's a single targeting jungle creep, and the Natalia, she spent so much time getting into that bush but wasn't able to get anything out of it because of how quick the Baksha can be transferring to the purple buff, and already you know what is going to be the pattern. They were able to get the Wanderer, then eventually it was technically practically over when it comes to jungle v jungle matchup. And you're gonna have to give it to Indonesia. They were choosing the right decisions to go for when it comes to their rotations. But of course, our analyst Midnight has more to say about this game.
Yep, Indonesia again really came into game number 4 with full momentum swing. And Philippines, even though they brought out the Natalia once again in this matchup, it did not work this time around against Team Indonesia. Although they got the same thing with game number 3. There were some few adjustments coming out from Indonesia this time around. They got the Farsa over the Eve, and they also get the Glue, which was not answered at all by Team Philippines because the Faramis was also removed by Team Indonesia. Overall, good adjustments in the draft, as when they removed the Fredrin as well from Indonesia, it looked like they were willing to give out the Lancelot. And when the Team Philippines removed the Martis, they were kind of pitting in the corner where the Lancelot was really the choice here as the jungler for the squad. Team Indonesia, again, as Wolf has mentioned, they found a different answer with the Baksha. Just make sure that you farm resources much faster compared to Team Philippines and be able to snowball out of that. And even though the Lancelot was trading some resources against Team Indonesia, every single time they are forcing out the Retribution from El Puerto, and that calls for resource trades for the Baksha. She went for a lot of invasions actually in this game, and she was able to steal a lot of jungle creeps away from the Lancelot. And Alberta did a fine job of catching up in terms of levels, but the momentum was already there from Team Indonesia. Again, for the reasons that we've discussed earlier, the bypass was there, and the ability to snipe out the Melissa this time around was also present from the Beatrix and the Farsa. And when it comes to team fight, Indonesia always made sure that they were the initiators this time around against Team Philippines. And then the Natalia problem suddenly got solved because you group up as 4, you group up as 5, suddenly the Natalia does not exist for you, even though Chell is still a big target for the side of Team Indonesia. For Team Philippines, you don't have to worry about that because if you are able to win fight in under 5 seconds,
then Vivero cannot really engage at all because you'll be prepared by that time. And they just amassed so much physical and magical damage on the side of Team Indonesia in a way that the frontliners for Team Philippines did not matter at all. And you also have to commend the amount of initiations that Vivian did in this game, especially on the Grok, allowing Chell to just have an amazing game on this Beatrix, being able to get 887 GPM and dealing a total damage of 4 to 5,000. And we've seen a lot of amazing Nibiru's passion from Chell, and come the late game, the snipes coming up from the Beatrix was also really scary for Team Philippines to deal with. And every single time that Vivero is making a split push play on the map, they always group up on Team Indonesia to enable this Beatrix to be able to fight. And that was the change in this game. They did not wait at all this time around for Team Indonesia. When Philippines was split up, they always made sure that they are going for the team fight. They initiate with Vivian on the Grok, and this Beatrix snowballed out of control, making sure that the damage was there with the Blade of Despair, Hunter Strike, and Malefic Roar. Also love the item pickup with the steel leg blades. Just buying these little items that make sure that your game is survivable against the Natalia. And again, this was very utilized at the very start of the game when they quickly transitioned towards the middle lane. When Baxia showed up to to the side lane, Indonesia was already at full swing. When they traded resources, got a few kills, they transitioned that towards the mid lane control, and they did not underutilize their heroes. They brought everything. They were playing essentially what Philippines did on game number 3. They grouped up and utilized these early game heroes as they knew that they have all the damage that they need. Again, these initiations coming up from Vivian with the Grok, the wild charge. They were not pulling some punches here on the side of Team Indonesia. After taking out the tower on the top lane, again went towards the mid lane and got a lot of jungle creeps away from El Puerto, and this Lancelot was crippled from the very start. Even though Chell died on the top lane, they were able to get the trade back here for Team Indonesia. Even though the Melissa was farming, they understood that this was not a battle against the gold laner. This was a resource battle and a momentum battle for Team Indonesia. That's why they did not care at all about the positioning of the Melissa, about where she is on the map, about where she is farming, because they fully understand that whenever they bring 5 heroes to the face of Team Philippines, they will be met with an attempt to respond to the team fight, and that means 5v5 engagements. So you'll naturally see this Melissa come out from Team Philippines and being the team fight. I would say the team fight victor when it comes to draft composition. You just naturally win out these skirmishes and get the get the gold lead going for Team Indonesia. And once the damage items come out from Chell, and of course the magic damage coming out from Chini, and it was enough for them to deal with the sustain and the team fight composition as well from Team Philippines. It was just the momentum, the gold lead, the gold difference that Team Indonesia has amassed that led to this convincing victory on game number 4.
Very convincing for Indonesia. Thanks so much, Midnight, for that explanation of game number 4. You know what is good here is that we are heading into game number 5, and this is a pipe dream for all of the MLBB fans, especially those who are big fans of the two squads, right? You want to go to a game number 5 to really test who is the best when it comes to these two teams. We expected to see quite a one-sided matchup for Indonesia, right? Everybody knows that Indonesia will be the first ones to get to the gold medal so easily. But this time, it's going to be a best of 1, technically speaking. Although we take into factor, of course, what happens in games 1 to 4. What we do know is that only one game will now decide who takes the gold medal and who gets the silver medal. That will be after the break. Don't go away, because the English broadcast of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Division for the Southeast Asian Games will be right back. Welcome back to the official English broadcast of the 32nd Southeast Asian Games. This is going to be the grand finals of the MLBB Women's Division with Wolf, Midnight, and Chanel.
Yes, and since this is the last and final game, I mean, both of our teams have already shown the possibilities of whatever hero that they might pick this game. So they are really more into the battle of mental fortitude. I mean, the pressure is there already. Final game, and if you win this one, you get the medal. If not, you still get a medal.
You still get a medal.
It's just a different color.
That's right. So, Midnight, we already felt that there was massive momentum that built up during Indonesia's snowball, and I think personally that their draft was good, and I think I can support this. But how can Team Philippines not regain the momentum on their side? Can they eventually topple down the undefeated queens of the MLBB women's scene?
I think it's all about not worrying about game number at all, because they did have some fair chance. Albeit the Natalia pick did just got punished by Team Indonesia. But so far, I think they have the right moves to to really bring the momentum towards their side. And it was the adjustment that we've seen. When they are able to play this lineup that can just snowball out of control, they are able to do that. And that was what we saw in game number 3. If they are able to replicate that and have a stable and consistent draft, I think they have a high chance of just beating out Team Indonesia.
Game number 1 was definitely Indonesia just winning it all over as they took it. They get first blood this series. But games number 2 and 3 were curious because Philippines was both a combination of both a comeback in game number 2 and a one-sided draft victory in game number 3. Both of the games were kind of studied by Indonesia come game number 4 because you saw the draft adjustments. They only needed to ban the Estes. They're not scared of Natalia, as we saw in that game number 4. So how do you now approach this if you're Indonesia, right? We already talked about how Philippines can take away game number 5. But how about Indonesia? Surely there should be something that they have to be prepared for in game number 5.
Actually, for game number 5, for Indonesia, they were able to solve that problem that Philippines has been really strong with. I mean, that is the point we're in, regardless of how far the difference is in terms of the goal or even levels. Philippines is able to minimize the gap, yes, in terms of gold. So this time around for game number 5, basically the same for Indonesia. They just have to clear the possibilities of the Philippines finding other ways to limit the gap.
One caveat with this, wow, what a term. One caveat with this first pick priority for Team Philippines is the fact that, yes, you can dictate the momentum of the draft as a blue side. If Indonesia decides to change up the order of bans or let some of the heroes through, like especially the 1-1, the Joy, you can mess up the momentum of the drafting phase for Team Philippines, because again, you can get 2 power picks as the red side, and again, just imagine the situation where Joy is open and then Eve is open. What do you prioritize for Team Philippines?
I think you still want to go Eve, right? Well, that's just me, because we know that there's a hero that has been very famous just last weekend when we saw a massive tournament here in the Philippines, but we don't know what both teams feel right now. So if I were to answer a question, I think it should be Eve, but we don't know what the teams will think of as we are going to be starting the draft in just 10 seconds. The last game of this best of 5 series will define the inaugural gold medalist for MLBB Women's Division of Southeast Asian Games.
I mean, if you think about it, for Indonesia and Philippines, it's as if majority of let's say the chapters of their story here in the SEA Games has already been revealed. I mean, you have to consider everything right now, even the Joy and the Eve. If you think about Joy, you have a great XP lane Diagon on Philippines, even Eve with Amores and Vival of Vivian. No,
Vivian Rome.
I mean,
Indonesia.
Vivero, Philippine Rome.
All right.
Vivaless jungler for Indonesia. So many Viv.
So many VIVs. Let's go into game number 5's draft. It's gonna be the same set of bans for Team Philippines, the same set of 2 bans for Indonesia, but you know the Kadida is gonna be banned second instead of the typical 3rd ban. Another hero that we can expect here is the Glue.
Yep, it's a replica of game number 3 so far. And Indonesia, you have 2 choices here, the Glue and the Eve, because Philippines will get either one of them.
100%.
Probably.
That's Glue.
It's still gonna be Glue again for Philippines. It is consistent earlier with the Glue.
Yep.
Once it is open, but definitely. I mean, I'm starting to question myself this time. Is it gonna be an Eve or
I think it will be.
It might change.
Yeah, there
should be.
Okay, it is an Eve. Thank you for answering as early as possible.
So for Indonesia, you fix your mistakes. You get Lapu-Lapu as early as now, and then you get Melissa.
Or maybe they pick up Grok.
Oh,
Grok, Melissa.
Grok Farsa.
That could work. That could work. Grok Farsa. It's good against the possible Melissa pick of Philippines. But I think if you're Philippines, if they play Claude, although it's up against a Grok, it could work though.
I think they will just go back to something like a Melissa because of how comfortable they are with that hero.
Yeah,
but this might be the change, right? But going back, it's Valentina and Lance. The last that did this kind of thing happened. So they snatched the Melissa.
They go for Melissa, but they didn't pick up the Lapu-Lapu. So Philippines
might take a Lapu.
Yeah, has the chance of picking a Lapu-Lapu.
I think you go Estes. Yeah, just kidding.
Grok.
Grok.
Grok. Okay.
Grok Martis?
I like this. I like this.
Or maybe you just pick up the Martis later on. At this point, you wanna keep the Grok like a flex pick.
Yeah.
Maybe pick up your marksman here.
Keep your choice open. Probably Claude.
Carry.
Carry could work. It's decent this time around.
Or Beatrix. Not the best option, but it could work.
Yep.
Or they can go Claude actually.
Choose my own path.
Yeah, it's gonna be Arlott here.
They don't want to pick up the Lapu-Lapu.
So the Grok here, the role of the Grok here has already been revealed by
with the Arlott.
Unless you want to play Grok jungle, still viable against Fredrin.
Okay. The Faramis, by the way, is not banned.
Yeah.
This could be a pickup for Indonesia. It's very strong. You have a combo with the Martis, or with the Fredrin, I mean. You have very strong engaged composition, and then you also have the Melissa to be helped by the hero.
I think you go Kufra here.
It's Terizla.
Oh, it's a Terizla. Okay.
We heard the breath.
Yeah, we heard the breath.
Oh,
it's decent against both the Arlott and the Eve.
The Terizla breath. So it seems. It's the answer to be our Arlott. So we saw that. Gonna be
What was that band? What was that laugh?
Hanzo.
No chance of
no cheese picks.
Yeah.
Getting poisoned in the last game.
Hey,
it's Farsa.
Although Valentina is still open.
Yeah, they can ban that out last.
For the next banyas for Philippines.
Yeah, Indonesia, you should still consider
Martis.
Estes no matter what. Even when there's the Grok present in the opposite end, you don't wanna. This is essentially the last game of the series, right? You don't wanna be in that position.
Yeah, because it's still a possibility that again they play jungle Grok and then you have carry Estes as last 2 pick, and it could work against Terizla. I think Indonesia should battle carry, honestly. Because you could work with Estes Beatrix if that's what Philippines can go with for the last 2 picks that they have. But it's either of the two, Estes or carry.
Hello, my friend.
And it's gonna be an Estes here for Indonesia, so they're just really minimizing the potential of that sustain for the side of Philippines.
Lolita is open though.
Lolita is open, but so is Valentina. Okay, so we'll talk about the Lolita later on, but I think the Valentina is such a valid pick for Indonesia because there's the Final Slash, there's Eve Ultimate, then the Grok. Lolita, though, could be good for Indonesia, which means that you kind of already forgo for the Beatrix.
Wait, sorry. I think Kaja.
Kaja is perfect for Indo.
Yeah, I think you go Kaja here, and then I don't know how well they play the Lilia, but it could work.
Or Julian.
Yeah, or the Julian.
Kagura actually, which could be good.
Lunox,
Philippines,
Xavier.
I'm thinking maybe Moskov should be the case. Like it's great versus Fredrin, great versus Melissa.
Yep.
All
I will protect you.
there's the
And
Lolita.
here. For
understandably so.
okay, although
No choice, I guess.
It's Grok though.
yep.
That means I'm really thinking Moskov.
Harris.
That's Moskov. There you go.
Whoa.
There it is.
Lance. You go Lance last pick.
Do you wanna really go Lance? Or do you
Or
wanna go Akai?
Martis.
Akai. Oh no, Akai's banned. Go
And
Martis.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you minced it or not? Just kidding.
A lot of cancel here for the Philippine side against this Numinum Blast. I
Yeah.
don't know anymore.
You play Lilia here, honestly. I don't see any choice.
Xavier, if you're
Xavier against Moscow,
Vale?
Martis, Arlott,
If there's a
Vale.
Veil user, why not?
Ixana,
I'm thinking
Anyone.
Eudora.
we're just literally enumerating, right? But okay, one guess. I vote Kagura.
Kagura. I vote Lilia. But honestly, Kagura would likely be picked up.
Kagura, Lilia, or Odette.
She literally,
Odette.
she literally opened
the
Kagura,
Mobile
Lilia, and
Legends
Odette.
application.
Oh, Saver.
Saver, okay.
against Moscow, against Martis, against
Arlott,
Eve, against
against
Art,
Grok.
against Grok.
Hey, they have the Jujutsu Kaisen skin with the Melissa, so
And hey,
I don't think you're allowed to use it.
are we? Oh yeah, you're not. Oh, that's right. That's true. That's very true.
yep, and if this is Team Indonesia, they are arguably the best as of the moment in this division.
My worry with this Savior is that they're not going to be able to utilize the early game power of this lineup, like the strength. And with that, you are up against a Moscow, which naturally scales immensely well in the mid game. Like the amount of games I've seen being turned around by a Moscow has been so much. Like you could make a library out of that. The amount of Moscow games being turned around by minute 12.
We should not be waiting any longer because now we are about to find out. It will definitely be close. The draft looked very, very dicey between two teams. One thing is for sure, they are now relying on their instincts. We know for sure that these are the heroes that they are prepared to use. Vivero already blocking the minion wave so as to give a little bit of advantage for Amores, who actually took a lot of damage in the early stages.
Yeah.
It's the last game of the series. Winner gets the gold medal. Loser gets the silver. And history will be made in the realm of Mobile Legends Women's Division.
This is the time we're in. All of our players are really on that moment we're in. They don't want to make any mistake.
Yeah.
I mean, every step they take as much as possible has to be advantageous for the team. And speaking of roles, I mean, Chini and Amores, they've been fighting 4 games already on how to counter out each other. XP lane, gold lane, everyone here.
Predator's such a cheat code with the first kill retry. So much damage being dealt, and she was able to secure the Little Wonder. Although the mid lane control is awesome coming out from Team Philippines, they're able to play the mid lane very well against Chini.
Early game, you can, I guess you can argue between two teams who can be better when it comes to the raw matchups. Melissa wins almost all matchups, but with the presence of the Grok, you now fend off some of the damage coming out from Chell. And now Philippines kind of equalized. Bottom lane, it's going to be the Arlott going up against this. Going up against this Terizda.
Although we can see right now, Daigon and Amores just poking Fumieko. And this is the same story actually in terms of Turtle taking that you want to force those skills as much as possible to be used. We see a lot of level 4s, but Retribution is on the hands of the Valve. That is all for Fumieko plus the Flicker as well. The real world manipulation has been used and no casualty for that one.
Very unfortunate because Philippines really wanted to go for the level 4s as they connect onto Vivian.
Ooh, ouch.
Ooh,
Sustainable damage! Vivian lands the Numinum Blast, and that will be a kill in favor of Indonesia. First blood gonna be theirs.
Yeah, awesome outplay coming out from Vivian. She saw that the power of nature was no longer there, and the Numinum Blast connects alongside the models. And Chell was also willing to commit to Inspire to make sure that the kill pushes through for Team Indonesia. First blood goes to them. momentum is with the Melissa. However, this Moscow is big at the moment.
For sure. And now Indonesia, especially after taking that first turtle, will allow Vival to really rotate easily. And when it comes to these two heroes, whoever gets the upper hand in the early stages means that you can kind of snowball when it comes to taking the EXP. And already, Alpuerto is trailing behind Vival. One full level. Now going to be receiving brunt of the damage.
That is enough damage already for Chini on that moment. And Philippines right now, they just have to force on and clear the minion wave.
Oh!
At the middle lane, that was close against Vivero. She uses that wall charge to back away against the players of Indonesia. And Indonesia is here at the top lane. There is an information though, but look at that. Indonesia is just forcing the players of Philippines to back away. They want those outer turret energy shields. And Vivian is in the middle, but is able to back away.
And now it begs, this Brethren begs the question of how do you kill this guy? How do you kill Vival? Like, if you think about how Philippines engages in a team fight, it's mostly the mini bursts of damage coming out from Eve in the Moscow.
Speaking of mini bursts, by the way, at the top lane, we see a kill against Shell. Amor still alive with the help of those shields from the RWM. Amoris will secure a kill. Same with the Grok on that double kill. And Philippines and Indonesia, the gold swing is real.
Gets 3 kills totally for side of Team Philippines. Vival will be able to trade off at least. But with 2 kills going in favor of the Grok, that will allow the Grok to have more XP.
Yeah.
Surely you would want the kills to go in to your
Vival?
Moscow, but Vival gonna be gone. Do they have the damage? They want Alpuerto will be out. And actually, they dodged that penalty zone.
Oof, Team Indonesia kind of overplaying their heroes. Like, the initiation on the top lane, it was kind of a wishful thinking from their side, especially with the presence of the Grok. And Vival sitting in the mid lane with half HP. No, she had a lot of crystallized energy. However, without access to a Praise's Wrath, you don't get those HP back.
You need the taunts.
And right now, Philippines is on the lead with this one. Okay, gold lead against Indonesia. And with the continuous farming actually of Perez at the top lane, even the aggression of Indonesia is not really that effective in terms of that one. And yeah, everyone deserves a breather, right? This is the last game.
Yeah. I'd have to say, Indonesia, they've been making mistakes in the early game. Even though this lineup also scales decently well in the late game, this gives Team Philippines the opportunity to get the momentum on their side.
Okay, so what did Team Philippines do correctly in the previous engagements? First, up top, they were able to find a opening on the spear to kind of lock down the members of Team Indonesia up top, and there was also Amores surviving with the extra shield. So that's absolutely outplay from their end. And then there was a trade-off. Like Fredrin, that's Vival from Indonesia, tried to go for the purple buff invasion. I wonder who spotted that out for Philippines because the reaction was so instantaneous, right? You saw that that the Martis from Team Philippines hurriedly went to the purple buff the opposite end, which means that the invasion that you saw from Indonesia, which should have been the trade-off for the kill, did not matter because they get the trade anyway. So they just literally exchanged purple buffs.
I think it's just the emergency instincts of all junglers out there. Like, whenever you see the enemy jungler walk towards the left side of the river, you immediately think that, oh, she's invading.
Yeah.
So what she did was she was already in a spot where she could take some resources away from the Fredrin because Vival was sitting on a top lane for quite some time. It was like 10 seconds of window wherein Philippines could actually answer back. But they were patient. They were just looking at the Fredrin. They were watching whatever moves they would make. And that was where when they tried to commit on the fight top lane. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough damage. You have to respect that. You have to respect the fact that Dawning Light does not deal enough damage on the early game.
Early as with this current situation of the game.
And Reload Manipulation came out. It was clutch as well because it limited the movements coming out from Team Indonesia, and they ended up not getting anything on that movement to the top lane.
Yep, and Mars during that time was literally beside the turret during that time, and we can see right now for Indonesia because of those miscommunication plays at the top lane. They're giving out space for Philippines to be on top in terms of the gold. But the real problem here is when we see that team fight in the turtle objective. And I believe for Vival and even Alberto, the rotation is different from before. They are sticking on the middle lane river side.
And slowly, Team Philippines are able to get the big brunt of the economic advantage. 1,000 gold up their sleeves. They will be equalizing it up because they will be able to clear out the wave. And then top lane, you see the swap, right? You switch down pairs back to the down the bottom lane, and then up top you see XP lane available for Team Philippines as they want to really team fight around the next turtle, the third turtle of the game.
Yeah, honestly, for Team Indonesia right now, you have to play for the savior scaling because around objectives, especially with the
they want to go
third turtle.
Oh wait,
I don't think you can play against this Moskov.
Dodge.
Okay, there is that spear for Perez still alive, and the players of Philippines know that Indonesia is here at the bottom lane. But again, it's all about objective taking for Indonesia. Still able to defend his turret on the bottom lane, and Philippines gets that turtle.
This is a problem that they need to address, and I think you answered it up with the late game scaling from the savior because Perez will always be able to maneuver around these fights, especially up against Melissa and Teresla. There's no hard catch against this Moskov unless they get a perfect hit from the Numinum Blast.
And Philippines are doing what Indonesia was doing to them in the previous games, just utilizing the massive ultimates for zoning out. They didn't get any kill, but they got a turret. A valuable and a very important objective right now. 2,000 gold lead for Team Philippines. They clear out the minion wave in the middle as well as they are now slowly taking control of the map macro.
Oh, bottom lane, Vivian.
Although bottom lane is going to be Perez as the casualty. Indonesia with a nice kill for them. That is the gold laner of Team Philippines. But we could see two players being added out of bottom lane. Vivero is down. Even Amores is the target. Although for Philippines, they are going for the trade at the top lane. But look at Vival. Just
the connection.
Amores. Amores is still alive.
Well done, Indonesia, as they have found a massive opening. The Dawning Light will miss. But the job will be done. They have taken out 2 kills into the bottom lane and also the turret. They cannot equalize now. Philippines, they will not be able to trade. And the good thing for Indonesia, they are also invading the jungle. It now becomes very, very close. All the minute details from both teams just adding up. And all of a sudden, even when the lead was there for Team Philippines, you can argue that this is still an even game.
Yeah. It was Indonesia spotting out that the Grok was mid lane, and then Perez showed herself on the bottom lane. And Vivian connected with a very beautiful Numinum Blast. I think she waited for the Moskov to blink in because the wave was half cleared by that time. So Indonesia just getting this mistakes from Team Philippines and abusing those windows where they're able to take out the Moskov for free.
Fast clearing for Perez at the middle lane, and this is where the danger comes in. We have now the Lord. I mean, the teams are ready. They have the items so far for both the marksmen, but it's really more of deciding who is going to be the target. We have the Wall Charge at the top lane. Vivian is here though. We have the go away real reputation to counter that one out, and a kill for a kill. But the main problem for Indonesia, that is the marksman. And if we look at the third Lord objective, rather, Alberto is not as well. And Diagon is forced to use the flicker out. A lot has been happening on the map.
Great concealed play coming out from Philippines, but you can argue that the Eve ultimate was far too late. They lose one hero, they might lose another, and that's going to be Diagon going down. Indonesia taking over the Lord Pit. They might have lost their marksman, but they will now regain control of the game. Economy is going to be on their side for sure after taking this Lord. And all that Philippines can do right now is to clear out the minion wave in the middle, as well as the bottom lane.
Again, these windows that Team Indonesia are just seeing, they're just spotting that the Moskov is not on that Lord fight, because we talked about how dangerous the Moskov is against Team Indonesia. Like, they have nothing against it. Even Fumieko will have a hard time dealing with the Moskov. But if the Moskov is not there, then Indonesia could just prioritize their target. You use the Lord to bait out the Martis to your side, and when she showed herself, Alpuerto did not survive the damage output coming out from both Fumieko and also Chini.
And for Indonesia and even Philippines, a series of miscommunication, but for Indonesia, nicer group, by the way, from that lead against Philippines. And we have the Lord marching out the bottom lane. We have the information already for Team Philippines. Vivera is there as well. Uses the power of nature, but we are already feeling the damage from Chi. This might be a sandwich play from Fumi Echo. Same with the Vival's positioning. Look at that, Alberto.
Vivero!
It is going to be Chell. Chell is down. That is the marksman of Team Indonesia. Fumi Echo and even Vival has been forced to back away. There is the guardian's barrier, but Philippines will not force an extended team fight.
They did get a kill onto Chell. The wonderful usage of the Fire Slash and Vivero's flicker play. They would have wanted to go for more, but they're going to be content with just one kill onto Chell. Still, the lead for Indonesia.
Oh, Daigon! Almost pulled out Vivian out of that bush.
Have to be careful about that.
And Vivera now has the Athena shield.
Yeah, can survive the magic bursts coming out from Chile. But what a play from both the Grok and the Arlet. The final slash with the wild charge combination, Vivero and Daigon, making sure that they have the tools to displace the Melissa. And you know, Chell was not expecting that. He was chilling on the back line, and she was suddenly being repositioned towards the front of the tower.
That means that Indonesia will still hang on to their lead, 1,000 gold. You can also see the shift in the focus of Indonesia. They really just want to farm. They know for sure that they have the late game for their side because of the Xavier. If you're looking at Team Philippines, surely there is the Eve and the Moskov in the late game. So it might be even, but Indonesia will have more tools just because of the fact that their ultimates are lower cooldown comparably.
The global arsenals will come up from the Dawning Light.
That's right.
So the Savior will always be present, I would say, for the skirmish on Indonesia. So for Team Philippines, you are not able now to do what you're used to doing, wherein the Moskov is not participating in the Lord fights, because you will always be outnumbered when it comes to Indonesia's playstyle. Because even if you don't see the Savior, there will always be the damage coming off from the Dawning Light wherever he may be.
Okay, now.
And also the Vision.
And the Vision. We saw that with that Dawning Light on that orange buff of Team Philippines. And again, we have another Lord for this one. Just look at the damage against El Puerto. That is just the Terizla and Chini on those hits. But that is
Lord
already
commitment.
half of life. Lord has been committed by Indonesia. Dawning Light as well. Half is the life of Daigon in this one. Fumi is ready for that zone out. Okay, we have the still play. What?
Oh my goodness!
Where did it come from? Chin is the target, although that is a bit too deep for the Grok. Nominal Blast touches none. And the penalty zone has been used as well. We have the Battle of Marksman, Mystic Field, plus the Dawning Light. We have pairs out. Alpuerto and Fumi Echo.
No
the
Mortal Coil.
Is who is gonna take the Lord? It's gonna be Vival of Team Indonesia, but Fumi Echo is now low on life. Vival and the rest of Indonesia will go for the free hit. They have Chell. The Moskov of the Philippines is at the bottom lane. Daigon is down. Alpuerto is there as well, but to rather go for the split push at the bottom lane.
And that will be definitely a push coming out from Perez to kind of equalize the economy, but Indonesia still took the Lord. They got an important kill onto Daigon as well. This will be a positive net trade for Indonesia, but the Philippines, they were able to cut their losses, but they found the Perez, and that will be massive for Indonesia. The gold laner of Philippines out for 35 seconds. This could mean a lot of third pushes as they found Alpuerto within Vival. Look at Fumi Echo connector to one of the flickers to just get out. Daigon gonna be put very low. They will just get out. Oh, they hit Alpuerto this time.
Another mixed defeat again with the Chini and the rest of the players of Indonesia. They have the Lord at the top lane. 9 seconds. Paris is going to be available for the defense, but the long range damages from Indonesia is just massive and destroying the formation of Philippines.
This is really, really hard for Team Philippines. Genie has been spamming the Dawning Light.
Fumi Echo connecting onto two.
Fumi Echo though,
Dawning Light! Amores!
Okay, it's gonna be Amores down for the side of Team Philippines and Alpuerto as well. One shot from Vivero. There's no front line for the side of Team Philippines as they are slowly dying in the hands of the Indonesian team. Last player to defend the base is gonna be Daigon. There is
the final slash, but
for
the top
Indonesia, the top lane as well. Vival on the free hits. It is gonna be a wipeout for Indonesia. And our gold medalist for the 32nd SEA Games, MLBB Indonesia.
Wasn't easy. Philippines made it so difficult for them. They had to win 2 straight games. Game number 4 was one-sided and Indonesia was taken over. Game number 5, you saw Philippines almost taking the W and almost getting the momentum, but Indonesia, the championship blood runs through them. The dominance of this squad remains still, and it will be capped off by a gold medal.
As of now, the undisputed queens, Indonesia, makes a hard statement here. For 2 years, they have been completely dominant, and that will be accompanied with a very solid achievement of taking the gold in the first ever MLBB Women's Division here in SEA Games. What a wonderful run for Indonesia, and it was backed off by an amazing performance of the squad.
For Indonesia, we saw how they adjusted against the Philippines on this grand finals match. They went for the blue side, changed some of their heroes, but at the end of the day, they were able to capitalize how strong they are as a team, how they really play together, how they work together, and they slowly took that gold against the Filipino team for this game.
And to all of the Filipino fans out there, you have to really commend this squad that represented the Philippines. It was a hard-fought battle. Anybody could have taken that game. Anybody could have taken the series. And the fact that you made it so difficult for Indonesia, I'm not just talking about difficult, almost taking it away from them. They were at match point for 2 games. The fact that it wasn't really the result that everybody was expecting of this grand finals goes to show how much improvements there were in this Filipino squad.
It's a big feat in and of itself, because again, this team has been undefeated for 2 years. And Philippines managed to bring them down to game number 5 in a game where anybody could have taken it. It was just the small adjustments coming out from Team Indonesia, and again, these small windows when they abuse their strength. The ability to see that in a game 5 wherein you are already in the backside of things. Very commendable performance coming out from Team Indonesia.
What's really nice for this game as well is that we get to see that there's a possibility for more improvement for our female delegates, of course, and even the representatives of every country that have played on this 32nd SEA Games. And it's really giving more opportunities to our players, which is really nice, by the way, as a female. So for this SEA Games MLBB Women's Division, I'm just really happy to see that our female players were able to showcase how strong they are as a player.
Well, looking at the final game of this best-of-5 series, it was Team Indonesia that took it all against Team Philippines. What mattered here, it's not even about items, it's not even about the momentum, but rather the small windows being offered to both teams, and Indonesia capitalized on that fact. Even though Team Philippines could have gotten the momentum to their side, Vivian and the gang, every single time that they see the Moscow out of position, out of the fight, they're always on the move. The first mistake that they caught was when the Grok showed in the middle lane, and Vivian saw the opportunity to get and land the Aluminum Blast onto the Moscow, and that was the first crucial death of the Moscow. And Team Indonesia, after that, they riled up, went towards objectives, and have gotten themselves the resources that they need to establish some form of momentum towards their side. And then one of the few fights as well that we saw earlier was when the Moscow tried to duke it out against Chell. And Team Philippines, however, they were able to take out the gold laner of Team Indonesia. But the problem is, the main objective for Team Indonesia at that time was the Lord objective. And El Puerto was also isolated on the bottom lane. He was fighting off 3 heroes of her own. She was up against Vival, she was up against Shell. Fumi Echo and Chini. And that was, I would say, the nail in the coffin, because Team Indonesia after that really took control of the jungle resources of El Puerto, and she was not able to recover because of the fact of the presence of the Savior in this match. And Team Philippines,
they don't have anything against Chini. It came to a point where Vivero was forced to use the Wild Charge Flicker against Xavier, and that does give an option for Team Philippines to kind of get a pick-off against Team Indonesia, but the problem is it's so far back on the line, and Team Philippines had no access towards the Xavier. The MVP of that game, of course, is going to be Chell, her Melissa. That trade on the top lane was really, really crucial. She showed herself, and she was able to outlive the initial nuke coming out from Team Philippines, and it required more damage, more than needed for Team Philippines to commit for the Melissa kill, and she gave the space, the opportunity for Team Indonesia to take back the momentum swing from Philippines as they were able to find the kill on El Puerto on the opposite side of the map. And she was also really, really chill on the back line, as she knows that she's not gonna be the main character here. But I would rather say that it was more of a utility play type of gameplay coming out from Chell, as she offered a lot of space for her teammates to be able to work with. Again, I would have to say that the Melissa performance is not the takeover type of game that we're used to seeing with Melissa, but more of just being able to move around the map, get the farm, and be able to force out reactions on the opposition. And this was the massive kill that we saw earlier, as it was really really important for Indonesia to get this kill, because Team Philippines after this was just going to be out of control with the amount of farm that Perez was getting, and this was the crucial kill on the top lane. Vivian was here as well, and the go away forced out the Eve away from her, and she was able to survive a little longer just to be able to make enough space for Vival and the gang to work with against the Martis. And after that, it was just the game for Indonesia to work with. The Team Philippines did not have any answers against Saber in the late game, as the damage output was just severe coming out from Chini from the back line. Tygon was constantly being harassed by the combo from the passive, and El Puerto did not have the same Martis game as she had earlier on in the series. And after that, it was just Chell, mowing down the minions in the towers and making sure that they are able to base lock against the Philippines and secure the final victory and get that golden W for Team Indonesia.
Massive plays that you saw from Indonesia, but that's also true with Team Philippines. Thank you so much, Midnight, for the breakdown of game number 5. And so far, that has been history written, right? We saw the first gold medalist for the MLBB Women's Division in the Southeast Asian Games, the first silver medalist as well, and it went to a game number 5, where a team that you expect will take it all the way through in a dominant fashion was challenged by an unlikely challenger in the Philippines squad. And that is the story of the first MLBB Southeast Asian Games Women's Division, and I'm very excited to. I'm very happy that I was able to share it with you guys, Midnight and Chanel.
I was about to talk with my microphone. But yeah, I'm just really happy to be with everyone. Even the viewers, because again, we're able to see the strength of our female players.
That's
and this is the
true.
First MLBB Women's Division, and it's just really nice to see nice plays from our players.
And it was a fantastic performance coming out from both sides. And actually, even the other regions as well, really, really strong competitors out there. Very good mechanics, very good macro decision makings from a lot of these teams, and I'm excited to see more of these matchups, especially with a possible rematch.
That's right. Alright, so when it comes to Mobile Legends, there will be the men's division coming up, so that will be tomorrow. For now, we have awarded our gold medalist and our silver medalist, and of course our bronze medalist as well. Hopefully that this will be a precursor to many more women's division tournaments in the future. But that has been it for the official English broadcast of the MLBB Women's Division. Wolf, Midnight, and Chanel now signing off. See you again next time.
ដល់ប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ី
A massive congratulations to Indonesia.
ចាបន្ទាប់ពីឃើញជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតដ៏ស្វាក់ស្វែងខ្លាំងមែនទែនជាមួយនឹងវិញ្ញាសា Mobile Legends Bang Bang ដែលយើងបានរកឃើញជាមួយនឹងកីឡាការិនីនៅប្រទេសចាឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីដែលគាត់ទទួលបានជាមួយនឹងមេដាយមាស
Finally found our champion for this tournament. Very congratulations to all the winner from today.
ចាហើយចំណែកឯទទួលបានចំណាត់ថ្នាក់លេខ 2 គឺប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីនផងដែរ
Also congratulations to Philippines.
ចាចំណែកឯទទួលបានចំណាត់ថ្នាក់លេខ 3 គឺប្រទេសម៉ាឡេស៊ី
Yeah, congratulations to Malaysia.
ចំណែកឯទទួលបានចំណាត់ថ្នាក់លេខ 4 គឺប្រទេសវៀតណាម
And our fourth place winner goes to Vietnam.
ចាអបអរសាទរខ្លាំងមែនតើចាដែលនិយាយទៅអញនិយាយបានថាគឺជាពេលវេលាមួយគឺសំខាន់មែនតើសម្រាប់ពួកគាត់ចាអូខេអញ្ចឹងមុននឹងយើងឈានទៅដល់ការប្រកួតជាមួយនឹងមេដាយមាសនាងខ្ញុំមានកិត្តិយសសូមគោរពវត្តមានដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់លោក Anthony Adi Wirawan ប្រទេសឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ី
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to warmly welcome the presence of Mr. Antonius Adi Wirawan, member of SEA Games Federation. Please welcome. Okay. Yeah. Can you come here?
ចាអូខេអញ្ចឹងយើងបានជាមួយនឹងគាត់មានវត្តមាននៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺពិតជាចាកិត្តិយសខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់ខ្លាំងមែនតើចានាងខ្ញុំសូមគោរពវត្តមានដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់លោក Richard Gomez ប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីន
Welcome, Mr. Richard Gomez, Vice President of Philippine Olympic Committee. Please welcome.
ចាសូមគោរពវត្តមានដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់លោក Jeff Lam.
Please welcome Mr. Jeff Lam, Technical Delegate from ASEAN Electronic Sport Federation.
សូមគោរពវត្តមានដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់ឯកឧត្តមលុនសាមឌីជាអគ្គលេខាធិការសហព័ន្ធកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកកម្ពុជា
Welcome His Excellency Lun Samadi, Secretary General of Esport Federations of Cambodia.
សូមគោរពវត្តមានដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់លោក Dang Yan Tuan ប្រទេសវៀតណាម
Welcome Mr. Dang Yan Thuan, Deputy Directors of Sport for all departments.
សូមគោរពវត្តមានដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់លោក Rê Ân.
Please welcome Mr. Reong, Head of Esport Ecosystem Moon Tun Game.
សូមគោរពវត្តមានដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់របស់លោក Pan Yang Khang ប្រទេសវៀតណាម
Please welcome Mr. Pan Yat Kang, representative of WNG Games.
ចាសូមអរគុណផងដែរជាមួយនឹងវត្តមានដ៏ខ្ពង់ខ្ពស់ហើយយើងក៏បានរកឃើញជាមួយនឹងចាប្រទេសដែលទទួលបានជាមួយនឹងចាមេដាយហើយឥឡូវនេះក៏យើងសូមស្វាគមន៍តែម្ដងទៅចាជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសដែលទទួលបានចំណាត់ថ្នាក់លេខ 4 ចាសូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ប្រទេសវៀតណាម
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vietnam.
Somehow ឲ្យប្រទេសវៀតណាមមួយមក
Congratulations to the winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations to Vietnam.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Division that is Vietnam.
ចាឥឡូវនេះពួកយើងក៏សូមស្វាគមន៍ទៅដល់ប្រទេសដែលចាទទួលបានចំណាត់ថ្នាក់លេខ 3 របស់យើងចាសូមស្វាគមន៍ដល់ប្រទេសម៉ាឡេស៊ី
Please welcome Malaysia.
Malaysia with Papao, Bonnie, Nico, Anastasia, Arya, Rosemary, and Honey.
Yep, very strong performance for Honey. A bit later for Malaysia 3 MVP performances during their campaign here in SEA Games. Very stable and consistent in her role. Very deserving of the recognition here. Again, in the first women's division of Mobile Legends Bang Bang here in SEA Games. Once again, this is Malaysia, bronze medalist.
Malaysia, wonderful display of their growth as a region when it comes to MLBB Women's, and now after winning a wonderful bronze match earlier on, and now will be taking home the bronze medal as the third placers in this.
Please welcome Philippines.
And the host, we welcome in the silver medalists. That will be Team Philippines after hard-fought battle in the gold medal match. It was very close. They could have taken it. They forced game number 5 against Team Indonesia, but here they are, the silver medalists, loud and proud. Team Cebu from Philippines.
Definitely for the run of the Philippines on this 32nd SEA Games is a breakthrough performance for this team, with the progress of the players individually and how they work as a team in a short period of time. And with this performance, the Philippines are really looking forward for more from this team.
Yeah, I will consider one of the stronger competitors here, and amongst the representatives, and they did show up in a lot of instances, and of course, very big highlights on the players here. Amores standing out for this squad. Of course, Dardo with their flexible and masterful performance here with their comfort picks.
Please welcome our champion, Indonesia.
And here they are, the most dominant team in the realm of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Division. So many accolades that they have already collected, and the pinnacle of it all, to finish out this season, they will get the gold medal for their country, Indonesia. You have Vivian, Vival, Chini, Valenir, Fumi Echo, and Jel, and the entirety of the coaching staff. Their dominance in the scene and their mastery is unprecedented. They were challenged by Team Philippines, but they managed to take it all the way.
Still and undoubtedly the best female team so far in MLBB. Of course, with the leadership, the teamwork as well for the team.
Yeah, again, huge standouts here are Vivian and Chell. Their masterful performance, especially in the grand finals, serving of the gold medalist here for Indonesia.
It didn't come easy, especially in the end. But we know for sure that this dynasty has been established for quite a long time now. Everybody expected them to take this overall, and they did in the end. It was a long process. They managed to take it.
Take honors to invite Mr. Richard Frank, and knows Gomez, Vice President of Philippine Olympic Committee, to come on stage, presenting the award to our winner.
I mean, at the end of the day, right, for this 32nd SEA Games, the real essence of the tournament is that connection. I mean, to get to know more about the countries, and with this female players having the opportunity, this might be the spark of I was about to say revolution, but the spark of something that will give them more opportunities.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? No matter what happened, the entirety of the tournament, we know for sure that all of the teams that really fought hard for this. I want to say, the opportunities for MLBB in the women's division, right? We do hope that it will just increase. We know in Indonesia, for example,
the reason why they are so dominant because there are so many reps as well, right? We know for sure that MLBB women's category is already prolific in the region, and we do hope that that will be true for the other regions that perform well, and also the other regions that would want to excel in this category as well.
Yeah, for sure, they continuously grow across among the years, and it just for tells us the amazing future of the the entire scene, especially with strong competitors here coming out from the women's division.
Yeah.
Again, we had so many standouts here among regions. And especially during the the amazing games that we have witnessed come out from these amazing athletes, there's definitely a lot in store for the the future of competitive MLBB and its esports in general.
Speaking of a future, we might see, we might discover those considered to be hidden gemstones in terms of the female players, right? And with this first inaugural, the inaugural tournament or the category for the female MLBB, why not? And I'm just really looking forward with the progress of these female players. Definitely bright future for them, and hopefully we get to see them more in the international scene, even outside SEA Games.
Definitely a lot of things to watch out for, especially even outside SEA Games. Like the amount of tournaments and of course the participations would be crazy after this showcase in the SEA Games, especially in the grand stage of Cambodia. And this is the growth of overall athletes, I would say. More things to come, and for sure more players to be brewed by these countries.
For sure. Another bronze medalist, Team Malaysia. You have Fafao, Bunny, Debo, Natasha, Arya, Rosemary, and Hani. A lot of highlight plays that you saw from this squad. Like you saw how Bunny managed to rally her team, and Fafao as well, right? And the unforgettable performances coming out from Hani. These are I would say the real MVPs of this squad, right? Obviously we know and we saw that everybody performed well here from Malaysia, but at least the ones that we have mentioned, it will definitely made a mark in the international scene.
Yeah, definitely. You've mentioned Hani. Imagine how many games did she play for the totality of this division.
Yeah.
For you to be able to be MVP for straight 3 games shows a lot about the prominence of this game. Of this player for the team.
Yeah, and Philippines being crowned, not crowned,
awarded.
but awarded the silver medal here. One of the most dominant regions out there. Still performing in this category. The strength of this country never ceases to amaze us. They've always managed to pump out amazing talents. And again, the mixture between the rotation, even the rotations of the players, especially with Amores and Dardo, exceptional players and exceptional scene overall for the Philippines.
See, of course, from Philippines, a lot of memorable plays as well from all of their players. A lot of memorable picks. We can never forget the Natalia, the Xavier, and of course the way that they played the Estes. Unforgettable for sure. Making a mark in the MLBB Women's Tournament and how impactful they are in the Southeast Asian Games. Before, there wasn't any in the esports for Mobile Legends back in 2019 and 2021. Now it's available for women's, but for now, the first silver medalists, the first bronze medalists, and now the first gold medalists for the women's tournament in Southeast Asian Games. A very, very important feat, and it's Indonesia that will be remembered as the first victors.
You know what? Looking at the players right now, I feel like this is the start of them. The opening of doors in terms of opportunities, having the MLBB Women's Tournament here at the 32nd SEA Games. So for Team Indonesia, this is a team we're in. They've been given a lot of tournament exposures already, and with it is evident with the gold medal finished. So hopefully for the other countries, for the other teams, they should be, or hopefully given the same experience that Indonesia has.
I like what I mentioned. It opens up a lot of doors, and I do agree because at the end of the day, esports is for everyone, and competitions like this open up the floor, I would say, in a platform, the environment for athletes. Athletes that we have here on stage. And we went back full circle. It's Indonesia once again back on the top. We do remember at the time where Indonesia was sitting at the top of competitive MLBB. Now they start the first ever women's division in SEA Games by sitting there and solidifying their dominance all throughout these years. Again, Indonesia, they are your gold medalist.
And now we will be hearing the Indonesian national anthem.
Thank you very much. Please have your seat.
ចាសូមអរគុណអាចសូមចា
Thank you once again. Please have your seat.
Congratulations once again to the gold medalists, the silver medalists, and the bronze medalists for the MLBB Women's Division, making history as the first ones for this particular category. We have seen Mobile Legends, we've seen a lot of esports, but this will be the first time that MLBB Women's will be featured in the Southeast Asian Games. It was very entertaining, and there's a lot of knowledge that we saw, that we accumulated all throughout the 2 days that we have been celebrating the best in the business when it comes to MLBB Women's.
Yeah, and you can feel the emotion, the sweet victory here for Team Indonesia. They cried earlier when they were when they were the victors against Philippines, and it is showing still, the signs of happiness. This is not a tear of sadness, but rather a tear of achievement, like clinching it finally for your country, and the tear of success being being on the stage. It's of course for sure a very precious moment for this team, and of course among the representatives of the countries that we have here on stage.
All the hardship and sacrifices for the organizers, and even particularly the players for our category really paid off for this one. And these are your first participants on this 32nd SEA Games, particularly for MLBB Women's Tournament. And hopefully next time on the 33rd, we might see more teams or more countries to be part of it.
And that means that we will now be calling in the curtains for the first at least when it comes to Mobile Legends here in Southeast Asian Games, starting tomorrow, and another set of high-octane matches will be seen and will be experienced as we now are going to be waiting for the MLBB Men's Tournament. Congratulations once again to all of the winners. I will not be surprised if it will be again Philippines and Indonesia, because there are the teams the teams to beat. But if you recall, in the previous Southeast Asian Games, there was Malaysia and Singapore, where it also made their own names, and I'm pretty sure that there will be different, I'd say different teams that you'll have to be looking for.
Yeah, it's a different environment starting tomorrow because a lot of heavy hitters coming from different regions, different countries, as it is a division that is fully developed. We are at the point where a lot of the strong teams are coming out from a lot of different regions, a lot of different countries. You can say that Philippines and Indonesia would be still sitting at the top, but again, as you mentioned, last time we witnessed that affair, it almost boiled down to a single match to decide the final grand finalist country. And I think that's going to be amazing to witness, because it is going to be a 3-day brawl for the men's division. And I'm excited to see who are going to be the teams that will be fighting for the gold medal.
It's basically the same for the group stages with the women's and the men's MLBB category with a best of 1, and then we move forward with the semifinals in a best of 3. So it will be a battle of strategies and even the identities of the teams participating. I mean, for this women's, we've said that Malaysia is a team that is expected to go for those unorthodox picks, and same with the counterpart.
Yeah. I'm seeing 9 teams tomorrow for the Mobile Legends men's tournaments. So from the previously only 6 countries, for the women's tournament, now we have 9, and already a Group A is stacked with Laos, Malaysia, Philippines, Timor-Leste, and Vietnam, and then Group B you have Cambodia, the home country, with going up against Indonesia, Myanmar, and Singapore. So Myanmar, SG, and Timor-Leste, there are the teams that we did not see in the MLBB women's, but now they have their delegation heading into the men's tournament.
In terms of the groupings of our teams, pretty much balanced, having Malaysia and the Philippines in the same group and Indonesia on the other group.
I would say Group B is more stacked. There are a lot of heavy hitters there, very strong contenders. Cambodia, Indonesia, Myanmar. Well, we've seen a lot of Myanmars lately, especially with a lot of very strong teams coming out of that region.
That is gonna be tomorrow, and just a few hours from now, if you think about it, and we are very, very much excited about that. We will be broadcasting that in the English stream, and of course to your local scene as well. And hopefully you are as excited about that as we are. For now, that has been it for our broadcast. We thank you so much for tuning in. And again, congratulations to the winners, the gold medalists, the silver medalists.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, after the photo session, we are going to have an interview with our winner from Indonesia. So Indonesia, please remain on the stage. As I mentioned earlier, Indonesia, please remain on the stage for the interview after the photo session. Philippines. Thank you very much to Vietnam team. Thank you very much to team from Malaysia. You may sit the stage. Thank you very much to team from Philippines. You may have sit the stage. Thank you very much once again. So the team from Indonesia, please remain on stage for the interview.
Thank you, guys.
So can you come here? Indonesia?
Yeah, please.
Please.
Stay here. I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Okay, so let's our guess.
Yes.
Is it the steak first?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna ask you some question. Hey, hello. How's going? How's going?
Relief. Yeah, we feel relieved that everything's over.
Hey, once again, may I know who is the team leader of this team? Who is the team leader?
It's Chinny. Me.
Oh, you are the team leader.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you feel after winning? How do you feel after winning?
We felt relief because we didn't expect it to go this hard. So like, I'm grateful.
Okay, I understand that hard work paid off because you have been prepared for a long time to come to this tournament. And I believe that you did such a very great job for this competition. So a massive congratulations to your team once again, and also shout out loud to your country. So my last question, is there anything you want to talk to your country supporter and also the fans out there and here and all around the Southeast Asia? What do you want to say to them?
To everyone in Indonesia and to everyone who have been here for us, we feel really grateful for you guys, and we would like to say thank you.
Okay, massive congratulations once again. But I still have one more thing to talk to you. We know that tomorrow will be a very special competition. This is a female categories, and tomorrow will be a male categories. Is there anything you want to shout out loud to a male category for tomorrow competition, especially from Indonesia?
To our MLBB men team, I want you guys to take the medal home.
Okay, don't forget to take the medal
Gold
once
medal
again,
home. Yeah.
representing your country. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause once again to Indonesia. Thank you very much.
I'm your big fan. Yeah.
We all your fans. We all
I'm
your
big fan
fans.
from Cambodia. Thank you, guys.
Thank you once again.
Thank
you are
you.
exhausted. Okay, you made it to the stage. Thank you very much
Yeah.
once again for having you today. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, yeah, you
Okay,
can take
you can
a rest.
take a break.
Thank
you can take a break. Yeah.
Yeah. ចាតែយើងបានជាមួយនឹងចា interview ទៅដល់ប្រទេសដែលគាត់ទទួលបានចំណាត់ថ្នាក់លេខ1ហើយនិយាយទៅដោយសារតែខ្ញុំ fan គាត់ដែរខ្ញុំស្គាល់ឈ្មោះ team របស់គាត់ទៀតហ៎
អូយសិតតែ fan ទាំងអស់ពីច្រើនសិតតែ fan នៅក្នុងនេះទាំងអស់
ចា
fan ច្រើនមែនទែនទោះបីជាយើងឃើញថាមានវត្តមានរបស់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងឈរជើងនៅលើឆាកវេទិកាមួយនេះក៏ដោយប៉ុន្តែយើងនៅតែគាំទ្រទៅដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាក៏ដូចជាទៅដល់កីឡាករកីឡាការិនីរបស់កម្ពុជាយើងផងដែរដែលគាត់បានធ្វើការវឹកហាត់ជាច្រើនខែច្រើនឆ្នាំនៅក្នុងការមកប្រកួតនៅក្នុងវគ្គមួយនេះផងដែរបាទនេះគឺជាកិត្តិយសដ៏ធំធេងរបស់យើងហើយទោះបីជាជាប់ឬក៏មិនជាប់ប៉ុន្តែកីឡាការិនីរបស់យើងបានឈ្នះនៅបេះដូងរបស់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាទាំងអស់គ្នា
ចាបងអូខេចាអញ្ចឹងជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតចាវិញ្ញាសា Mobile Legends បែងកីឡាការិនីរបស់យើងនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះក៏ឈានមកដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ផងដែរចាអញ្ចឹងថ្ងៃស្អែកគឺមានជាមួយនឹងវិញ្ញាសាផ្នែកបុរសម្ដង
នេះទៅទៀតបាទឥឡូវនេះគឺថ្ងៃនេះគឺវិញ្ញាសាសម្រាប់កីឡាការិនីប៉ុន្តែនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកខ្ញុំជឿថានឹងមាន fan ច្រើនមែនទែនដែលគាត់មកពីបណ្ដាប្រទេសផ្សេងក៏ដូចជានៅក្នុងបរិយាកាសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងនឹងចូលរួមយ៉ាងច្រើនកកនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីនៅថ្ងៃស្អែកព្រោះថាថ្ងៃស្អែកនេះថ្ងៃពិសេសដែលពិពណ៌នាហើយបាទគឺជាធីមដែលធំមែនទែន
ចាត្រូវហើយបងចាអញ្ចឹងអ្នកនរកុំភ្លេចតាមដានទស្សនាទាំងអស់គ្នាអញ្ចឹងឥឡូវនេះក៏យើងឈានមកដល់ទីបញ្ចប់ដូចគ្នាផងដែរនាងខ្ញុំស៊ីនាង
ខ្ញុំវ៉ារ៉ាប៊ី
ចាតំណាងឲ្យក្រុមការងារទាំងអស់បើសិនជាមានកន្លែងណាខុសឆ្គងក៏សូមខន្តីអភ័យទោសទៅដល់ពួកយើងផងអញ្ចឹងពីកម្មវិធីក៏សូមអរគុណសូមជម្រាបលាបាយបាយ